Liliana didn't know when she fell to her knees, or for how long she bowed in her sorrow. She couldn't feel the ache in her bones against the cold stone of the library anymore. She couldn't feel anything in the embrace of a numbness so detached she may as well have been in another realm, another time. Perhaps if she were, her life, her dreams would still hold the bright hope of a reality within reach. Instead, her once prosperous future had been reduced to nothing but foreboding and uncertainty. Yet it was not for herself that her heart shattered. Her hand moved over her still flat stomach, beginning an idle, vacant caress as she pictured the life within, the beautiful girl she carried. Even that secret had been robbed from her, the excitement of guessing, waiting to see whether she would bear a son or daughter. Regardless, she would love the child more than life itself, protect them. Now, every plan and joyous thought that filled her mind in the moment she confirmed her pregnancy 2 weeks ago required sudden, world-caving reassessment. He couldn't know. Agalor Ashfire couldn't know he sired a daughter. It was an unforgivable, dark thought that escaped in a sob from her painfully hoarse throat. She couldn't afford to think of his heart, or her own. All that mattered now was her. The miracle she and Agalor had conceived was a blessing Liliana didn't think she would ever be granted in this life. But this child was not a gift to 2 doting parents who would love her endlessly. She was a death knell gripped by a twisted, sinister fate before even her first breath. If what Liliana had discovered in the scattered texts above were true, she'd never felt such a burning determination to shield her child from it all, from the world if she had to. To protect her daughter, she would sacrifice everything. She couldn't bear to look at the text on the Great Spirit splayed out on the desk. She had been so full of hope and wonder, in search of a solution that would bind her fate to the one she loved so they could spend an eternity or a simple length of mundane time together. Yet all it took was a second to shatter her prosperous world completely. If she had discovered the consequences of bearing a child conceived of a bloodline blessed and a descendant of Marvellus earlier, if she had known the damned fate she would be condemning the child to, perhaps she might have been more careful. She might have taken all precautions to avoid conception with Agalor, despite believing the chances were so rare they weren't worthy of concern. Liliana's hand circled her flat stomach. Her head bowed low. Wetness trailed her cheeks with the taunting but wondrous images that filled her mind. Their daughter. Agalor would make the most adoring father, and she would look just like him, take after him completely. The bond they would have would be Liliana's life joy to watch. But in her plan to protect her child, she would be robbing them both of that irreplaceable bond. She had to cover her face with the nausea and guilt that consumed her. Now she had a choice to make. An awful, heart-wrenching choice that darkened her soul to think about. She couldn't afford to be selfish, couldn't afford to think from the heart. She had to protect her child. "My love." Agalor's voice rang in concern and snapped her attention upward. Liliana jolted up, the shooting pain in both her legs confirming it had been some time since she collapsed out of utter heartbreak and disbelief. She quickly grabbed some loose parchments, shuffling them over the pages of the book she'd been reading. As she used the desk for support while her legs regained strength and blood flow, Agalor crossed the space. She was forced to look at him when his hand took her chin. Worry creased his forehead, and it took every ounce of her will not to break down in front of him. He couldn't know. He wouldn't understand. "You've been crying." His arm went around her, and she couldn't stop him when he pulled her to his chest. "Tell me what's the matter, Lily." Liliana didn't sob, but silent tears fell. She couldn't tell him, not without the risk of him stopping her. No one could know about the child she carried. "I love you," she whispered, clinging to him a little tighter, savoring the feeling she didn't want to believe she had to part with. Aguilar's hand smoothed over the hair at her nape. "And I love you, always." He peeled her from his chest, his rough palm sliding along her jaw. "You didn't find anything in your readings today." He meant about finding a way to break the curse of time. Liliana's brow pinched, and she clenched her teeth against the outpour of emotion that threatened to undo her once more. She shook her head weakly, letting him believe that was the sole reason for her upset, as it had been so many times before. "We must keep having faith, Lily," he soothed, so gentle and kind. Hopeful. Words he had spoken to her 1,000 times, always the one with so much determination they would conquer time. And she was about to tear it all away from him with what she had to do. "Say that again," she murmured. His hands took her face, pride and love swirling in his hazel gaze, which she held, savoring and memorizing every highlight and hue. He leaned down to touch his lips to hers, a kiss so soft and barely there. When he pulled back, his warm smile was heartbreaking. "Have faith we will find a way, my dear." Her heart swelled to the point she thought it might erupt. It didn't matter. It would be left behind with him. But the word was like a song, a note of him she would carry with her for eternity. Liliana echoed it after him as a promise, a gift he would never know he had given to their child when she left. Keep having faith. Chapter 1. Zayana. The gentle, melodic thrum of a heartbeat did not resonate from her own chest. Zayana Silverfair could hear the organ singing in the human seated in the chair across the room, waiting for her to make a move. Its tempo picked up with each deliberately slow step she took toward him. Any one of the sorry state men in the wretched inn below could have been her victim for the night. But she'd been tracking this one all day. The thrill of the hunt began in the stalking. She'd followed him home, watching from the shadows as he sat down to a warm meal cooked by a seemingly loving wife, 2 children on either side. The sight sickened her. Deceitful happiness. Zayana was glad she had been spared from such horrid emotion. The man had left that night, heading to this very location, where she'd watched him sit down to a game of cards when he barely had enough coin to provide a sustainable meal for his family. Never mind fund his reckless, foolish nighttime addiction of gambling and ale. All it had taken were a series of timed seductive looks and sultry smiles for him to forget what he'd left at home and follow her up here. She'd played this game many times, and she never lost. It always fascinated Zayana, the effect lust had on a man. All her human victims had been submissive to it, controlled by it. So much so they allowed themselves to be led by death in the guise of a beautiful woman. Zayana had glamored herself with magic to wander the human town, rounding her ears to be accepted, not feared. If her target stopped to think, to look with their eyes and not their cocks, they would realize she far from fit in with their species. Her beauty was her greatest weapon. Her features were too perfect, the skin on her face too porcelain and unmarked by life. Her hair was a spilled ink well of glistening black, and her eyes, they were perhaps the most distinguishing feature that should have made them question her facade. The core of vibrant purple around her pupils, against her obsidian irises, was almost as bright as the lightning she could conjure from her fingertips. Sayana didn't care for looks. She didn't care for anything. But her looks lured her victim straight to her with no endeavor. As much as she enjoyed a chase, a fight, a challenge, tonight was simply to feed her guilty pleasure, to marvel over the beat of a heart, because her own was as still as stone and cold as ice. If any of her kin knew where she was, what she was doing, she would face brutal punishment. Humans were a drug, their blood a means to strengthen the agility of her kind, nothing more. Yet Sayana stopped feeding on them long ago. It wasn't out of empathy. No, she was incapable of that emotion. She refrained from indulging on the sweetness of their life form, simply because she didn't want to depend on a feed to make her strong. She relished in the silent satisfaction she had made herself into one of the most powerful dark fae without a performance enhancer. When Sayana got close enough, the human man lifted his disgusting hands to touch her. She gripped his wrists before he could, slamming them against the arms of the chair he sat in, pinning them in place and leaning her head in to caress his neck with a breath. He hissed in pain, but reveled in her dominance. While his mind clouded completely with desire for her body, Sayana tuned in to the pulse of his heart. Her ability to alter its rhythm with her actions while he remained oblivious to her game was her eternal delight. Leaning back, she lifted a hand to his chest, angling her iron-tipped middle and pointer fingers to graze their razor-sharp edges along the bare skin above his shirt. The metal guards she sported on those fingers on each hand were a gift from someone she didn't allow herself to think about anymore. They weren't just decorative jewelry or a sentimental feature. They were purposeful, a conductor of her lightning that allowed her to strike with far more precision. Sayana summoned a slight vibration of her bolts. It rippled delightfully through her veins to reach the end of the sharp tips she pressed over the man's heart. He tensed at the minor shock, teeth clenching and fists curling tightly around the armchair. A feline smile crept across her cheeks. She had disturbed the organ's rhythm, but she wanted more. She wanted to hear its pace quicken faster than his lust was sending it. Fear was the ultimate trigger. Tired of the foreplay already, Sayana released the glamour on her heritage, and the man's eyes immediately snapped to the points of her ears. He lurched back in horror, all desire to bed her winking out in an instant. Her cruel smile widened, revealing the sharp, elongated canines she hardly ever felt the need to show off. He tried to get up from his seat, but Sayana released a stronger wave of electricity through her ironclad fingertips that still pinched the surface of his skin. His body spasmed, then fell limp when she stopped. She tipped her head back, closing her eyes and simply tuned in to the racing drum of terror in his chest that drowned out his desperate, pathetic pleas. It wasn't enough. It was fast enough, and she always relished in pushing a heart to its very limit, a pace that might drive the organ keeping the body alive to shut it down instead. With a deep breath, she rolled her shoulders back basking in the pleasure of releasing her final glamour. Her wings. She felt them gloriously expand from each side of her spine, and she flexed, splaying them to their full length, casting a dark shadow over the man who'd turned ghostly pale, eyes bulging from his sockets. The reek of his soiled pants hid her, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust, glancing down at the darkened patch around his crotch. She groaned in disappointment. "Now you've ruined the mood," she complained, her voice a symphonic enchantment. The man didn't move, paralyzed by fear of the foreign species towering over him. No one knew her kind still existed. They were believed to be long extinct, wiped out by their inferior sister race during the Dark Age. To Zayana, their great unveiling to the world couldn't come quickly enough, and she had taken every opportunity to escape the insufferable confines beneath the Mortis Mountains that had been her prison for centuries. She would have free reign over Engardia and beyond, when the time was right, as the masters had always taught them. The scandalous gown she'd materialized herself in had also disappeared, and she stood in black leathers with silver accents matching the tone of her blood. The embellishments singled her out as the delegated leader of the Silver Fairs, a position she'd rightfully won through strength and conquer in the blood trials over a century ago. Nothing was given among her kind. Everything was earned. Zayana tucked her taloned wings in tight, bracing her hands on the arms of the chair to lean into the man again. "Your fun may have ended, but mine has just begun." His heartbeat was delightfully erratic, blood throbbing mesmerizingly in the veins of his neck as she angled her head to watch. His breathing was short, and she knew if he didn't match it to the speed of his vital organ, he would fall unconscious. Zayana didn't want that. Lifting her pointer finger, she tore down the length of his neck with her iron claw, missing the crucial artery so he wouldn't bleed out immediately. Watching the crimson glisten and roll over his ruddy skin, she inhaled the sweet scent like finely aged wine, then sent another current of electricity through his chest with her other hand. It killed the scream in his throat, but at least he was now panting hard. "That's better," she cooed. "Please, I have a family." Zayana pulled back, no longer in the mood to play at those words. Her eyes flashed in a white rage while her hand shot out to his chest, braced to plunge straight through and tear out his heart. "How pathetic," she seethed, her iron claws sinking past his skin first, and he let out a choked gasp. "Using them in a bid to save your own miserable life." With more pressure, her other fingertips broke the surface, and she swallowed her dark desire upon feeling the warmth of his blood. The man spluttered but didn't cry out. When she couldn't hold back any longer, her whole hand reached into his chest until her fingers curled around his shuddering heart. She let out a breathless sound, the darkest, most sadistic part of her enjoying the feel of its final beats in her palm. "Trust me, they'll be far better off without you." Zayana retracted her arm, and with it she watched the last jolt of movement of his disconnected heart in her hand. His body fell limp, but she didn't pay the corpse any attention as she marveled over the sticky, dark crimson liquid coating her skin, dripping melodically onto the wood floor. Then, spent of her amusement and desire, she loosened her grip lazily, letting the now boring internal organ roll and thump into the pool of its own blood. The alluring scent of it overpowered the stench of urine, and she drew in a long breath. Every time she was around exposed human blood, she had to fight against past cravings, against the dark beckoning to drink. When she was young, it had never been a choice. Blood was fed to them to create the strongest warriors even out of darklings. If the masters knew how long she had gone without it, she might even be killed. For disobedience or weakness, she wasn't sure what would enrage them more. Perhaps they wouldn't even believe she had won the blood trials, led the silver fairs through training, and kept order and discipline of her leagues under the mountain, all without one drop of human blood in her system. That would forever remain her secret. She didn't want to depend on anything or anyone. Never again. Ziana looked to the dead man, a gruesome sight for anyone to find with the gaping cavity in his chest. She felt nothing. She never did. Every time she killed, she held the small, ridiculous notion that maybe she would one day feel a flicker of something. But it was impossible when she was a creature born without a heart, without the ability to feel remorse or empathy. She should be grateful for it. Humanity made the species weak, vulnerable, and it was their foolish love that would lose them the war to come. She walked past the man, stopping briefly to wipe her hands on his shirt. Sliding the window pane up, she threw the shutters open. Ziana perched on the sill and looked up at the glittering starry sky for a few seconds of silent thought. Then she let herself fall before shooting skyward to chase the moon. Chapter 2. Faythe. Faythe Ashfire had masterfully tuned her senses to track only two things: sapphire and steel. She ducked low, pivoting to avoid the razor's edge that swiped for her. Her hand hooked behind her back, clashing swords with Reylan when he left no pause for her to reorient herself. She caught his eye for a split second over her shoulder, and it was a small triumph to glimpse his flash of surprise. Fist clamped around the hilt, Faythe twisted smoothly, steel singing against steel. A devious smile curved her lips when it brought them face to face between locked blades. "You're slowing, General." Faythe pushed off against him, and he allowed her to lead with a series of offense attacks.
"Maybe I'm just going easy on you, Princess."
The title was a taunt, one that pushed her to wipe the smug look off his face. Where she was focused and calculated her steps, Reylan deflected so gracefully it was an effort not to admire the way he moved and his muscles flexed. Though parrying against her, there was an assessment in his eyes that tracked Faythe, studying her sequence, battle moves he had taught her many times over her 2 months in Ryanel. Losing herself in combat was the best distraction Faythe knew from being homesick over her friends in High Pharaoh, and from the confrontation with her father, which she had actively avoided in her cowardice. "If that helps you sleep at night," she brushed him off, stepping left, left, flashing steel at a new angle every time. They darted around the ring, an exhilarating dance of danger and passion, while the world around them faded away.
"Is that an offer?"
They twisted and turned. Faythe was panting, and at his words she lost focus for a split second in her incredulity. Raylan's blade halted abruptly, mere inches from her thigh.
"You're leaving your left side exposed again."
"Your tactics are spineless," she grumbled, kicking his blade and going on the offense once more. His deep chuckle was equally as distracting.
"Your right elbow is dropping."
Faythe clenched her teeth, trying to correct her error.
"You're shifting your weight too recklessly. Focus, Faythe."
"I am focused." Sweat beaded on her forehead. It wouldn't be long before she tunneled so far down into her lethal calm that she pushed her body to its physical limits.
"You're not."
Raylan's voice was unwavering as he easily anticipated and blocked every one of her attacks.
"You're thinking of who's watching and letting fear of judgment tense your poise."
His last sentence echoed privately in her mind. There was a strange tether that ran between Faythe and the general, one that often gave her a glimpse of his feelings and sent words so effortlessly between them. It was more than her ability. Reylan seemed able to channel back to her far easier than a loud projection of thought. Faythe had no explanation for it, other than to assume it was a result of the power they'd shared in the throne room in High Pharaoh. She never spoke of it, but she couldn't deny the lingering bond wrapped her in a sense of contentment. It unnerved her, the thought that he felt it too, but had yet to say anything. Perhaps he didn't want it. Faythe's eyes flashed upward at his observation just for a second. It was enough. Reylan seized the opportunity to claim victory. A quick knock to her open left side, and she was falling. Though just as fast, a strong arm hooked around her back, saving her from the injury of sprawling to the ground. Faythe's hands lashed out on instinct, curling tightly into Raylan's shirt as he caught her. When the maneuver had processed, Faythe exhaled hard, coming back to her full senses. Sapphire eyes claimed her entirely as she stared at him in bewilderment, their faces so close they shared breath. Those few seconds slowed, despite him being quick to straighten with her. His arm didn't drop immediately. His palm flattened against her back, fingers grazing over her spine, the slow trail of his hand ending at her waist before his touch left her, and she unfurled her fists. They never broke eye contact. Faythe couldn't be sure if her heart was thundering from dwindling combat or the prickling sensation that crawled over her skin at his closeness. There was a low shift in Raylan's voice as he said, "You're not done." His gaze flicked sideward, and Faythe's clouded mind cleared completely. She stifled a groan, eyeing the impressive assault course she was always drilled to complete before their session was up. At first she had insisted, wanting to advance on her agility as best she could. Now she cursed herself for that foolish bout of determination. Her muscles protested. Her breath speared her throat.
"Unless you're too tired, Your Highness."
Raylan chided at her hesitation. Faythe shot him a glare, then straightened and rolled her shoulders. She allowed her frown to turn to a smirk, a flare of defiance that flashed a twinkle of delight in the general's eye before she took off. There was nothing that ignited her drive, her passion and strength, more than when she stared into the face of a threat or challenge. Adrenaline was a dangerous drug. Her craving for it never curbed. Angling her body to fall, Faythe slid against the polished floor to narrowly avoid the hook of a low bar. Then she twisted, pushing to her feet again before taking her next breath. Her mind had long trained her body to disconnect from the physical exertion in her focused state. The freedom of movement in her new attire was glorious, an upgrade from her previous Ryanel fighting suit. She didn't think it were possible, but it felt even more weightless than the last and featured various concealed slots for weapons. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger snapped free, and she hurled it at the moving target that shot out for her. The dagger hit the inner circle, and the target fell backward to signal her success. There was no pause of victory. She pushed on. Throwing her arms out for balance, Faythe stealthily walked a thin beam over a deep pit that would surely break her bones if she fell. She didn't look down. Her feet crossed over each other without hesitation. She was no stranger to the course that had become ingrained in her memory, and she was almost confident she could complete it blindfolded. Almost. Because Reylan was a commanding pain in her ass and always changed a piece of the game every time she played. Nothing too obvious, in a test of her observation and quick adaptability. Next was a trial of patience and calculation. Faythe stopped for a second, and in that moment, she identified Raylan's change. A cunning smile tugged at her lips as she spotted one of the 5 horizontally spinning panes was a fraction faster than the others. Faythe had been quick to shoot down the general suggestion that the course be adjusted to remove all real danger, and tried not to be insulted by his concern. It was the danger that kept her moving, learning. To remove it would be child's play. Faythe approached the trap, took a long breath, and let her weight become nothing as she drifted into the propellers. She was light on her feet, floating like wind, twisting like a ghost. As if she were the 6th pane, she didn't avoid them. She moved with them, her hands poised by her chest to better control her movements. She danced her way to the end, and when she got to the final one, she quickened her step to narrowly miss the nick of the faster spinning pane. She didn't allow herself to triumph at passing Raylan's attempt to catch her unawares. She pressed on. Picking up speed, she eyed the ledge, knowing exactly how much momentum to build to clear the large gap ahead. A plummet into the dark space below would be to her eternal embarrassment. Her feet were silent, but pushed harder against the stone the closer she got to the ledge. She waited until the last second, then bent her knees, her toes pressing painfully on the harsh surface, and threw her weight into the air. Her arms reached out a fraction off skyward, and she clenched her teeth as her fingers curled awkwardly against the parallel stone fringe, the iron grip she held stinging horribly. Faythe's heart leaped in her chest when her sweat-coated palms made her grasp slip. Her feet landed against the flat of the wall, saving her face and body from kissing the stone. Not giving her hands a chance to slacken, she wasted no time in mustering every ounce of strength to hoist herself up and over the ledge. Stamina was becoming less of a weakness, but she still detested her disadvantage in agility. She would never be able to match the Fae who surrounded her. Faythe pushed through the rest of the course with precision before coming to her final challenge. It didn't require exuberance of energy or stealth on her feet, yet it was always the most daunting hurdle. She had run the course countless times and never completed it thanks to her damned cowardice at the last second. Faythe approached the longbow, swiftly knocking an arrow into place. The string groaned, and her arm shook, not out of feat of strength, but nerves. She brought the iron-tipped arrow up to match her line of sight, then steadied her breathing and slowed her heart, which thrummed loudly in her ears. There were 5 targets, each progressively farther away. Her only task was to hit the first. She knew she would have 0 chance of hitting the 5th, which she could barely make out with her mortal sight. Yet every time she stood in this position, primed to let her arrow fly, she halted. "Why did you stop?" Raylan's question in her mind made her eyes flick up in answer. To King Agalor Ashfire of Ryanel, who stood poised, watching her intently from the viewing perimeter as he always did. Though the general was positioned behind her in the training hall, he knew exactly what made Faythe hesitate every time. She couldn't be sure what it was that rattled her most about the king's presence. Her embarrassment if she missed her target, or disappointing him with her incompetence. Perhaps neither. She didn't know why she felt as if she had something to prove to him, to her father, who was still little more than a stranger. When she dared to glance up again, he was gone. Faythe's face twitched in frustration and anger, toward herself and her own lack of conviction. She strained her arm back further, muscles aching with the strength it took to hold poise, and aimed to let loose. An arrow soared through the open space so fast it was a blur of movement, A quick whistle slicing the silence, and then a faint thud as it made its mark. Faythe's arrow slackened in her bow, and she lowered it, gaping in disbelief at the distant red fletching in the fifth and farthest target. Dead center, from what she could tell through human eyes. She whipped her head around to glare at Reylan accusingly, but found him standing with arms crossed, no bow nearby. Then she caught the movement behind him.
Sorry, I thought perhaps a demonstration was in order.
Strolling up to Reylan, a Fae she had come to know as Heir suppressed a grin of amusement while dangling a longbow in his grasp. Faythe caught a glimpse of a second invading form as he was quickly joined by his brother, Isaiah. She'd met them during her first day in Ryanel, and over her 2 months in the kingdom she'd found herself effortlessly relaxed in their company. Faythe had kept close to the general as the only familiar face in these foreign lands, but she welcomed their new friendship. They were bonded companions of Reylan's, from what she'd gauged in their interactions. Both brothers were a pleasing sight, and clearly immediate relatives from their matching hues of dark brown hair and striking moss-green eyes. But despite their similarities, Faythe didn't think they could appear more different. Heir was roguishly enticing, with longer hair that waved past his nape, and he was built as broad as stone, while Isaiah was beautifully slender but strong, his hair cropped short and styled to sleek perfection. She'd never met two people who looked so similar and opposite at the same time, like the sun shining in two very different seasons.
"This is a closed session," Reylan grumbled.
Faythe found it amusing, watching the stern-faced general in the company of his friends. Occasionally, he let his mask slip, and it fluttered her heart, oddly, to see him loosen up every now and then. It distracted Faythe from her own sinking thoughts and feelings of being so far from High Pharaoh, the home she'd known her whole life. Heir waved a dismissive hand at Reylan in response, which only irked the general more. Faythe bit her lip to keep from grinning.
"You didn't even hit the center,"
Isaiah piped up, holding out a hand for his brother's bow and reaching for a red feathered arrow. Heir scoffed but obliged. Isaiah expertly knocked the arrow into place, lifting and releasing it in the space of a single calculated breath. Faythe turned her head back to the targets, finding the red dot in the distance to be slightly larger than before. Her mouth popped open in awe. As far as she could tell, they'd both hit dead center, but apparently their Fae sight distinguished them in accuracy. Isaiah beamed in triumph, but Heir's eyes narrowed on the target. There was no warning when shadows formed around him and rolling darkness engulfed him completely. When it dispersed a few quick seconds later, Heir was gone. Reylan had told Faythe of his ability before. He was a shadow porter and could transport himself to a different location by the will of his shadows. It was Faythe's first time seeing it with her own eyes, and she was completely dumbstruck. She didn't get the chance to question it further when Isaiah suddenly disappeared in a flash of contrasting white light, transforming into a hawk that took flight and soared above her head. He was a shapeshifter. Faythe could only gape, eyes tracking the bird as he flew out past the targets. With another flash of light, her eyes fell down to where he landed, and she could vaguely make out the brothers in the distance, examining, or rather comparing, their aims. She couldn't decipher their words, but she didn't need face, sight, or hearing to know they were arguing over who got the closest to hitting dead center. Faythe did smile then, even chuckled slightly in great amusement at the childish bickering of the full-grown warrior Fae. Heir was Reylan's second in command, and Isaiah his third. He was almost a century younger than his brother and the general. The obscure concept of time to a Fae still baffled Faythe. They didn't get to debate their shots for long, however, when another arrow sang past her ear, so fast she would have missed the quick blur of motion if she'd blinked. The brothers fell quiet in the distance for a moment. 2 flashes of white light in contrast with clouds of black smoke, and they were back to standing next to Reylan, who had set the bow aside and now stood as serious as ever. "Show off," Isaiah muttered. Reylan didn't express any humor. "Do you ever lighten up?" Faythe jibed before she could stop herself. Isaiah jerked a thumb toward the general. "Him? Well, there was that one time." "Oh no, not even that."
"What about that you'll miss when... nope."
Kyler chimed in, looking deep in thought like his brother. Faythe released a laugh. Raylan's eyes snapped to her in disgruntled warning, and she tamed her chuckle to a wide smile. Then he turned to glower at his companions as they mocked him playfully. "Out, both of you, before I have you running training drills all week." Isaiah rolled his eyes. "Yes, General," he answered with brazen sarcasm. Faythe tensed every time they tested the lion's patience, knowing there were very few people who got away with speaking to Reylan in such a manner. But he didn't seem fazed at all by the Fae. They made to leave before Kyler turned back to her.
"That was impressive, Faythe."
"For a human?" she challenged. Kyler's brow curved with his mouth.
"For anyone."
Faythe straightened, feeling humbly proud at the compliment, and gave a short nod in appreciation.
"If you need a break from dark and brooding over there, I can help you with your archery any time."
"I'll keep that in mind. Thank you." She had thought she would feel like a stranger for a long time when she first arrived in Ryanel, but she was relieved and overjoyed that the people and Fae she'd met so far had made her feel anything but. They had welcomed her as if she'd always belonged here, and no one addressed her with any special treatment for who her father was. That part she had yet to face, and hadn't even been alone with the king since coming to the mighty kingdom. It didn't stop him from routinely requesting she join him in the evenings in a place they called the Glass Garden. She knew she had to confront him at some point, but she wanted to hold on to her blissful ignorance a little longer. When the 2 brothers had left, Faythe's smile fell as she met the serious eyes of Reylan.
"What are you afraid of when you pick up that bow?"
Faythe shifted on her feet at the sudden switchback to her performance on the course. She only shrugged lamely, unsure of how to put her fears into words. In truth, she didn't know why she never attempted the shot.
"You can't let your fear of failure or judgment stop you from trying. The battlefield doesn't adapt for you. A moment's hesitation can be your life, or that of another."
Instead of inspiring strength and determination as his words usually did, Faythe felt weighted with disappointment in herself. Because he was right, and the thought of someone's life being in jeopardy thanks to her cowardice was a dark, helpless feeling. He must have sensed her spiral into despair as his look softened.
"Do you want to practice with your sword again? Or perhaps we should work on those close defense skills?"
Faythe huffed a laugh. She had gotten better at maneuvering out of compromised positions since the first time she was so effortlessly overpowered by him. It was always what he urged her to practice most, and always what she found the hardest to grasp. She tried not to acknowledge that it wasn't out of lack of skill, but rather having his body pressed to hers repeatedly for lengths of time scattered whatever words of guidance he spoke. Getting out of his hold was the last thing on her mind, and the threat of steel was insignificant. Faythe's cheeks warmed at the memory. "I think I've had enough for today." He wasn't at all convinced, but nodded and waited for her to lead the way. The training hall in the castle had completely stunned Faythe the first time she set foot inside. The impressively massive space was built to accommodate every skill and every practice. It was no surprise Ryanel's armies were famous in Engardia, when every warrior was trained to their own best abilities, instead of routinely drilled in clusters. Ryanel spared no time or expense in accommodating everyone, resulting in legions of the finest and most diverse soldiers. It was the second thing she'd come to appreciate most about the South. The first was their equality. Ryanel's capital city of Elium didn't have just one fortitude for the royal castle and the Fae. It had two, and the humans lived protected within the high walls of the outer ring. They weren't cast out to live in poverty either. They lived well and did not fear or hate the Fae within the inner walls. In fact, it was more common for the two species to mingle and coexist, some even in friendship. Neither of them spoke as they strolled the wide corridors of the castle. Faythe aimlessly admired the crimson tapestries instead, transfixed as she always was by the flaming firebird emblem. She didn't know what it was about the element, about the mythical animal that sparked embers inside. Down the hall, another Fae male turned the corner and began to walk toward them. His name was Mullen. Reylan must have noticed Faythe tense as he took a subtle step closer. Faythe's biggest revelation since arriving in Ryanel, which stunned her still, was that her father wasn't her only living blood relative. The Fae in front of them was Faythe's cousin, the son of Agalor's fallen brother who had lost his life in battle many centuries ago.
"Ah, princess," he drawled with fake pleasantry. He was arrogant, wicked, selfish, and she'd gauged all that before he first uttered a word. Faythe was not usually one to judge before knowing someone, but Mullen was the exception. He knew she didn't want to be titled. Everyone had been warned against it, yet he added the term every time he managed to run into her. How often that happened, she knew, was no coincidence. "Mullen," she greeted with an equally forced smile. Before a daughter of the king was known to exist, Mullen had been next in line to the throne. As far as Faythe was concerned, he still was. She didn't want it, had no plans to claim any title or standing, and not just because her half-mortal lifespan wouldn't allow for it. She simply had no desire for the crown or power. Mullen wasn't convinced, however, and it was all wasted breath to try to tell him otherwise. "I'll be going to the outer city this afternoon. I thought you might care to join me. Be among your own kind after so long," he said horribly sweetly. She couldn't deny she wanted to accept. She had been curious about Ryanel's human settlement since she arrived. Only she wasn't ecstatic about the company he offered. "She's not ready," Reylan cut in, and it was clear he disliked the prince, possibly more than she did. Faythe's expression flexed. "I want to go," she said quickly with an edge of defense. Raylan's eyes softened as they switched to her, and she thought she saw a hint of concern behind them. She didn't think there could be anything of concern in the human part of the city, given it was shielded by a high wall. Faythe was quick to brush it off as Raylan's typical overprotective bullshit, which was a step up from the usual female overprotective bullshit they were all instilled with. Whatever his worry, he didn't get the chance to protest. "Perfect," Mullen beamed. "I'll meet you in the reception hall at noon." Faythe wanted to wipe the victorious grin off his face, but she smiled reluctantly, giving an answering nod before he glided past them without another word. Her face fell into a scowl the moment he did. When she glanced up at Reylan, his look was scarily calculating. "Relax, will you? I'm not going far, and I don't need protection," she added, irked that he would object to her going at all. Reylan crossed his arms, and Faythe mimicked him in pettiness. They stared off for a few stubborn seconds, until he rolled his eyes and conceded with a long sigh. "I'm coming with you." Faythe didn't mind the condition. She had little desire for alone time with Mullen anyway. Her lips twitched, and she nudged him playfully, which failed to move him even a fraction. "Off duty, though. Try to enjoy yourself for once.
His own mouth fought light amusement, and he loosened his posture as they continued their walk. Faythe saw that as a small victory.
With you and Mullen in each other's company, I don't think I can be off-duty.
He's no fool. Hurting me would damage him more than anything.
Reylan smirked. It's not you I'd be concerned for.
Chapter 3. Nicholas. It was a strange feeling to have so many eyes on him, expecting him to uphold their expectations. To sit in the prized position he had grown so used to glancing at sideways, as hollow-minded but attentive as those who now looked at him. King Nicholas Silvergriff couldn't help but feel wrapped by the ghost of his father as he sat at the head of the council meeting, as though he were watching and weighing up his fitness to rule. Nick wore nothing upon his head, but the crown he carried bore down like solid steel. The Lord's meeting had been in full swing for nearly an hour. Nick's head swarmed with so many of the kingdom's conflicts. Each new person who spoke added to the itch crawling over his skin. He longed for escape, yet this was his duty now. So he listened, training his mind to let go of petty issues and store away anything that actually held intellect or intrigue to be dealt with later. Toria sat to his right, poised and attentive to the high Fae down the table. Though she objected to being here, since she never sat in on Orlon's meetings, it felt right to have her by his side, and perhaps selfishly, he'd only asked as her confident presence always subdued his nerves. Aside from Toria, the disgruntled looks from the gathering of high Fae, he assumed, had more to do with the bigger sway from tradition joining them on his left. Nick held sympathy for Jackon. It couldn't be easy to be the only one of his kind seated at the head of so much scrutiny, and he didn't believe it was entirely Jackon's will to be here. When presented with the position of human emissary, as Faythe suggested, Jackon was quick to knock down the idea at first. It wasn't until only a couple of weeks ago that he decided it was worth a try, to see if he could make a difference in the town for the humans. Nick had no doubt Jackon's fiancée had great persuasion over his change of heart. Nick turned to him when the last matter was settled. "Anything to report from the outer town?" Jackon straightened an inch in his seat, his discomfort at the attention almost making Nick regret asking. But the human was quick to put on a confident, stoic face when the dozen other Fae at the table settled their reluctant gaze on him. To Nick's admiration, his voice was unwavering as he spoke. "Galmire needs its forces reinstated. There are still people going missing. Those in Farrowhold haven't reported any more sightings of Valgard, but there are families going hungry. There's not enough food for them out there." Jackon had already presented these issues to Nick long before now, but Nick needed the nobles to hear them too, and he had to give Jackon as much of a voice and authority during these meetings as he could, if he was ever to be granted the respect he deserved. Nick had drawn his solutions for the human town, and didn't need time to deliberate or reason. For the first time during the grueling meeting, his spine locked straight as he went on to address the court, a move that forewarned it would be a grave mistake to challenge what he was about to say. "I propose we send a legion to be stationed in Galmire. If they succeed in taking that town, they are one step closer to taking the whole kingdom. I won't let that happen." The other Fae around the table mumbled their agreement, not out of consideration for the human lives, but out of fear Valgard could be advancing closer to their own doorstep if they did nothing. "As for the humans in Farrowhold, today I announce the gates to Kaya City will remain open, indefinitely, for human and Fae to pass through as they please. Goods will be distributed evenly. High Pharaoh would not be where it is today, would not operate and stand without the humans outside the wall. It's about time we acknowledge that
and praise those who have given you the life of luxury you were all blessed with." A new voice sounded. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, your father—" Nick braced his hands on the table and rose carefully from his large, ornate seat. The high face silenced himself at the movement. "My father is no longer the king. I am." The Fae's throat bobbed as Nick pinned him firmly with his gaze. Tension weaved through the bodies. While protest twitched on the others' faces, the Fae who spoke conceded, shrinking back into his seat. Nick went on. "Human or Fae, highborn or commoner, none of it matters in the grave. There is a far bigger threat at large, one that doesn't care for your immortality or wealth. Don't make an enemy out of those on our side for the shape of their ears, when there may come a day when the one you believe to be weak may just be the one to save your life." Nick couldn't deny personal feelings interlaced his last declaration. A twist hit his chest, as much sadness as he would allow himself to feel in Faythe's absence. While they had exchanged a few vague letters, she had yet to visit him through night walking. He understood she would need time to adjust to what she faced in Ryanel, attempting to forge a bond with her long-lost father. Nick knew he had to be patient, despite his selfish longing for her to check in, to see her, even for a moment. Just as Nick was about to straighten and dismiss the meeting on the silence that settled, a spiteful voice carried down the table.
"If I may bring up one final concern, Your Majesty."
Nick's eyes landed on Lord Zarius instantly. His muscles locked at noticing his attention flash to Toria, but he kept the ire from his face. He didn't hold any ounce of kindness for the lord he was all too acquainted with. Zarius had been one of the lords closest to his father, a bond forged of an alignment of cruel, malicious thoughts. Nick stayed standing, his tone hard with warning as he said, "Speak." The arrogance that radiated from the lord was tangible, and Nick had to keep from clenching his fists, anticipating the topic that was about to be brought forth, and knowing there was nothing he could do to shield Toria from it.
"I mean no disrespect as I say this, of course, but your father knew matters of the kingdom were not to be paraded and discussed in the presence of outsiders."
Beside him, Nick could almost feel Toria's urge to shrink back at the indirect remark, the careful shun the lord worded craftily. Though Zarius's words were not solely directed at her, Nick had no doubt Jackon was considered an outsider for simply being human. Nick put effort into keeping his voice steady. "I would not put the kingdom in jeopardy by inviting anyone here whom I believe to be disloyal."
"Allow me to be more direct."
Zarius rose, and the bold move flared Nick's dominance to near recklessness. He breathed steadily. Conflicts were bound to arise with a change of leadership. He knew this, yet he was still unprepared for it.
"There are many of us who do not feel comfortable discussing High Pharaoh's inside matters with one from another kingdom."
Nick spared a glance at the other Fae in attendance. While no one spoke out or made much movement at all, agreement was written on the harsh faces of many down the table. He had to admit, his nerves were rattled. How could he keep the peace and sway so many already against him? It was a sudden rush of uncertainty in himself, but he didn't let 1 ounce of it surface for the vultures who pinned him, looking for any slight reason to discredit him. Right now, Nick's reign was being tested, and it would take a great measure of time and some very careful choices to make them believe without a doubt that he was fit to wear the crown in High Pharaoh. He straightened fully.
"Have you reason to distrust anyone at this table, Lord Zarius?"
The look they shared was a challenge.
Not exactly, but the princess.
Queen, Nick corrected in a cool, calm tone. If you are to address her, you will do so by proper name and title. And may I add, Toria's voice sounded, and Nick's eyes slid to her as she rose. If you are to speak of me while I am present, you extend the courtesy of speaking to me. A wave of pride struck his chest, adding to his own confidence in the confrontation. Toria didn't meet his eye as she fixed her firm gaze on Zarius. Are we not allies, Lord Zarius? He opened his mouth to counter, but she continued. Have I not spent a century at Orlan's side, entrusted by him as his ward? Have I not put the needs of High Pharaoh citizens above my own in being here? Zarius discredited her passionate speech instantly.
There are those who believe your time here has only been in aid of slowly gaining what you need to take back Fenstead.
Do you speak for yourself?
Yes, and many others.
Nick realized he was in a dangerous position. He had never once doubted Toria, and knew with everything he had that she was true and genuine, with no cunning plan to use High Pharaoh to her own gain. But he was at a loss for how to convey this sentiment politically, not personally. I would advise you to be careful of how you speak to the king's ward, Zarius. Do not lay accusations without merit, Nick warned.
I lay no accusation,
Zarius said casually, but the song of his voice was taunting.
But she cannot be the king's ward of High Pharaoh and the Queen of Fenstead.
Nick couldn't be certain where he was headed with the matter. Then what do you suggest? He realized immediately his foolish words, granting Zarius ample opportunity to lay down his favor for Toria's fate. There was a note of cunning in the curl of his mouth, as if Nick had offered up exactly what he hoped for. The Lord sat back down smoothly, subdued triumph gleaming in his eyes, making Nick's jaw lock with a flare of violence. Reluctantly, Nick sat back down too, along with Toria. Zarius seized his opportunity.
Fenstead still remains overrun by Valgard. It would take far more than High Pharaoh's armies to take it back. Toria Stagnite is a queen of nothing.
The rage that flashed through Nick was hot and all-consuming, made worse by feeling the ripples of Toria's embarrassment.
Careful, Zarius.
The Lord knew he had the upper hand. Nick was king, but he was not within his rights to remove his council members from power without reason and a favorable vote. Lord Zarius was influential in High Pharaoh, one of the wealthiest and most respected of them all. If Nick didn't tread wisely, the Lord could just as easily rally an opposition that may threaten to overthrow his rule.
I mean no disrespect, of course. Quite the opposite, in fact.
His voice sang his vision of brilliance.
I suggest we permanently instate Toria Stagnite as the king's ward of High Pharaoh. She has no kingdom, but we can perhaps gain a stronghold in two if we use her position to our advantage.
Nick hated the quickening of his heart, the fluctuation of anger, and the dread that hazed his mind.
With Toria as High Pharaoh's ward, we can offer her hand in marriage to Tarly Wolverlon. In turn, we negotiate a foothold in Olmstone, and when the time is right, we gain influence in Fenstead if we succeed in taking it back through the joining of two great armies. Perhaps Rynel can be persuaded to join the cause too with their new human princess, who we all know holds ties to High Pharaoh as the king's previous spymaster. It may be time to call in a favor for that act of mercy from your father.
Nick was rendered speechless.
Not a single element of Zarius's proposition was even slightly appealing, yet all eyes were fixed on him to weigh up his thoughts on the cunning idea that seemed to make perfect sense. It would be a complete betrayal to those he loved, and he felt Toria's shocked stare the loudest, as though she were begging him to meet it so he might see the plea that lay within. He couldn't, or he was sure he'd break. Nick kept his face blank, as though deliberating while he sat under intense judgment. He had to be smart, in a tormenting tug-of-war with his heart and his duty. He hated what he had to say, but with the attention of his counsel on him, he had no choice. What you propose could be advantageous. Toria's silent outrage was like a punch to the gut. He swallowed hard, trying not to yield a reaction, not to look at her and beg her to understand or wait for him to explain in private. While we remain allies, I still do not trust Varlas after his attempt to overthrow Ryanel. Perhaps this binding alliance could be what we need to secure influence and insight on his movements. So far, our sources have revealed silence in Elmstone, but we would be fools to assume his path of vengeance is over. The lords nodded in agreement. When he met eyes with Zarius, it was a conscious effort not to screw the damned consequences and wipe the smug look off his face. I will consider what you put forward, Lord Zarius. For now, I believe we are done here for today. Looks were exchanged, but it seemed only when Zarius nodded his agreement that the others followed his lead, and the room filled with chatter as they filed out. Nick's gaze lingered on Zarius's back. He didn't trust the Lord in the slightest, and made a note to keep a close eye on him. There was barely a second of silence once everyone had left before Toria shot to her feet, furious. "You have no right!" They weren't alone. Guards still lingered around the perimeter of the council room. Nick couldn't be certain none of his guards were harboring divided allegiance. He couldn't risk his words traveling straight to Zarius if he spoke freely, so he kept his tone calm and neutral. As long as you wish to remain in High Pharaoh under my protection, I do. Toria's hurt look of outrage felt like a dagger to his chest. If selling me for the advantage of your kingdom is the condition of your protection, consider it my wish to be anywhere but here. She stormed from the room without a glance back, her anger billowing in the waves of her emerald gown, which flowed behind her. Nick braced a hand on the table to rise, resisting every nerve in his body that urged him to go after her. I hate to agree. Chacon's low voice was a surprise that snapped his attention back. Nick had guiltily forgotten the human was still seated. But she's right. Is gaining power in Elmstone really worth her heart? No, nothing was worth that. Caught in the conflict of heart against duty, Nick feared more than anything that he was at risk of losing both. Chapter 4. Faythe. Faythe had to admit she was a great admirer of Ryanel attire. While her gown flowed behind her, its asymmetrical design meant her legs had complete freedom at the front and fitted leather pants. Elegant, yet practical. It seemed to be the running theme within the kingdom of the Phoenix. Gliding down the halls unescorted, she didn't wait for Reylan to retrieve her like a pet. She'd left her rooms after pacing their length so many times she could no longer stand the rising pressure of wild thoughts. She'd forced them back for so long, keeping herself calm and neutral in the months while she adjusted to her new surroundings. But she knew the floodgates were weakening with every new confrontation, and she was one more push away from drowning in her mess of thoughts. Evil spirits, temple quests, and a confrontation with her father were high on the list of avoidance for now. Faythe headed to the reception hall, where the delightful Malin would be waiting for her.
The only thing urging her to suffer his company was the hope that walking among her own kind and sampling their way of life here would lift her mood. She felt Raylan's dismay creep up from behind before his tall form fell into step beside her.
I asked you to wait for me.
Faythe didn't look at him, but fought against showing her amusement on her face. You took too long. He only responded with a disgruntled sound. She cast her eyes to him then, and almost rolled them at the ridiculous ensemble of steel the general had equipped himself with. I thought you said Elyum was the safest city in Engardia, she drawled.
It is, but sometimes danger takes on a friendly form to get through the defenses.
Even though she agreed, she didn't want to point out that his concern seemed a little excessive. In fact, very excessive. As if that weren't enough, she spied 2 more additions to Reylan's security detail down the hall. Heir and Isaiah also stood armed to the teeth, in casual conversation with each other. When they spied Faythe and Reylan approaching, they straightened, Isaiah beaming from ear to ear. His smile was breathtaking paired with his dangerous elegance. Despite this, Faythe couldn't suppress her annoyance. She paused her walk and turned to Reylan, dropping her voice low in accusation. Is this really necessary? It shouldn't have bothered her as much as it did, but she didn't come to the mighty kingdom to be under constant surveillance. His face fell soft in understanding.
They'll be trailing from afar. You won't even see them.
His eyes held a faint plea, and she cursed that it made her feel bad. She let it go. When they caught up to the brothers, Isaiah raised a hand to his heart. I'm trying not to be offended that you find our company so horrible, Faythe. His playful sarcasm lifted her mood, and she released a breathy laugh, letting all her pent-up irritation dissipate with it. Being within Raylan's inner circle, among the highest-ranking and most lethal Fae in Ryanel, Faythe thought she would feel feeble and out of place. Instead, it filled her with delightful strength, and she was humbled that they had welcomed her and didn't treat her as if she were made of glass. Faythe held her head high as they entered into the reception hall and found Mullen alone, waiting by the grand main doors. The slight twitch of his eye gave away his annoyance once he spied the Fae in her company, but he plastered on a pleasant smile, as always. She was glad for her companions now, if only to see Mullen's stifled dismay. I'm eager to see what the outer city has to offer to get all these Fae males so excited, Faythe said by way of greeting. Mullen cast a glance at her company. To her disappointment, he successfully kept the irritation that they wouldn't be touring the human settlement alone off his face. No doubt so he'd have the chance to voice his not-so-subtle distaste for her. I can't speak for all, but Elyum is home to some of the most beautiful and alluring of both species. Mullen eyed her from head to toe as he spoke, and his meaning was clear. She didn't conform to his ideals. Faythe's temper flared, not at the insult, but at the smug gleam in his eye that she wanted desperately to claw out with her own hands. Her violent thoughts were soothed by a gentle caress from within. Faythe didn't look at Reylan, but silently thanked him for keeping her from lashing out, verbally or otherwise. Heir responded. Perhaps we should go without you, Mullen, so we might have a chance at drawing them in, not scaring them off. Faythe swallowed her chuckle, struggling against the tug of her lips at the flash of ire in Mullen's hazel eyes. He huffed a dismissive laugh, but said nothing more as he turned and began his walk to the large ornate main doors. Faythe flashed a look of thanks to Heir, who gave her a side smirk in amusement. As soon as Faythe stepped through the great doors, she found herself breathless and awestruck, as if it were her first time seeing the colossal courtyard. Ryanel's royal citadel was built like nothing she'd seen or imagined before. It wasn't a simple solid stone keep. The castle was a spectacular perimeter building for the vast open space in its center. Stepping past the colonnades was like being in an open coliseum. So far, she'd spent most of her time in Ryanel indoors, getting used to their way of life and training every moment she could to take her mind off her nerves and homesickness. So this felt wonderfully freeing. They descended the few long stairs and began to walk across the endless courtyard. Faythe craned her neck, admiring the impressively tall castle structure around them. Glancing back, she looked up at the viewing balcony and recoiled in a hot flush at the sight of the king standing there. She quickly turned out of cowardice, and judgment crawled over her skin with every step.
"He doesn't expect anything from you,"
Reylan said quietly. "I don't know what to say to him," she admitted with a drop of disappointment.
"You're here, and you're trying. He sees that. It speaks louder to him than words."
His sapphire soothed her with encouragement, and Faythe was overcome by how much she needed to hear those words. The assurance that her presence in Ryanel wasn't a disappointment. She might have embraced him if they weren't in the company of others. Stepping over the giant phoenix crest branded in gold and crimson across the center courtyard, Faythe held her chin with more determination. She would overcome her fear and finally speak to Agalor, and that notion was all the more bearable with the knowledge Reylan would be right there to build her up and console her after. At the gates, a carriage awaited them. Elyum was an impressively large city. On foot, it would take them hours to reach the edge of the outer ring. Though the closer they got, Faythe noticed the carriage was considerably small, certainly not big enough to accommodate the 3 huge warriors, plus Faythe and Malin. Stopping beside the cart, Malin answered her thoughts.
"I believed it would just be you and me, princess."
He neglected to offer any larger transport.
"I prefer the skies anyway,"
Azaya interjected. Faythe turned just in time to catch the quick flare of light before the youngest brother transformed into an eagle, soaring higher and higher. When her gaze fell to meet Raylan's, his concern and irritation was far from subtle. Malin had already made himself comfortable in the cart, in no way bothered by the departure of the Fae or how they planned to get to the outer ring. She offered Reylan a weak side smile, not best pleased by the situation, but needing to curb his worry. "I'll be okay," Faythe said when it was clear he was debating finding another way there so she would not be left alone with her beloved cousin. Raylan's eyes flashed to her upper thigh, specifically to the dagger strap there. Faythe grinned. "Are you more concerned for his safety that I might use it, or mind that he might give me cause to?" The corner of Raylan's mouth curled up just a little, but it was enough to relax her.
"I couldn't care less for that bastard's safety, but yours."
Faythe couldn't stop herself. She reached out a hand to hold his arm. His palm encased it, and a flutter passed through her chest with the contact. "I'll see you in the outer city," she said. With a lingering look, her hand fell, and she turned from him to enter the carriage before her nerves rallied to stop her. Slipping onto the bench opposite Malin, Faythe glanced sideward. Reylan was already gone. Curious to see whether he'd taken Kylier's ability to shadowport or Azaya's ability to shapeshift, she shuffled over and leaned out the open window. Instinctively, her eyes traveled skyward, as if she already knew the answer. Faythe immediately spotted a white bird circling above, and she grinned wide, suppressing a chuckle.
"How you managed to bend Ryanel's top war commanders to your will, I'll admit, I'm impressed. You make quick work."
Malin's voice was laced with the distaste he didn't bother holding back in private. Faythe eased back into the carriage as it jolted forward. She stared at her cousin, who wore a haughty smile. Malin shared her hue of hazel hair, and his eyes almost matched the tone. He was elegantly beautiful, but had a sly, manipulative look about him that made her distrust him the moment she laid eyes on him. From what she'd been warned, Malin was also a powerful Nightwalker like Agalor, who was legendary in his ability. This was the first time she'd had the displeasure of being alone with him, and he looked to be relishing in their bonding time. She knew it was only to gauge her as a possible threat to his claim of the throne. The notion seemed ridiculous, but admittedly highly amusing. Faythe leaned back casually. "Are you jealous, Malin?" He sneered. "Jealous of a human street rat? Hardly." She hated that the comment stung. She kind of wanted to hurt him. Everything about him said he would deserve it, but she had to be smart. "Threatened, then? That you might lose your crown to a mere human street rat." It wasn't wise for her to rile someone as powerful as Malin, but short of physical violence, words were all she had. The flash of challenging fury in his eyes made her believe her words struck far deeper than a blade. To his credit, he didn't allow his anger to surface and maintained his composure. "You may be an Ashfire in name, but you are an insult to what the name stands for." Malin unleashed his hatred in a cool, calculated calm, as if it were fact, not opinion. When Faythe's hands curled tighter, he smirked down at her clenched fists. "You don't know anything about me," she said pathetically. "Do I not?" Malin's mouth turned into a crooked, goading smile as he leaned toward her with the gleam of a predator. "Faythe Ashfire, tragically impoverished street girl of High Pharaoh, trying desperately to find her place in this world. You might as well be an orphan still, since you're too spineless to face your own father. You're weak, Faythe, and you will never be fit to rule. Never live long enough to make an impact on anything. Your insignificant life will be short and a waste of talent." Finishing his slander of her name and existence, Malin sat back again in triumph. Faythe's eyes burned, her rage momentarily clouded by humiliation and worthlessness. A part of her, a large, hideous part of her, agreed with him. It stirred damning thoughts in her mind, and she wanted to tell the world to burn and give up right then. She cast her eyes up to the red velvet roof of the carriage, as if she would see the fleeting bright summer clouds instead, the silver birds soaring above them. Reylan had stayed with her in her darkest moments, never given up on her or seen her for her weaknesses. Faythe gripped onto his belief in her, letting it chase the shadow of uncertainty Malin tried to give life to. She would not be weak. She would not cower. When she dropped her eyes back down, she fixed them hard on the prince. Ice sedated her fears and cooled the quick heat of embarrassment. She would not let him win. "Do you want to know what I see when I look at you, Malin?" The prince quirked a brow, finding entertainment in her opposition. "Fear. So expertly hidden behind false confidence. A name is just a word, another mask. Without a crown, without that claim to the Ashfire name. Who are you?" She didn't leave room for answer. "The difference between you and me is that I don't need a name or a title or a damn thing to tell me who or what I am. I didn't come here to lay claim to a throne from name alone, but I also didn't come all this way to deny my heritage. I may have come from nothing, but I will rise to everything. The greatest triumph will be having you there to bear witness as I do." Faythe sat back, but didn't relish the look of loathing that seethed on Malin's face. He was wicked, but he was no fool. And while he was armed with a sword and dagger, She was confident he wasn't unhinged or brazen enough to attack the king's daughter. Though she did picture what it would be like to face off against her cousin in a sparring ring, fair and equal in combat. The thought of plunging a dagger into his heart was darkly pleasing. Accidents happened all the time in training rings.
"Watch yourself,"
Malin said, so low she almost missed it. Faythe flicked her gaze to him at the warning, but he was looking innocently out the window, his face wiped of all expression. Her spine stiffened to suppress the chill that swept over her. She would have dismissed the threat as idle, but Malin was cunning and crafty, and something about his cool demeanor made her always on edge around him. She would be a fool to ever underestimate him. Faythe blanked him from her mind completely after the hostile conversation. She didn't expect the journey alone with him to be pleasant, but she couldn't have predicted just how bold he was. Malin had great influence within the castle, and Faythe would have to be careful not to put herself on the wrong side of the nobles in court. She had no choice but to back down and keep herself off Malin's radar as best she could. Shuffling closer to the window, Faythe admired the city streets that brought a smile to her face. Elliam was a glorious merging of the pristine Caius city and outer town of Farahold. The streets were wonderful and well kept, but not with as many dauntingly high buildings of gleaming white stone that looked too perfect to be lived in. Elliam was beautifully diverse, appealing to all walks of life. They were still within the inner ring, but Faythe had spotted several humans already, some in friendly conversation with the Fae. The streets were lively with cheerful chatter, and she caught the sounds of various instruments blessing the streets with joy and vibrancy. They passed under an archway, and Faythe deduced they had entered the outer ring as the sets of rounded ears became far more frequent, and pointed ears near absent altogether. It was clear they had dropped in wealth and status as the buildings saddened into hues of brown, a gut-wrenching reminder of her old hut in Farahold. Though, in contrast, at least the atmosphere remained positive, and laughter could still be heard, unlike the dreary gloom of her former home. Faythe let loose a sigh of relief when they finally pulled to a halt. The air in the carriage had become suffocating with the tension that thickened between her and the prince. The door opened immediately, and Faythe didn't pause for politeness as she made to leave first. All her riled-up irritation dissipated the moment she met with familiar, calming sapphires. Raylan's hard eyes didn't hold warmth or relief. They left her to target the prince who emerged behind her. Faythe moved to stand by the general's side, wondering if he'd caught their conversation from his position in the sky. Malin wore his usual smug look, and even smirked, not in the least bit fazed by the White Lion's intimidation. His status protected him from any retaliation from his inferiors, and for once, that included Reylan. Faythe narrowed her eyes on him, thinking perhaps he'd wanted Reylan to hear his slander, if only to enjoy his restrained anger knowing he couldn't do anything to defend her. It was a horribly guilty feeling to know she could be used to invoke such a reaction.
"Well, I do have business I must attend to," Malin drawled, his irritating voice snapping her back to the present. "Enjoy the town, princess. I will meet you back here. An hour should suffice." He didn't wait for her to agree, twisting on his heel and stalking away into the masses of humans. Faythe stared after him. It wasn't her concern what he got up to in his spare time, nor what exactly Malin's idea of business entailed in a human settlement. She despised her suspicion as she watched his back all the way until he disappeared in the throng of bodies.
"You need to be careful around him,"
Reylan said with a sharp edge as he matched her line of sight. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Faythe huffed a laugh. "You should have warned me about him. It might have swayed my decision to come all this way to Ryanel."
"Precisely why I didn't,"
he muttered. They turned and began to stroll through the streets.
He's always had his eyes on the throne, but Ryanel would be damned if it ever fell to him.
Faythe felt heavy with the indirect message in his words, and the burden that perhaps Reylan still hoped she would take his place. Damned it might have to be, she answered quietly. She felt Raylan's eyes on her, but was too sheepish to meet them, as she couldn't stand disappointing him. She didn't leave the silence lingering for long. Spying a veranda-covered alley, her mood picked up in giddy excitement as she read the sign. Sloane Market. "Did you bring any money?" Faythe asked with a childish grin. Reylan relaxed at her enthusiasm and gave a short nod. Faythe wasted no time in heading through the maze of delightfully fragrant stalls of home-baked goods and handmade wares. It was exactly the humble setting she needed after being surrounded by so much finery and prestige. The market was bustling, but thanks to the natural deterrent of her fey companion, most humans shuffled out of their way at the sight of the stern-faced warrior. It wasn't out of fear of him, however, not like in Farrowhold, which made her feel less imposing in their joyful space. "You could muster a smile, you know," Faythe teased, watching him scan the area, alert for the slightest possible foul play. She picked up a small pocket dagger off a table, admiring its beautifully jeweled handle. Reylan didn't even try to act pleased. She huffed, setting the small blade back down, ignoring the vendor's disgruntled look when she didn't make a purchase. But then she paused and decided to rise above his uptight, mood-dampening presence. "In fact, I'll take it." She beamed at the man behind the counter, swiping it from his collection. Faythe turned to Reylan expectantly, giving a jerk of her head. While she kept a sweet smile, he rolled his eyes, reaching into his pocket to produce a silver coin. Faythe near skipped through the stalls, making several purchases and enjoying immensely the mundane activity of shopping. Reylan trailed behind her, and when she caught sight of a particularly scandalous set of wares, Faythe smiled deviously to herself. She was running her fingers over the luxurious, intricate lace when she realized Reylan wasn't so close behind anymore. When she turned, she had to bite her lip to keep from giggling at the Fey warrior purposely averting his gaze a few feet away from the items on the stall. "Your phony innocence is cute," she teased. The internal conversation made him snap his head to her, and she waved him over. Raylan seemed inclined to protest, but at her pleading look, he groaned faintly and made the few strides over. Faythe folded an arm, propping her chin in one hand. "I'm thinking the white," she pondered with scrutiny. When he didn't respond, she slid her eyes to him, her smile turning into a grin. "You're blushing, General. Have you never seen a woman's lacy wares before?" Raylan scowled at her, which only added to her growing amusement. Faythe rolled her eyes playfully, turning to leave. "Men never do care. I don't know why we bother." The red. She halted, a slow, triumphant smile tugging at her lips. She forced it down as she turned back, crossing her arms over her chest. Faythe glanced at the deep red and golden-accented lace set, but didn't admit it was the one that had caught her eye in the first place. "Is that the color you desire to see all your feminine companions in?" There was a shift in his eyes, a darkening of the sapphires. They flexed slightly as if he were physically refraining from dropping his gaze to glance over her body. Faythe shivered, then felt a heat creep along her cheeks at the knot that formed in her stomach, which traveled lower. She dropped her arms along with all her witty remarks as she broke the stare that was becoming too intense to bear in a public space. "I, for one, think you would look exquisite in the white, Faythe." Faythe would have been grateful for the interruption of Isaiah's voice, except in registering his words, her warm cheeks blazed. Reylan shot him a warning look, and it was scary enough that Isaiah smoothed his playful smirk immediately. Kylier appeared behind the general through quick clouds of black smoke.
"Mullen is waiting back at the carriage,"
he informed them. Faythe didn't fail to pick up on his distaste when he spoke the prince's name. She slumped, enjoying her time in the town so much she didn't want to go back to court confines. And her desire to see Mullen again was even less. Reluctantly, she followed after the Fae as they all turned to leave. Faythe trailed a step behind, casting her gaze over the remaining stalls. A quick gleam of light attracted her attention to a nearby jewelry stand. Faythe halted. It could have been a simple ray of sunlight breaking through the veranda cover, but it didn't beckon her to any jewel. Her feet diverted from their straight path while she fixed her gaze on the item that silently called for her to investigate. It was a basket of brass pins most wouldn't spare a second glance at, yet Faythe was driven to them while her breathing quickened the closer she got. She beheld the single expertly crafted metal pin that lay among so many others, yet stood out so formidably. Her hesitant fingers reached to retrieve it. She held it up, her blood chilling. A hollow circle divided by an upturned crescent moon, 2 lines overlapping its circumference. Faythe had seen it before. The flash of memory finally connected in her mind as she recalled the symbol marked above a beautiful raven-haired spirit in the library of High Pharaoh. Dakotas, the spirit of death and goddess of the moon.
"What's wrong?"
Raylan's voice was steeped in concern as she stared and stared wide-eyed at the brass pin, fingers trembling under the cool metal. She couldn't respond. Faythe looked back at the table, blanching as she sifted through the basket of brass. She fished out another, a hollow circle, 3 lines overlapping its circumference. There was no questioning it was Aurealis's mark. Frantic, she finally found the remaining one she felt attracted to, completing the set of 3. A downward-pointing triangle within a hollow circle. A single line struck through its circumference. Faythe laid out the pins and gawked at the set of ancient spirit symbols before her. It couldn't be a coincidence she was seeing them now, when she had been tasked by Aurealis to seek out Dakotas' temple and stop the perilous events that could unfold if the spirit of death wasn't prevented from transitioning into their world. No, it wasn't chance. It was a reminder. Time was counting down, and she couldn't avoid it much longer. Faythe felt nauseous at the thought of the dangerous quest, one she had yet to tell anyone about. Her time of leisure in the kingdom of the Phoenix was coming to an end, and she still had so much to do, so much to face.
Blood is the key to chase away foe.
Faythe snapped her eyes up to the stall-keeper, rattled by a ghostly chill at her words. Words that sounded hauntingly familiar. "What?" she breathed, even though she had heard the woman clearly.
"That'll be 2 coppers."
The woman beamed, her face turning bright. Faythe was shaken. The stall-keeper furrowed her brow, tilting her head in bewildered recognition.
"Liliana?"
At the mention, Faythe's heart skipped, and she backed up a step. "No,
What are you rambling on about? She hasn't—"
The man who previously had his back to her behind the counter turned, eyes widening after a few seconds when they landed on Faythe.
"By the gods!"
he whispered. Then his voice picked up, all but shouting.
"The Queen has returned!"
Faythe shook her head, but couldn't form any words to insist he was wholly mistaken. Attention stirred along the Sloane Market, heads turning to gawk at her, and to Faythe's horror, bodies began to flood over to where she stood. The clamor of voices rose. It was an indistinguishable hum, and Faythe flushed with dizzying heat in the crowd of humans. Her eyes flashed from face to face as they all spoke to her, but she couldn't make out their words. Some were of praise, some relief, others adoring, but none of them were directed at her, not really. The humans clustered to welcome back their long-lost queen, her mother. But she was never coming back, and Faythe wasn't her mother. She wasn't the one these people loved. Blinking hard, she internally screamed and fought against her need to curl into herself and disappear. Her throat tightened. Someone reached out to touch her, and she jerked violently. Spinning around, Faythe had every instinct to break into a sprint and get as far away from the claustrophobic mass as possible. But she was immediately met by a wall that blocked her path. No, not a wall. It was warm, safe. Reylan, I've got you. Faythe pressed her body to his and tuned into his voice to steady her pulse before coming apart. A minute crawled so slowly, but she reeled back her panic and regained her composure. Reylan didn't release her, not until he felt her legs were no longer at risk of buckling, and she stepped back. The crowd wasn't so close anymore. When she turned, it was a great relief to find they hadn't advanced to her thanks to Kylier and Azaya's intimidating poise, warning them to keep their distance. The repetition of her mother's name was the only thing that rang out over the chaos of voices, striking Faythe with waves of grief and guilt. Raylan's hand on her back once again broke her from her spiral into despair. His touch willed her feet to move, and she let the buzz of voices fade away as they made haste out of the closed-in stone maze of a market. Faythe inhaled the clear air deeply when they emerged into the open square. While she paced, attempting to clear her mind as much as her lungs, Raylan stood still, his face creased with concern and troubled thoughts. He opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a low whistle. Faythe halted, whipping her head around. At the sight of Malin, her anger momentarily blazed to drown her frantic emotions. "I wondered if they would still remember her," he drawled in mild surprise. "Though a queen she was not. Just another human street rat." Malin tilted his head, hands stuffed into his pockets. Slowly, a sly smile curved the side of his mouth. Faythe saw red. She jolted toward him, but didn't get a step closer before Raylan's arm went around her shoulders to stop her. She wanted to screw the damned consequences and take her newly purchased pocket dagger to his throat. His look of triumph spoke the true reason for his inviting her to the human town. It was not to simply be among her kind and feel welcome. No, of course not. It was a ploy to gauge her reaction should she be recognized as her mother, the People's Queen, as Reylan once called her. Perhaps to rattle her confidence and prove she was unfit to ever carry the weight of a crown. Faythe's desire to submit was dominated by her need to rise, to prove him wrong. She spared a glance at Reylan, who still held her, and his arm loosened when she reassured him she would not retaliate, as pleasing as it would be. She shrugged out of his hold and stormed the few steps to the wicked prince. All three of her Fey companions circled close when she stopped in front of him. Malin didn't flinch. Instead, his smile turned darkly predatory. Faythe said nothing. She looked him over, from the sleek tendrils of his hair to the polish of his boots. Slowly, deliberately. Her appraisal gained her the reaction she wanted. It was in the quick flinch of his eyes and the faint locking of his jaw, so subtle she might have missed it. Her silent assessment enraged him, though he tried to mask it. Thoughts were often betrayed by expression. Faythe held the power to delve deep into a person's mind, but she often gained exactly what she needed by being observant enough to see the true story surface on a person's face. When her eyes trailed back up to hold his hardened stare, she wore defiance in her own expression. She didn't care if he saw it before she brushed past him. It took great restraint and a tremendous test of wills to storm away without engaging. Faythe reeled back her anger at Mullen and let the ghost of panic from the mob disperse with each heavy step she took. Reylan, Heir, and Isaiah were close, but they left her to calm down as she marched past the carriage. There was no way in rutting Dam she was suffering the journey back with her spiteful cousin. After a minute, Reylan fell into step beside her. "I'm not proud of my anger sometimes," she muttered, mild embarrassment surfacing from her near outburst.
"When it's justified and directed at the right source, you should be."
Faythe glanced at him and let loose a breathy laugh at his crooked smile.
"You can't let him get to you. He's threatened and will do whatever he can to make sure you don't become a serious candidate for the throne," he went on. "He can think whatever he wants about you, but those of us who can see are not fools to count you out so quickly."
"I'd like to squash his pompous head one day," Isaiah chimed in, flattening his palms together. Faythe giggled at the sight. Isaiah was far more playful and laid back than his brother and the esteemed general. She relished in his contagious humor, which was a natural deterrent to any sour mood. Heir was warm and welcoming in his own way, a fiercely protective older brother to Isaiah, despite them appearing the same age. Faythe had felt his fraternal love the moment she met him in Ryanel.
"Mullen will get what's coming to him. Never had no fury like a pissed-off Faythe Ashfire."
Heir shot her a wink, but the look of pride in his eyes swelled in her chest. Faythe may have only been in the kingdom of the Phoenix for a couple of months, but strangely, she'd never felt more at home. She couldn't be sure if it was the connection to her mother, the surprisingly welcoming Faye, or Reylan. Perhaps all of that. Whatever it was, she was ready to embrace anything the kingdom could throw at her. Chapter 5. Ziana. Ziana glided with unfaltering confidence through the dark passages of the labyrinth under the mountain. Her home, yet it had always felt more like her prison. A cage without bars, but offering the same sparse comforts. Warped, jagged walls that she was almost certain were constantly changing. The air was tainted by the silent wails of tormented souls, scented with hopelessness and death. Walking the carved-out passages often felt like wandering through a mass grave. While all the dark fae were forced to coexist, the exponential divide between the silver fair and black fair bloodlines always put tension in the air and tested dominance. The born competing with the transitioned. There was no comparison in her eyes. The dark fae were brutal, merciless, and strong, but the black fair bloodline was particularly savage, unhinged, and arguably unsuitable to be tamed into obedience. It wasn't something Ziana concerned herself with. They weren't under her jurisdiction as the delegated silver fair. Ziana got all of a few quiet seconds before she felt a presence creep up behind her, deliberately trying to elude her senses. One corner of her mouth twitched slyly. Before he could put a hand on her shoulder, she twisted, gripping his wrist and sending a bolt of electricity through her palm. He tensed, falling to one knee before her. Tynan grinned wickedly when she stopped her shockwaves, and he released a hard breath.
"I do love it when you play dirty."
His voice was a caress. Ziana rolled her eyes, releasing his wrist with a rough shove. Tynan Silverfair was her second in command, and the first pain in her ass. "You're going to have to try a little harder than that, Tynan."
"Maybe I wanted you to hear me."
She cast him a dead look when he fell into step beside her. He was tall, stunning with roguish hair of a dirty blonde. His eyes held a faint hazel that was often entrancing if one stared closely. Zayana might have chosen him to satisfy her occasional lust, knowing he would have gladly obliged, if he desired females at all.
"You've been busy tonight,"
he remarked, inhaling deeply to enjoy the scent of human blood still crusted in the cracks of her scarred hands. She ignored him. "Where are the others?" she asked with more bite than his playful reception, writing on the back of her disappointing visit to Galmeyer. The town was starting to bore her mindlessly. Bodies of potential targets dwindled daily with the reckless greed of the Blackfares, who often defied orders to leave the mountain and feed sloppily. It riled her to no end, despite the brutal punishment and often death that befell those who dared. The Silver Fares were born dark fae. The Black Fares were transitioned. Once ordinary fae turned into their dark sister species. It gave them an advantage in numbers, but they lacked discipline and restraint. Not all captured fae survived the transition attempted during the monthly full moon. Those who did either joined the ranks as a Blackfare deemed sane enough to be trained, or were judged too savage for purpose and put down like dogs, or used for far more brutal means.
Aislinn and Kellius are leading in the pit. I believe Drya and Selene are doing what they do best, and keeping eyes in the shadows,
Tynan informed her. It was exactly where she expected each of them to be, much to her pleasure. The 5 had been handpicked by Zayana to form her inner circle of the highest ranking and strongest Silver Fares, not through size or physical strength, but because each of them possessed unique attributes that made them an unshakable force to be reckoned with. Zayana's destination had been the pit anyway, not out of want, but out of duty as an overseer. It was the time of evening the young Silver Fares and Black Fares would be in training. As much as it was deliriously dull and frustrating to watch, Zayana's presence as the delegate was needed to keep them in line. Stepping into the wide, open space at least allowed her to take a deep breath of fresh air. The roof of the pit was gloriously open, giving a wonderful view of the night sky through the mountain's mouth of pointed teeth. The pit was where they trained, and where any sort of socializing and fighting took place. One was almost always followed by the other, though the uncertain order of those events kept things slightly interesting. The clang of steel and clamor of voices were enough to make Zayana internally recoil with a severe lack of want to be there. She preferred the silence and company of stars against a black sky. Regardless of her wants, she glided with dominant poise into the space. Those who were laughing or slacking immediately straightened out of fear when they caught sight of her, turning back to their tasks with new focus, in the hope she wouldn't have noticed. Still, Zayana observed everything without trying. What she chose to make a punishable issue depended on her mood, and right now, she only desired to get the night over with and not waste breath on petty lectures. One thing did catch her attention, however, when she glanced to the side of the hall, away from where Aislinn and Kellius were preoccupied overseeing swordplay. 3 young male Blackfares surrounded 1 young female Silverfare in the shadow cover of the pits. One grazed wicked fingers over her wing, and she flinched back, cowering into herself while the others laughed. Zayana blazed, fingertips already vibrating at the sight. She was caught between unleashing her wrath on the Blackfares for being bold enough to dare lay hands on her, and reprimanding her own who had wandered from their training. Her rage was already teetering on a razor's edge. Getting to release some of it might bring relief to the storm of her mind. The young dark fae glanced her way as she approached, taunting grins vanishing the moment they laid eyes on her. They started to back away, but Zayana was before them, the challenge in her eyes warning against it. "Touch her again," she said with lethal calm, "and you'll all find yourselves without hands." She summoned her lightning, allowing the purple bolts to crack over her fingers, and their eyes widened in fear. She was about to dismiss them when a wicked voice crept in, singing to her violence.
Now, Ziana. They were just having a little fun with one curious enough to wander over. If any of them should be reminded to stay in line, it is your own.
Ziana ground her teeth at the sound of Maverick, delegate of the Blackfairs. He sauntered over, picking aimlessly at the cuff of his leathers with an insufferable poise of arrogance. How many times had she envisioned tearing his throat out with her bare hands? She always promised to follow through one day. Perhaps when they weren't damned to live together under the abominable confines of the Mortis Mountains. Ziana turned from the Darklings to face off with the wickedly beautiful male. The quickest way to tell the transition from the born was in their onyx eyes, a darkness that consumed whatever humanity they might have harbored as Fae. Maverick was turned into a dark Fae after being captured from the kingdom of Dalrune over a century ago. He was one of the most successful transitions in their history, having kept the ability of fire he was born with when so many lost theirs, and their sanity. Maverick and Ziana were two of the very few who possessed any magic among the Dark Fae. They had grown up side by side, but always in competition. She bested him at many things, but he wasn't above cheating or lying to get his way, something Ziana had no time or respect for. They stared off in a battle of dominance, and she threw every ounce of her hatred for him into her stare. She wanted desperately to wipe the crooked smile from his face, or make it permanent with a blade. "Keep your rogues in line, Maverick, or I will," she warned. To maintain any semblance of peace under the mountain, and to prevent them from destroying each other, both bloodlines had rules set by the masters to abide by. They were prohibited from fighting in malice, and certainly from killing without cause.
Is that a threat?
Ziana tilted her head. If it were, you wouldn't be asking. She felt Tynan close behind her, ready to intervene should she give the order. She never did, but as her second in command, it was his duty to ensure her safety at all costs, protect her life with his own, if need be. It is merely a word of advice from one delegate to another. You'll find your little rogues aren't so useful without hands to wield a sword or wings to take flight. Maverick's eyes twinkled in dark delight as he took a brave step forward to further close the gap between them. The pit hushed to a quiet murmur, and weapon combat ceased at the rising conflict between the delegates, though everyone wisely kept their distance. The young dark fae beside them also backed up a few strides, but didn't make themselves scarce when they hadn't been granted leave to do so.
You seem feistier than usual tonight. I'm more than happy to oblige if you're in need of release, he taunted.
Ziana didn't react to his attempt to degrade her. Her eyes flashed down, then back up to meet his. She scoffed. You can keep that disappointment for those you bribe to warm your bed. She turned to storm off, getting all of a few paces before he called back to her. Just as you did with Finian. His words unleashed raw fury. A name and a past she'd long buried, along with his corpse. Maverick knew exactly where to strike. Tynan knew it too. His eyes darted between her and the dark fae who had made himself a target of her unhinged wrath. Ziana gripped the hilt of her sword at her hip. The cry of steel caressed her need for violence, and she turned to Maverick with the tamed anger of 1,000 storms. Say that name again, she dared, her voice cutting low. Unfazed, Maverick's answering look was goading.
Even after all this time, you still let him make you weak,
he sneered, shaking his head.
I can arrange for you to be reunited."
Zayana's veins hummed, lightning shooting from her fingers to trail jagged lines of electricity over the ornate crossguard of her sword. It sparked against the polished length of dark steel to light it up with lethal volts of vibrant purple.
"Your little lightning tricks are cute,"
he observed the dancing bolt, tilting his head in amusement.
"What would Finian?"
He didn't get the chance to finish. Damning the consequences, Zayana cast out her sword hand to point directly at him, firing a powerful charge in his direction through the conduction of her steel. She didn't need the blade to fight, but she itched to cross swords with the dark demon and release the fury in her bones. Maverick pivoted to narrowly avoid her attack. Lightning blasted across the pit, crashing with a near-splitting boom against the black stone wall. Coal debris crumbled, and the vibrations were felt against the ground. The sound shook the mountain. Maverick stared at the crater she'd created in the wall with raised eyebrows. He reached for his own sword then, turning his focus on her with a predatory triumph. Now he'd succeeded in provoking her. For striking first, it would be her punishment to face. She knew this, but she didn't care. The need to challenge him, silence him, overshadowed all consideration of the brutal beating she would receive for breaking the utmost law. Zayana twisted the blade in her wrist, charged once again, and waited for him to advance. It wasn't the first time she'd faced him in combat, only it was usually planned and allowed, with strict rules to prevent a death strike. With her surfaced anger, she wasn't certain she could hold back this time. She didn't need to size him up as opposition. She knew his style, every twitch, every habit, every flaw. Zayana was observant and smart. Maverick's shoulder hitched, and Zayana effortlessly sidestepped the anticipated dart of blue flame while advancing a long step toward him. Then his foot shifted a fraction, and she ducked low in response just as the horizontal sheet of fire sliced over her head. The gap between them shortened once more. His last attempt to hit her with his pathetic tricks was easy to twist around, and when she was close enough, steel echoed against steel with the weight of her rage. The impact vibrated through every nerve in her body, awakening, then consuming. She moved on instinct, becoming the blade that rose and fell, twisted and turned, unfaltering, unflinching. Maverick deflected, but she kept the lead and had him retreating several steps. In a foolish moment of gloating, she allowed their blades to lock. He glared at her with sinister malice through crossed swords.
"Beautifully untamed. Foolishly emotional,"
he remarked in an attempt to rile her further. It worked, distracting her for long enough that she didn't realize when Maverick conjured the heat of fire without flame, scorching her palms through her connected blade. Zayana hissed venomously, fingers uncurling from their tight grip on the hilt. Her sword clanged to the ground. She backed up a long stride, changing stance and bringing her hands up with only her ironclad middle and pointer fingers extended. Her ability was a discipline. It required movement, fluidity, and control to conjure and direct lightning. But she had long since mastered the dance of storms. Maverick smirked, but she didn't take it as a sign of mockery as she noticed the faltering of his bravado and the rigidity of his poise. He sheathed his blade, taking a sloppy counterstance with balled fists. He summoned the flame to encase his knuckles. Now it was Zayana's turn to smirk, then strike. She didn't give him a second to brace as she shot jagged strokes of lightning at him. She harnessed her anger, controlled her strength, and directed each bolt with precision and purpose. Maverick used all his focus to deflect and dodge, sending a few of his own lazy attacks, which exploded in beautiful, lethal fireworks of magic against her lightning. He was slowing, and Ziana let a sly smile of victory curl up one side of her mouth. Just as she felt confident she could send the blow to finally end it, he splayed his impressive wings, shooting upward to narrowly miss the flash of lightning that erupted against the opposite wall instead. Ziana twisted fast, a fraction away from having the blast he sent from above tear through her wings. She growled low in annoyance. Spineless, foolish coward to retreat like that. Debating for a quick moment whether or not to match him in the air above, she decided to track from below instead. Ziana danced around his onslaught of fire darts, but didn't strike back. Not yet. Her eyes were fixed on the insufferable black bat, her hands braced, silently charging her ability in her palms to deal her final blow. The electricity hummed delightfully at her fingertips, building in pressure, heating in anticipation. She reached deep into the storm well inside, conjuring the height of her ability and surfacing enough to inflict serious injury, but not to kill. No, as much as it would be her life's delight to win him once and for all, she couldn't kill him without facing execution herself. At least, not while she remained confined to the mountain under the laws of the Masters. One day, she would be free. And that day, she would unleash her centuries' worth of revenge on all those who wronged her. When the pulse of electricity trembled in her grasp, Ziana braced her legs to absorb the kickback of her strike. Bringing her hands together at her side, she merged the currents, directing the deadly sparks along her arm, over her chest, then casting the full force of her blast through the iron tips of her fingers. Her maneuver was quick, and Maverick was too arrogant from his position in the air to clock what she had prepared. It struck him. Maverick cried out and began to fall instantly, though not in the ungraceful, spluttering way she'd hoped for. He landed with dignity and composure. Ziana had to credit him for his strength, if anything, to withstand such a blow. He fell to one knee, tense and shaking, while the remnants of her lightning vibrated through him. Ziana charged once more, fingertips humming and singing to strike again. "Enough." The high-pitched feminine voice that bellowed through the pit silenced everything and struck her with trepidation. Though she knew she would face punishment, Ziana had hoped to finish the fight and have a moment to collect herself before word got back to the Masters. Casting her eyes up to the stone-fringed viewing platform, she instantly cursed her grave mistake when she beheld who looked down upon them. Ziana rarely felt even a fraction of fear, not even from Master Nephra, whose voice thundered. She could have handled the brutal beating from her. But having broken one of the utmost laws in front of their High Lord, however, justified dread gripped her cold, still heart. Chapter 6. Faythe. So, you're saying you could have shadow-ported with me and saved me the grueling ride with Mullen? Faythe cast Kylier a flat look as he offered to transport her back to the castle with his ability. The wicked prince in question had passed them in his pompous carriage a while ago, whereas they were only just entering the inner ring on foot. She declined Kylier's offer. For one, the thought of vanishing into spirits nowhere to end up elsewhere by his influence made her pale. That, and she'd been enjoying the leisurely stroll, taking in the vibrant, bustling streets and diverse citizens of Elyum.
I can carry 1 or 2 others at a time, depending on how far. I didn't mention it before because Mullen wouldn't have stopped trying to get you alone if he didn't get his empty ramblings off his stuffed chest, he explained.
Faythe huffed a laugh.
Besides, I knew you could handle him.
Her deviant smile fell as she glanced to her other side. While Kylier and Zaya strolled casually, she noticed Reylan remained tense and stared ahead, his face as straight as a die. Why didn't you warn me that people might still recognize my mother? Faythe asked him quietly, not in accusation, as the adoring chants of her long-past mother's name seemed to have struck a chord within the general, too. Raylan's look was torn.
I did fear it, but I hoped they wouldn't. I'm sorry, Faythe. I should have insisted against coming.
Faythe shook her head to cut him off. I wanted to come, and I'm glad we did. She offered a warm smile in an attempt to remove some of his obvious guilt. It was just a shock. I didn't realize how adored she was. Though it twisted a coil of dark grief to remember the people's uplifted faces and what she saw. It was hope and love. It made Faythe's chest swell with pride to know how much of an impact her mother had made in Ryanel to be so admired. It gave her a spark of determination to prove herself worthy of being her mother's daughter.
She was a bright flame in this kingdom, headstrong, fierce, loyal, utterly human, but that didn't matter.
Heir said solemnly.
She may have fled to High Pharaoh to protect you, but I believe even she knew an ember of the Phoenix was always destined to return to us.
Heir looked to her with a gleam of pride and wonder. Faythe's eyes burned with raw emotion at his passionate words and the loving way he spoke of her mother. Instead of succumbing to her insecurities, she gave a smile, rising a new need to be someone they should want to stake their beliefs in. Her thoughts, and perhaps even her feelings, seemed to be heard and felt by Reylan, whose face smoothed of its hard angles, the corners of his mouth upturning a fraction. I got some nice new things. Thank you, by the way, Faythe said to him.
Though you forgot one thing at that last stall.
Isaiah was prevented from finishing by a quick jab to his side by Heir's elbow. He looked at his brother incredulously.
What? All I was going to say was Faythe and the White...
He cut off his own sentence this time as his eyes flashed to Reylan, and his face fell instantly.
The white pearl necklace would have looked exquisite,
he reluctantly grumbled. They hadn't even passed such wares. Faythe was caught between deep amusement and a flush of embarrassment at the topic. To distract herself, she observed the mob of pedestrian traffic they weaved through. She had one thought on her mind, which she'd wanted to confirm since she saw the wonderful diversity among the humans in Faythe here. Did many from Fensted flee to Ryanel after the battles? She pondered, admiring the beauty of the golden and rich deep brown skin tones. Reylan nodded.
Agalor offered safe refuge to anyone who could make it here. A lot of the Fensted natives chose to stay between Esmire and Fenner. Those towns are closest to their bordering kingdom. Most of them preferred to reside in the hillsides and forest land instead of in the city. Even though Eliam offers more security, they are still highly protected by Ryanel forces in the towns on the outskirts.
Faythe was mesmerized by the bustling progressiveness. There was no divide here. She felt a surge of pride for Agalor, and it thrilled her as much as terrified her to realize it wasn't only because of his selfless, generous act when their ally was in need. Faythe slowly filled with hope for herself, because she was his daughter, and for once she didn't want to cower from that fact. Rather, she wanted to rise to it with each new honorable trait she discovered about him. She wondered if Toria knew how many of her people were still alive. Faythe felt warmly at ease among those she passed as she'd heard many tales from the Fensted princess about their culture and homeland. Eliam was nothing compared to the vivid imagery Toria had painted in Faythe's mind when she spoke devotedly of the kingdom of the stag and her people. It was a place Faythe could only dream of seeing for herself before it was brutally conquered. Now she ached to think that her friend, having been in High Pharaoh since the battles, had no knowledge of those who sought refuge in the kingdom of the Phoenix, their greatest allies, awaiting their queen to lead the party home one day. She tucked away her thoughts and feelings, wanting nothing more than to share what she had seen of Toria's thriving people and inspire a bout of hope within her. The stretch of road they walked widened, and she no longer needed to dodge clusters of bodies. They strolled casually, Faythe's eyes darting all over the city, trying to take in as much as she could since she wasn't sure when her next visit would be. At the bottom of the intersection, two Fae emerged, escorting a stumbling human man. His blonde curls bounced while he folded into himself, clearly intimidated by the guards on either side. Faythe's brow furrowed. She couldn't take her eyes off him and watched his back. Her breathing hitched, heart rate picking up. The man's walk struck a chord of familiarity, as did the honey color of his hair, the backpack he gripped tightly. "Wait!" Faythe meant to call out, but it barely left her lips as a whisper in her disbelief.
"What's wrong?"
Raylan's voice sharpened in alarm, hand darting to the dagger at his side. Faythe ignored him, picking up the pace as she stared and stared at the human's back, not quite believing the face her mind had already matched to the poise and disheveled hair, until he turned around. "Wait!" she did call this time, and the Fae guards halted upon hearing it. The human turned. Faythe's heart stopped along with her steps. She recoiled, blinking hard to be sure she wasn't conjuring some illusion. His eyes also widened like saucers in shock, then filled with relief. "Reuben?" she choked out. He nodded slowly, then vigorously, overcome with emotion that he'd been found by a friendly face in a foreign kingdom. Reuben's shoulders slumped, his eyes glittering with tears. They both jogged the few strides and collided in each other's arms. He shook with sobs. Faythe was too stunned to cry. She pulled back, scanning over every inch of his smooth, boyish face, which looked so familiar but foreign at the same time, as if he'd aged far more than she imagined. He was dirty and reeked of days at sea, like salt and ale. But he wasn't harmed. "What in the damned spirits are you doing here?" she breathed, incredulous. The last she'd seen her childhood friend, she was loading him as cargo on the next ship out of Heir to Lake Laria. It made no sense that he was in Ryanel when they'd chosen the destination to keep him safe after he acted as a spy of Valgard, as they were led to believe. It was a false frontage, a masterful diversion by King Orlon. Agalor would have checked any foreigners for treason if they tried crossing the borders, and she had no doubt the border was exactly where he was being escorted to now. Reuben didn't even know about her, about what she was or who she was. Oh, gods. She nearly swayed at the thought of everything she had to explain to him. Though one good thing would come out of it, he would be safe here. She would damn well make sure of that. Reuben wiped his face quickly, shrinking back when he caught a glimpse of the three intimidating Fae warriors behind her. Faythe had forgotten all about them. She flashed a look at Reylan, whose hand still hovered over his blade, eyes fixed with scary intensity on the feeble threat of Reuben. Faythe resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "He's a friend from Heir. I'll explain later." Raylan's gaze snapped to hers at the internal conversation. He gave a subtle nod, but didn't relax. "I could ask you the same thing," Reuben mumbled. "But gods, am I glad to see you, Faythe." The two Fayguard escorts came up behind him. Reuben went rigid with fear, eyes desperate while he held her stare in a silent plea for help. They grabbed his arms, and Faythe jolted. "Let him go!" Neither of them seemed fazed by her command. Her fingers flexed with a flare of anger. "We've to take him in for interrogation. He'll spend a night in the cells," one of them drawled, eager to get their duty over with and clearly irked her interruption had delayed the task.
You will let him go, she repeated, straightening confrontationally.
On the orders of whom go? The other sneered. Then they both shared a mocking laugh.
Faythe's eyes flashed at the belittlement. Her hand itched to reach for her sword, which she knew wasn't at her side. With the walking armory that accompanied her, she hadn't felt the need for it on her venture into the city. Instead, her fingertips grazed the handle of the short dagger at her thigh as Reylan stepped up beside her.
On the order of myself.
His firm voice left no room for dispute.
Second to those of Faythe Ashfire.
Snapping her head to him, Faythe's chest burst with pride. Reylan hadn't overpowered her. He'd matched her rank. More than that, he'd asserted his own power of authority as beneath hers. Faythe was conflicted with immense gratitude and a dousing of guilt, feeling she didn't have the right to the name that made the guards instantly drop their arms and offer a low bow. Not when she'd been fighting against what it stood for at every turn. She wouldn't abuse the authority she had been granted the will to use, wouldn't call upon it simply when it suited her situation. It was time to choose. Rise or yield. Embrace her name, claim her heritage, and fight for what could be hers. Or submit and leave Ryanel no choice but to fall into the hands of the only other Ashfire after Agalor. Malin was cunningly selfish and pompously arrogant. She had no doubt he had it in him to rule. He was raised for it. Whereas she was a far cry from the established Fey royalty. But Malin was not the people's king, not beloved like Agalor, not like her mother. When standing in the face of such mental turmoil, Faythe realized her answer had always been there, shadowed by ugly doubt and insecurities. Facing off with the guard, she raised her chin, giving a short nod in acceptance of their apology. Faythe wasn't born with a crown. She wasn't raised on a diet of politics and courtship. Every monarch before her had been taught from birth to know their path, crafted and molded by their ancestors past. But perhaps it was time to break that mold and find out what could become of a ruler shaped entirely of her own clay. Of heart, not expectation. Faythe cast her eyes up to where she could spy the castle of Ryanel in the distance, to where the grand pillars of the building topped with a stone-carved firebird emblem could be seen as a proud beacon for the kingdom, a sight that answered without question who she was. The crown of Ryanel had 2 heirs, but Faythe didn't fear the battle ahead to lay her rightful claim. Malin Ashfire's hateful words would lose him the thing he valued most, as every spiteful insult and belittling remark was a small offering of tinder to fuel her fire. Only when it was too late would he realize he'd inspired his own downfall. Following the confrontation with the Fey guards in the city, Faythe felt different. She walked the halls with new purpose, feeling the crimson tapestries welcome her home, the firebird emblem blazing in her wake, as though even the castle was waiting for her to accept who she was, who she could be. She felt weightless and free, and embraced it before the heavy weight of her decision bore down on her. The Ashfire name she still had to prove herself worthy of. Reuben rushed to keep up with her and her Fey companions. Reylan didn't speak. He hadn't spoken a word since his declaration in the city. Faythe didn't need him to. His waves of pride had struck through her, as if he'd known all along she would come to this point, and had been patiently awaiting her. At Faythe's rooms, Kylier and Isaiah bid their goodbyes, but Reylan lingered, eyes darting between Reuben and Faythe. Her lips curled in amusement. Does he really look like a threat to you?
He came from Lake Laria. No one ever does. I helped you gain a moment with him,
but he will still need to be questioned.
Faythe's smile fell, eyebrows knitting together instead. No, he doesn't. You don't know what he's been through. He's my friend and I trust him, she said fiercely, not leaving any room for argument. But Reylan never backed down when he thought his challenge was called for. It was something Faythe greatly admired about him, and it also made him a commanding pain in her ass. Before Reylan could counter, Reuben shuffled awkwardly, stealing their attention. His eyes shifted between Faythe and Reylan as they stared at each other with odd intensity through their internal debate. Faythe's cheeks flamed. Reuben still had no idea about her ability. She could only imagine how wild they must have looked, conversing through animated looks alone. Faythe opened the door to her rooms and motioned Reuben inside, then turned back to the stern-faced general. "I'm sure you'll hear with plenty of reaction time if he tries anything," she said loosely, already anticipating he'd deign to wander close by. To her surprise, his stiff brow eased, but his features remained sharp.
"Actually, I have something I need to do. There will be guards posted along the hall. Faythe."
Reylan stopped himself, and she wanted desperately to know the end of what he had to say. He released a long breath, finishing instead with,
"I'll be gone for a week."
Faythe straightened. "Gone where?" she asked, hating the sinking feeling in her stomach. His jaw twitched in conflict as he answered.
"I have duties in the war camps outside Elyum."
The guarded look of his sapphire eyes told her it wasn't the truth. Her chest tightened, then hollowed out completely with the knowledge he would lie to her. "Well, don't hurry back on my account." The coldness in her tone hurt her as much as it did him. There was an instant twist of guilt, as she realized she was only deflecting the pain he'd caused her. The worry that perhaps he didn't trust her as much as she thought he did. She turned, about to abandon him in the hallway, but his hand caught her elbow.
"Kai and Isaiah will be around for anything you need, and you don't even need to leave your rooms if you don't want to."
His voice was quiet, a hint of a plea in his words. "I can handle myself. I don't need babysitters." Without giving in to her impulse to steal a last embrace and take back her harsh words, Faythe entered her rooms, swiftly closing the doors. She shut her eyes for a moment, unsure if it was her own sadness or Raylan's that momentarily coursed through her, since he had yet to move from the other side of the door. When he did walk away, Faythe was awfully disappointed in herself. He didn't know her an explanation for his ventures. He was the sole thing that had kept her afloat on this merciless sea of new foreign customs and information. He was her guide.
"A good friend of yours?"
At Reuben's voice, Faythe snapped her eyes open, having momentarily forgotten his presence. Heat flooded her cheeks at the suggestion in his words. "Yes, just a friend," she emphasized, pushing off the wooden door. Stalking over to Reuben, Faythe scanned him from head to toe, taking a few seconds to fully comprehend he was really here when she thought she would never see his boyish grin and bouncing blonde curls again. She shook her head in disbelief, a bemused smile curling her lips. "By the spirits, Reuben, we have a lot to catch up on." For the next hour, Faythe relayed her story. With the warmth of the fire, they sat immersed in conversation while she explained what had happened in detail since the moment he left them on the ship to Lake Laria. She told of the impossible, the inconceivable, and the danger that was far from over. To her surprise, Reuben absorbed everything far better than she anticipated. Nothing seemed to amaze him, and she even had to pause a few times, concerned by his lack of outward shock, about her ability, her status in Ryanel, and all the perilous and twisted events that had come in between, featuring their mutual friends, her new Fey companions, and the new king of Heir.
That's why I came back, actually, he interjected at the mention of Nick.
Faythe frowned in question, and he gave a soft chuckle.
They're not cut off from current affairs, you know. In Lake Laria, I mean. When I heard there was a new king, I thought it might be safe to come back. Though I must have taken the wrong ship. God's faith, I can't tell you how much of a relief it is to find you here. I might be headed to my execution otherwise.
While he sounded genuine, Reuben looked troubled as he watched the fire dance in the grate. He leaned forward in his seat, and Faythe copied the movement in anticipation.
"What is it like over there?"
she pressed with piqued curiosity. Conflict creased his face. He was silent for a moment, and Faythe watched him intently. She swore she caught his eyes flickering with a darkness she had never seen in him before. She studied his face, which had aged with a sharpness since she last saw him, and was guarded, as if he'd learned how to shield the vulnerable emotions she was used to him bearing so openly. The boy she knew was gone, replaced by a man she had yet to know. Her guilt and sadness and wondering what he'd endured didn't get the chance to take root when he spoke.
It's wonderful. The people, the lands, the water, but...
He paused, and a flash of something dark and desolate flinched his eyes. Faythe's back straightened with chilling unease. It were as though he had traveled to some haunting memory while staring unflinchingly into the fire pit. "Are you all right?" Reuben seemed to snap out of whatever had caused his shift in mood. When he turned his head to her, the darkness winked out of his expression so fast, she wondered if she'd imagined it. His features returned to their usual softness, and he smiled brightly. The sudden contrast only added to her concern.
"I was homesick. I missed you all. And my mother, how is she?"
Faythe felt her heart stop, blood going cold, and recoiled with a breath of horror. Reuben didn't know. He wouldn't have found out from across the sea that his mother had been taken, killed in Reuben's place when he was discovered missing. She got to her feet, breathing hard, her throat tightening, and faced away from him, a hand going over her mouth as she stalked a few paces away, trying to figure out how to break the world-shattering news. She couldn't look at him, didn't even know if there existed the right sequence of words to explain the death of a loved one.
"She's gone, isn't she?"
Faythe twisted back, locking wide eyes on him. Reuben remained seated. His expression was grim, but his reaction was not what she expected. She mustered a solemn nod, eyes burning. "I'm so sorry." She choked through the lump of grief in her throat. The dagger that struck her chest was similar to when she discovered the tragedy. Reuben rose, and when he was close enough, he pulled Faythe into a comforting embrace. She returned it tightly, her body trembling with sorrowful sobs. Her friend didn't cry, and she found his lack of outward emotion odd. When she pulled back, not one tear glittered in his hard brown eyes. Faythe didn't feel right to question it. Everyone dealt with grief in their own way, and perhaps with the shock of the news, he was waiting to confront his emotions in private. Faythe was quickly coming to accept Reuben was not the same scared young boy she'd parted with at Faro Harbor. He'd lived a sheltered life before his expedition, and just short of a year had changed him. What he had seen, what he'd experienced, she didn't believe it was completely free of terror. Only with time would she adjust to the new person behind the friendly face, just as she knew he would have to since she had changed too. For better or worse remained to be seen. Chapter 7. Toria. Strolling over the dusty, cobbled streets, Toria held her chin high in an attempt to cover the fact the humans' blatant stares had any effect on her. She supposed it was unusual for them to see a fey female outside the wall. Perhaps it was the first time for some. But she hated feeling like a foreigner all over again in the kingdom she'd spent a century in. Back home in Finstead, there were no walls, no division, and humans and fae lived in perfect harmony. Fleeing to High Pharaoh had been a drastic contrast. So much stone acted as ramparts between those who were supposed to be of the same land. Since Nick had announced the gates were to be open indefinitely for free venture, she'd taken the opportunity to visit the town on her own. Well, as alone as she could be as she tried to forget the 2 fae guards trailing behind her. She didn't fight Nick on the matter of needing an escort. This new freedom would take the people a while to adjust to and accept, and there may be some in the human towns who might still resent her kind. She didn't blame them, and knew it would take some time for the humans to see the fae as friends and allies, rather than the power-hungry, selfish monsters Orlan had succeeded in making them out to be. At the thought of Nick, her rage vibrated to the surface. She still couldn't comprehend his intention to use her as a bargaining chip in the Lord's dreadful plan. She felt his contemplation of the prospect as an agonizing twist in her gut. Toria couldn't even bear to be in the castle since the meeting a few days ago, needing time to calm down and figure out her next move. Nothing reduced her to feeling so lost and afraid more than the acknowledgement of what everyone knew to be true, that she was a monarch by name, but with no kingdom, no armies, and no crown to lead her people with. To distract herself from her sorrow, Toria sought companionship in a last-ditch attempt to lift her fading spirit. A part of her hoped Marlowe might be able to offer some consolation, even if it were just a humble dose of the feminine company she was missing from Faith. She tuned in to the metronomic clank of hammer against steel long before she rounded the last corner, and the blacksmiths came into view. From outside, Toria knew Marlowe wouldn't hear her call over the loud commotion, so she took it upon herself to enter, pulling back the curtain that separated the front from the forge. A blonde head came into view, and in turn, Marlowe spotted Toria immediately, halting the next swing of her hammer midair. She grinned widely and set the tool aside. "I was wondering how long it would take you to leave the confines of your inner city," Marlowe teased, leaning with arms crossed against the bench. Toria scoffed, grazing her fingers over some of the intricate tools nearby. "It does get pretty stuffy in there." At Marlowe's sympathetic gaze, she realized she wouldn't have to explain anything, figuring Jackon had already told her everything about the horrid meeting. "I don't believe he means it," Marlowe offered carefully. Toria scoffed. "It sure sounded like he did. I was humiliated." Marlowe winced. "He's in a difficult position. There will be many testing the waters with him, looking for any sign of weakness." Toria shook her head, unable to look at Marlowe in her flare of anger. She hadn't come out here to have the only one she considered a friend in all this side with Nick. "I won't be used for political gain." "I don't think he would allow you to be." "Then Jackon must not have relayed the meeting very accurately." Marlowe released a long sigh, her small smile pitiful. "I trust he said what he had to in the moment." "It shouldn't justify needing to put me down to silence his nobles," Toria flared. "Of course not," Marlowe agreed quickly. "But as he adjusts, he's bound to make mistakes, even with those he loves." Marlowe was right, much as it didn't help to lift Toria's sinking feelings on the matter. Her mood dropped even more, knowing that as king, Nick's duty to his kingdom would always come first. She couldn't expect anything different, and upon reflection, she was hit with the damning notion that perhaps she wasn't fit to rule her own people if she couldn't understand his actions. To sway the heavy mood, Marlowe beamed suddenly. "I have something for you." Abruptly, the blacksmith pushed off the bench. Twisting, she walked a few paces before she stumbled, bracing a hand on the bench with a sharp breath. Toria flinched, but Marlowe cast a weak smile over her shoulder. "Are you all right?" Toria asked in concern, noting she had yet to straighten. Marlowe didn't answer immediately. Her eyes vacantly searched the space in front of her, and Toria knew then it wasn't the wooden tools of her compound she was seeing. She turned her perplexed face away, but just as Toria was about to go to her, Marlowe righted herself, standing steady once again. She cleared her throat and continued to the back of the workshop, where she paused. "Sometimes the visions come out of nowhere." Marlowe laughed to brush it off, but her skin had paled a shade. Toria dared to ask, "What are they about?" Marlowe reached for what she had gone to retrieve. "Anything and everything," she answered through a huffed breath. Clutching the item, she paced back to Toria. "Though they've been getting more frequent. Always broken fragments that don't always make a lot of sense at first. It's becoming tiring." Toria couldn't imagine what such a burden would do to a person. Marlowe was brave and resilient, and had never once complained about the weight of her gift. Before she could ask anything else, Marlowe lifted the item she was holding with both hands. Her smile was bright and reflected in her eyes, tactfully diffusing Toria's concern. She reluctantly dropped the subject as her eyes fell to what Marlowe held. A wooden staff, but adorned with odd steel rings and far too short to fight with. "I made this for you since you said it was your preferred weapon," she explained. When Toria held her look of confusion, Marlowe's mouth curved deviously. Curling her fingers around both ends, she pulled, and the wood extended with a sharp snap to a decent enough length for close combat. Adjusting her grip, she twisted her wrists while pulling again, and Toria's mouth opened in awe as it came to its full size. Marlowe smirked. "That's not even the best part." Trailing her finger down the length, the blacksmith flicked a small, concealed lever halfway down the wood, triggering the release of 2 razor-sharp blades on each end. She held the staff out for Toria to take. Toria slowly raised a hand, and when she gripped the weapon, Marlowe released it. The light weight was pleasantly surprising. She balanced it between both hands, marveling at the unique design. "How did you come up with this?" she breathed in disbelief. Marlowe simply shrugged. "The extension was easy. The mechanics of the internal trigger took a few tries to figure out, though." The human before Toria was far more than met the eye. Above her impossible gift, Marlowe's mortal mind was nothing short of brilliant. "I thought it might come in useful when you take back your kingdom." Toria met Marlowe's ocean blue eyes and was overcome with emotion. Not if she would take back her kingdom, but when. She wanted desperately for the blacksmith and Faythe to be alive when she did. "You have no idea what this means to me, Marlowe. Thank you," she said quietly in her surge of emotion. "You will make a gracious queen, Toria Stagnite. One history will remember for millennia." Marlowe's smile was warm but saddened. Toria held her look, searching those eyes that held a sea of knowledge and wonder, truths and secrets, fates and failures. There was encouragement and belief in them, a silent coaxing that struck something within. Were her words more than those of a loyal friend? Perhaps foresight from an oracle? They both snapped their heads up with alarm when one of Toria's guards stepped past the black curtain of the compound.
"King Nicolaius requests your presence, milady."
He looked between them.
"Both of you."
Chapter 8. Faythe. Faythe strolled the castle halls with purpose but no direction. She sought out one fae in particular, but had no idea where to start looking for Heir. 2 days since her rocky parting with Reylan, and the hours were already passing far too slowly, each one watering the bud of an ache that grew in his absence. Faythe had given Reuben time to rest and adjust that morning, after more hours of endless chatter and even some laughter. But still, he couldn't distract her from the nagging hollowness in her stomach. She didn't know exactly when the general would return. It had only been a couple of days, but she missed him. Before she could drive herself wild within the confines of her room, she left to seek out Heir, intending to take him up on his offer of archery lessons to distract herself. The thought added an eager skip to her step as she scanned various hallways and peeked into a few rooms in an attempt to track him down. Her excitement was a welcome brightness, a small hope she could finally overcome her irrational fear of using the damned weapon. But so far, she'd had no luck in finding either of the Galantine brothers. So much for Heir and Isaiah will be around. They were quite the opposite, though she wouldn't rat them out to their general and friend when he returned. In fact, she was glad they weren't constantly posted outside her door, or trailing around her when she left her rooms, as she'd feared when Reylan implied it. Rounding the next corner, Faythe spied a set of double doors down the hall, open enough that she could peek inside. She walked toward them with extra caution, hearing faint shuffling from behind the wood. She didn't know if it was improper to invite herself in without knocking, but considering the doors were already open, Faythe decided to chance her luck in the hope it would be Heir, or at least someone she could ask for his whereabouts. Bracing a hand on one of the doors, she slowly and silently craned her neck to look through the gap. Her eyes widened at the sight, cheeks flaming hot, and she instinctively retreated. She'd found one brother, albeit not the one she was on the hunt for. She stayed as still as death, hoping Isaiah and his companion hadn't detected her unwelcome intrusion. His male companion, whom he was engaged in a very compromised position with against the far wall. The passionate kiss they shared was heated enough that Faythe felt slick with sweat over her accidental trespassing. On her toes, Faythe was as stealthy as an assassin, retreating back the way she came. She released a long breath when she was far enough away that Isaiah wouldn't detect her presence, and only hoped he was too lost in the moment to notice her there in the first place. That she was almost confident of. Left with only frustration, since she refused to break up Isaiah's moment to ask where his brother might be, Faythe gave up her search. She headed to the training room anyway, as it was one of the few places she knew the way to unescorted. To her great relief, it was empty. No one was here to witness her failure, and perhaps she could let her arrows fly and not care if they fell short and cut through only air. Faythe rallied her confidence with each step across the great hall, until she reached the rack lined with various bows and quivers filled with arrows with red fletchings. Taking a deep breath, she swiped a longbow and arrows, going over to the target range. She didn't bother to equip the quiver, setting it down in front of her instead. Taking a deep breath, she took one, knocking it into the string, but didn't yet pull and aim. Faythe eyed the closest target, picturing her arrow protruding from it. She wouldn't try to hit any of the 3 specific rings on the circular plate. If she hit it at all, it would be a victory. Yet the more she stared at it, the farther away the distance seemed, and her palm started to clam up. She shook her head at her own pathetic nerves. She had nothing to lose. With a flare of determination, Faythe brought her arms up, straining to pull the arrow into position and hold the iron tip within her line of sight. Her aim wavered slightly, but she focused as best she could on the stationary target. Then she unhooked her fingers, releasing the string's tension. Faythe already knew her aim was sloppy, and her shaky release would damage the accuracy further. The arrow was only airborne for a second, and when she heard the faint thud instead of the clatter against stone, she relaxed her tense shoulders. It hit the very edge of the outer circle and protruded from the target at a crooked angle, but she'd hit it at least. She huffed a laugh, shaking her head in disbelief for being so anxious about nothing. Sure, she needed a lot of practice to become competent, but she felt a new confidence that she could learn the weapon with the right training. A slow, loud clap made her jolt, and she whirled around to the intruder. Kyler wore a side smile of satisfaction.
"So, you do know how it works."
Faythe gaped at him as he strolled over to join her. "How long have you been there?" He simply shrugged, holding his hand out for the longbow. Faythe passed it to him, without taking her eyes off him.
"I knew you were looking for me,"
he said, and smirked at her incredulous look.
"But I wanted to see if you'd attempt the shot when you thought no one was watching."
Kyler reached for an arrow, swiftly knocking it into place. He let it fly, and it hit just next to her own.
"That could be the shoulder of an enemy."
He didn't look at her as he went for another. Knocking, then releasing, he hit the inner circle below.
"That could be their leg."
In a quick flash of movement, he took one final arrow and let it soar to where it hit dead center of the bullseye.
"That could be him dead."
Kyler lowered the bow and turned to her.
"It's not always about accuracy. If you focus too hard on trying to hit something specific, you could lose the opportunity completely in battle. Don't hesitate. Any shot could be enough to buy the most precious currency on the field."
The look he assessed her with wasn't condescending, and she could see the great commander he personified in battle.
"Time."
Faythe absorbed his words and the passionate tone in which he spoke. She gave a nod of understanding, casting her eyes over to the marks and imagining them as the enemy. Her adrenaline spiked, knowing they wouldn't be stationary, that if she were to ever face a true battle, the red and white target would be racing for her. Her blood sang to life with a new flare of determination. To fight, to survive, to protect everyone in the forefront of her mind.
"I think I know why you struggle with archery."
Kyler pondered after a short pause, as if he'd answered a question that had been weighing on him.
"It's a fine-tuned skill and requires diligent patience and focus."
She huffed, cutting in with, "You don't think I have patience or focus?" He shook his head with a grin of amusement at her defensive tone.
"I've seen you train Faythe. The sense of calm you can reel yourself into is a rare trait and will be invaluable in combat. But archery isn't something you can throw your physical being into. You can't release your anger and frustration through exertion with the swinging of a blade. But if you can find the focus to channel those emotions into the flight of an arrow while stationary, well, I believe we'll have fixed the block on your archery abilities."
Faythe blinked. Everything he said made perfect sense, and she was in awe, if slightly embarrassed he'd been silently watching her train. She would always be grateful for Reylan's mentoring. He'd taught her so much, but having someone else give an outside opinion opened her eyes to habits she needed to adjust before she could progress past more than just swordplay and agility. Kylier was right. Her anger was perhaps her biggest weakness, but she'd learned how to turn it into a strength by releasing it through the swinging of her sword.
Why do you train so hard? As if you're preparing for a war none of us know about.
Kylier's voice stole her attention. Her deep-set frown relaxed. To distract herself, she silently requested the bow back. Kylier obliged, and she knocked another arrow into place. Her trembling had nothing to do with her nerves this time. "Can't I just find interest and enjoyment in this?" she answered as casually as she could, freeing an arrow from her hold. It once again landed crookedly in the outer ring. She huffed.
"I suppose you could, but that's not the only reason, is it?"
Kylier wasn't really asking. "The war isn't over," she pointed out.
"No, it's not. But it's been dormant for a century. What makes you so afraid it will spark again in your lifetime?"
Your lifetime. His enlightenment to her mortality made her wince with disappointment. He didn't mention it as a weakness, but it was a cruel reminder of her numbered years in comparison to his. In comparison to all her Fae friends here and in High Pharaoh. In a flare of anger at the wicked curse of time, Faythe brazenly snatched an arrow, aimed and released it in the space of a breath. Her arms dropped and eyebrows rose when it hit straight this time, and almost within the second circle. Kylier blew out a laugh.
"See, odds are tipped in your favor when you drop the instinct to hesitate and focus your frustrations through the release."
Faythe stared at the arrow a little longer before a smile of amused disbelief creased her eyes. Kylier's commanding voice cut short her moment of triumph.
"Your stance is still completely wrong. Try again."
He was already holding an arrow out to her. She scowled, snatching it from him. Faythe poised herself once again to let it loose from her bow. Kylier came around her, hands going to her waist to twist her ankle slightly. His touch didn't linger for a second. Then he leveled her elbows, eyebrows creasing deeply as he moved and cocked his head, assessing her. His hand went over hers to tilt her aim, and Faythe held in a slight gasp when she noticed the crossing of raised scars, like 3 jagged lightning strokes, marring one of his hands and trailing past the cuff of his leathers. His slightly crooked fingers might not have been noticeable if she hadn't glanced at his unharmed hand too. Kylier caught her wide-eyed look, and his hands left her immediately. "What happened?" she asked carefully, loosening the string of the bow and lowering her arms. He wore a faint smile, but Faythe could see it. Kylier often held a hollowness in his green irises, an agony even his genuine happiness couldn't erase. Not of any wound, perhaps not even of memory. It was like the tragedy of a lingering loneliness, the deeper kind one held when they had given up hoping it would ever be cured. Kylier looked at the bow in her hands expectantly, and she read the sign. He wasn't ready to open up to her. Thinking about Isaiah's permanently upbeat and playful nature, Faythe couldn't help but wonder if Kylier had been a shield for him through their centuries of life. She strained her arm to pull back the arrow once more, and Kylier quickly adjusted her stance again before stepping back. She released and watched in bemusement as the dart hit straight inside the inner circle. "If you ever want to talk," Faythe trailed off, feeling like it was a weak offer, but not knowing how else to express to him that he didn't need to hide from her. He gave a small dip of his head, full of understanding.
"Likewise."
Her face fell at that. Faythe had thought she'd done a good job at suppressing the horrors that haunted her still. Nightmares that had followed her from High Pharaoh and plagued her with restless thoughts and sleepless nights. She hadn't told anyone, not even Reylan, though it was clear now she didn't have to.
He's been giving you space, maybe to see if you'll open up to him first,
Kylier admitted quietly. She didn't have to ask to know he spoke of the general. Faythe looked away, caught between embarrassment that her weakness hadn't gone unnoticed and anger that they had all been tiptoeing around the subject this whole time. Her humiliation flared in her defense. "What are you all waiting for? To see if I'll concede and run home?" Kylier shook his head, eyes softening as he said,
"You are home."
Faythe's slowly building anger diffused completely. Instead, her brow pinched as his words struck her more powerfully than she thought they would. Kylier walked to the wall lined with weapons, retrieving another bow before coming back and stealing an arrow from the quiver. She figured it was more to cut the somber tension than for any sort of practice. His arrow released and hit the center of the farthest target. "Show off," she muttered in light humor, grabbing her own arrow. Kylier huffed a laugh as he watched her. Faythe let the arrow soar without much care about where it went. When she lowered her arms, she blurted, "Do you know where he is?" His look fell in sympathy, and she hated it. Faythe thought she could stand not knowing why Reylan left days ago. More importantly, why he lied about where he was going. She shouldn't pry, and part of her felt wrong for asking someone else about his private affairs. She shook her head. "Never mind," she muttered, before he had the chance to answer. Guilt and sadness overcame her. She was no longer in the mood to practice with weaponry. Faythe went to return her bow, but Kylier's quiet voice halted her steps.
"He's visiting."
He trailed off, hesitant. When Faythe turned back, Kylier's eyes were creased in sorrow. Her stomach knotted.
"He's visiting a grave. It's in Faythe,"
he explained carefully, cautious of just how much he shared with her. He knew it wasn't his place to say. Faythe's regret over how she'd spoken to Reylan before he left twisted tighter. Her voice fell. "Why wouldn't he just tell me?"
"I'm sure he will. It's hard for him. Reylan hasn't opened up about his past to anyone in a very long time."
"Who?" Faythe halted her sentence, unsure if she could handle the knowledge of who Reylan had lost. She already knew he was without his parents, but this seemed far more recent. Kylier looked away from her, but before he did, she caught the ice-cold glaze in the forest of his irises.
"We lost many people in the Battle of Faythe, though I don't know why they call it that. It was more a slaughter of so many innocents."
His fingers flexed tighter around his bow as he paced away to return it. Faythe followed slowly, heart picking up in tempo to hear of the tragedy she felt in the notes of his voice. Something about the town he spoke of sparked a flash of memory. Then she halted her steps as she remembered. "Fenner," she said quietly. "It's where Varlas lost his mate." Kylier's hands gripped the rack tightly once he'd placed the bow back. Faythe swallowed hard, seeming to have struck a chord. His voice was unrecognizable, so hard and detached.
"He wasn't the only one."
He seemed to know he'd slipped up, not with Raylan's past, but his own. His words were tight, broken, and ice embraced her. The muscles in his large arms flexed, and his shoulder blades stiffened. Faythe said carefully, barely louder than a whisper, You had a mate?" As she spoke in past tense, her heart splintered for him. Kylier straightened but didn't turn to face her. She couldn't read his expression, but she opened herself up to feel his suffering. Perhaps he didn't realize he'd let the emotion slip past his guard and settle over him in a shroud of palpable anguish. It was so raw, sorrowful, and draining. Faythe felt suffocated under his unfathomable grief. To lose a mate was to lose half of one's soul forever.
Yes,
he confirmed, his voice devoid of any emotion. A tremor swept through her.
Her name was Greya, and she was my mate. But we weren't mated.
He turned to face her then, guarded but curious to see her reaction. There's a difference? Heir reached for another bow, smaller. He walked over to her and replaced her longer one with it. Faythe weighed the lighter bow.
When we recognize our mate, it's not typically an instant love. In fact, on rare occasions, a true pairing might never find such a feeling,
he explained as she followed him back to the target range.
Greya was already with another when I met her. It was during the great battles, and she was one of the healers who joined my legion to help with the wounded.
He passed her an arrow, which Faythe took warily before knocking it to the string. She eyed him carefully before deciding to press on when his blank expression gave little away. What happened? Heir looked at her slackened bow expectantly. She wasn't in the mood for archery, but as he seemed unwilling to continue until she attempted the shot, she applied tension to the string, raising her arms to aim. The new bow made holding her poise a little easier. Heir moved around her to adjust her stance again.
Greya was kind and selfless, and I could never understand how someone so gentle was fated to be with someone like me. But her heart already belonged to another long before she met me. It was a confusing time for her, and she insisted she needed time to sort out her thoughts.
Heir paused, and Faythe spared him a sidelong glance, feeling the dark cogs that turned his story.
Then we went to Faythe.
She released her arrow from the shock of pain that clenched inside her chest. It hit crookedly at the bottom of the target, a near miss. Faythe didn't care and turned to him with desolate eyes. His smile was a wince.
It was a fatal error on our part. As commanders, we led our forces away from the town where so many innocents took refuge from Olmstone and Ryanel. While there were many commanders on the field that day, as the leading general, Reylan always shouldered the burden of the soldiers' movement that ended in tragedy. On top of that, he lost someone very dear to him too.
Faythe swallowed hard, winded by the blow of their history. He had a mate? Even as she voiced it, she fought the crushing sadness in her chest for Raylan's pain. Something conflicted crossed Heir's eyes as he stared at her, studied her. Then his gaze dropped along with whatever it was he pondered in that moment. Though she found it oddly unnerving, she didn't push. Faythe waited patiently for any knowledge he was willing to share with her.
No, but she was probably as close to a mate as one who never finds theirs could hope for. She helped ground him on a reckless path after his upbringing. She tamed him, but nothing could stop Reylan from seeing himself as the villain in everything he did, from wanting to punish himself and never finding salvation, no matter how much good he did. Not even Farah could silence the demons that tormented him.
Not until... Heir stopped himself, but before she could question it, he diverted.
He visits Faythe every year out of grief and guilt. I used to go with him, but I would always cross paths with the male who truly mourns Greya as she deserves. I didn't get the privilege of knowing her well, but if I had the chance, I think I would have fallen for her deeply. I felt her when she died, and my punishment for allowing that to happen is to live in the knowledge I won't ever get that chance. to know what it would have been like if she chose me.
Kai. Faythe didn't know what to say. No words of consolation seemed enough for what he had endured, what he had lost.
It was a long time ago,
he offered somberly. Faythe figured the diverting statement was more for his own sake than hers. You deserve to be loved, Kylier. She couldn't help the need to tell him when everything about him said he believed the opposite. He gave a warm smile in appreciation, but Faythe knew it would take far more than words to get him to feel it. In friendship, she was dedicated to making him believe it. Faythe doubled back to something that had grabbed her curiosity. How do you become mated? It worked to slowly diffuse the somber cloud that hung in the air. Kylier quirked an amused brow.
It's intimate.
He paused as though deliberating whether or not it was his area to enlighten her.
The bond can be felt and strengthened without completing the act. We have more primal, claiming instincts than a human does. We have teeth that can puncture, and it's through the exchange of blood that the full bond is forged. It can only be broken by death.
At first, Faythe imagined it to be painful rather than intimate. But the more she thought about it, the flash of memory from High Pharaoh, when she'd seen those dangerous, alluring teeth Reylan bared to her, albeit in threat, a pulse of her heart shot straight down through her body. Kylier looked to be fighting the amusement on his face, as though he knew what she was mulling over. If he knew who she thought of in that moment, he gave nothing away. Faythe put effort into cooling her face. Kylier went on.
The bond can also be rejected before the mating. But if either side rejects, that also cannot be undone. The soul will sever whatever connection was there, as though its mate were dead. It's painful, and can leave a permanent hollow void. But there's no lingering bond to always feel a pull to its other half, even without any romantic or friendly feeling. Without the bond, one is free to be with whomever they choose.
Faythe gathered the knowledge and stored it. Even though it didn't apply to her, even though she tried not to think about the sinking feeling in her gut at that fact. Exchanging blood doesn't sound intimate. Another voice carried across the hall to answer.
Biting, especially between mates, is a pleasure beyond your wildest imagination, dear Faythe, and almost always performed alongside other acts.
Isaiah crept up to them, the most devious grin upturning one side of his mouth.
I should have known this is where you'd run off to.
Faythe flushed at his bold explanation of mating. Then the second half of his statement registered, and her already warm cheeks caught fire as she knew what he meant.
You could have joined, you know. I'm not opposed to the idea of having a woman involved,
he teased, stalking toward her with his hand stuffed casually into his finely tailored pants pockets. Gods have mercy. Any retorts were killed by her eternal embarrassment that he knew about her accidental trespassing on his intimate moment. Though, in her defense, it was as good as public where she'd stumbled across them. Sorry, I was looking for...
Kai, I know. And that hurts.
He held a hand to his chest with a mock pout, but his eyes danced with wild amusement at her flustered unease. Her mouth snapped shut, and she glared at him instead. She crossed her arms. If you knew I was there, why didn't you say anything? His grin widened mischievously.
I was a little preoccupied.
Faythe's whole face was ablaze, and Isaiah delighted in the reaction. She refrained from snatching another arrow and aiming at him. Now, would you care for some real lessons?
In archery, or perhaps in another skill you may feel yourself lacking in, which you witnessed today?
Faythe gaped in disbelief,
floundering for words.
"She's done for today,"
Heir cut in. She could have embraced him for it when her own response failed her. Isaiah barked a laugh.
"Your pretend innocence is adorable, Faythe."
He leaned over, but she batted his hand away before he could tousle her hair. "Get a room next time," she shot back. His chuckles followed her as she stalked for the exit.
"We did.
Only it was trespassed on by—"
"That's enough,"
Heir warned. Isaiah didn't drop his perky attitude as he strolled to her side.
"Faythe knows I'm only teasing."
He waved his brother off. While she was sure her face had flushed crimson since he'd roused her humiliation like a child, Faythe was glad for his light-hearted presence. When she looked at him, his smile was genuine, and he shot her a quick wink to ease her tension. She didn't know how much he had heard before he sauntered into the training room, but something in his look of understanding made her realize his taunting and teasing was really just a way to distract her from her heavy heart, from the subject of Reylan and the reason for his absence. She wouldn't pry, and her disappointment in his secretiveness had dissolved completely. Whatever Reylan wanted to share about his past, she would listen, but she wouldn't press for answers she had no right to demand. Now, all she hoped was that he was safe in Fenner, and she quietly longed for his return. Chapter 9. Nikolaius. Even the silence was weighted with judgment. Nick looked over the city from the high vantage point of his private council chamber, wondering how often his father stood in this exact spot to deliberate. His kingdom. Everything he did now, every step he took, he couldn't help but feel he was in the shadow of rulers far more worthy of the throne. Jakon lingered at his back while they awaited Marlowe and Toria. Nick wondered if the Finstead Queen would even come. He resented himself for how he spoke of her to his council, and as he gazed out over his city, he wondered if that was the kind of person he had to shape into. Did he want the crown at all? Nick's spine locked as he sensed Toria's approach down the hall. His relief that she had come was drowned out by the dread of looking into her betrayed eyes. After a short knock, he called for them to enter. He turned in time to spy the emerald of her gown flowing through the door. Marlowe beamed wide as she headed straight to her fiancé. Jakon's arm went around her, planting a tender kiss on her temple. Nick had to look away, not out of discomfort, but from the dark seed of jealousy that threatened to bud at witnessing their carefree relationship. It was wrong to pluck resentment from someone else's happiness, but Nick felt the sorrow swirl in his chest that it was a blessing he didn't believe he would ever experience. Fate had other plans for him. His eyes met Toria's as she demanded, "Why are we here?" Her tone was as cold as her hardened gaze. Nick had to keep his composure, not break down like a whelp before her and beg for her understanding and forgiveness in front of the humans. He had to avert his attention, or he risked doing just that.
"I wasn't truthful when I told the council Olmstone had been quiet,"
he began, focusing on Jakon's pinched brow of concern, which matched Marlowe's surprise.
"I mean, I suppose it was a half-truth. There hasn't been much public movement, but their silence is perhaps because they have been working towards something far more malevolent." "I don't like where this is going,"
Jakon muttered, taking a seat and pulling Marlowe down with him. Nick reclined casually against his desk. His father's desk, where he had watched and learned as so many important things unfolded. Nick quickly shook the tormenting thought.
"I don't expect you will. My spies don't know the specifics yet, but Varlas isn't working alone."
"Working toward what?" Toria pressed. "I think we all know the answer to that," Marlowe chimed in quietly. "Varlas won't stop until he's had his vengeance. It is his path,
and it has been for a long time.
Nick tuned his attention into Marlowe as she offered up the subtle foresight. Whatever she had seen regarding the Olmstone King, it was all the confirmation he needed to know Varlas was beyond reasoning. He ran his hands down his face in exasperation. I thought we had gotten through to him after his last attempt to ally with High Pharaoh forces to overthrow Ryanel. Nick was disappointed in himself, thinking perhaps he could have said more, or at least seen that there was no reasoning to be had with Varlas. The signs were there, and while he'd agreed to retreat forces and maintain the alliance, his loathing of Agalor never left his face. Should we warn Agalor? If Varlas has plans to advance on Ryanel once again, Faythe is there. The fear that filled Jacon's eyes had riddled Nick for weeks as he tried to gather as much information as he could on Varlas's movements. So far, I don't believe there are any plans to attack. I would like to exchange words with Agalor so he can strengthen his defenses should he try. But Varlas is no fool. He knew he couldn't overthrow Ryanel alone, or even allied with my father. They were relying on whatever plans they set in place with Marvellus that required the Resquilius Faythe has. Nick shook his head. What I've gathered is that new forces have been seen moving in, those not believed to be Olmstone natives. Valgard, Toria said in disbelief. Nick finally looked at her and wanted more than anything to console the quick flash of terror that he knew was still swirling within. He didn't need to confirm her question. It was the only possible conclusion. He's gone mad, Jacon muttered. I believe you might be right. He may have a wife and children, but I think his course was set the day his soul was severed at the death of his mate. If Olmstone joins with Valgard... Toria didn't finish her haunted statement. I can't be certain it is what's happening. Olmstone has strengthened its defenses to a higher scale than I believed possible with Varlas's resources alone. Some of my spies never made it back. His gut twisted at that fact. I can't risk sending more. If Varlas suspects I'm gaining any insight into his plans, it could work gravely against us. He would have cause for war. It doesn't sound like he's willing to wait for a cause anyway, Jacon snapped. Nick didn't react, knowing the human was just as fearful as he was at the thought of war, and knowing how far away their mutual dear friend was, and how she was in the heart of the kingdom pinned by a vengeful king's wrath. I'm trying to find out what I can, but it will take time. I'm not confident my words to Agalor will be safe, as any messenger traveling by land will need to pass through Olmstone. I can't risk them being intercepted. So, what do we do? Toria asked. Nick dropped his gaze, out of shame, defeat, for reaching such a desperate point that he was only confiding in Toria and the two humans, for being so at a loss for what to do. He was a pitiful king. I'm being tested. My every action, every movement. I can't be sure who I can trust yet, as those who are close to my father are aligned in their malicious thoughts alone. That is not what I am trying to build. Nick settled his gaze on Toria, hoping she would register his apology and understand. They're vultures, and they're circling, looking for any reason to doubt me. I'm not such an arrogant fool to believe my position is safe. Zarius has power, influence, and he knows it. What do you need from us? Marlowe's voice was gentle. Nick wasn't sure how to answer. He needed to get word to Agalor. If he was also aware of what could be amassing in Olmstone, they needed their alliance to hold, and to know they would band together should it become a problem. Nick wanted to be prepared to strike first if necessary, and he couldn't do so with their southern allies. If they made strategic plans, Olmstone could be attacked from both sides, as it lay in between the might of High Pharaoh and Ryanel. I need to find a way to communicate easily with Ryanel, he said at last. He hated the thoughts that surfaced in his mind, and wondered if Faythe would ever forgive him for what he was about to propose for her dear friends. Traveling by land is too much of a risk. By sea is the safest course. But I also need someone I can trust. His lingering suggestion was picked up straight away. Toria looked to the humans, just as Jackon straightened with admirable confidence. "I'll go," he answered, without hesitation, without considering the risks. Nick had to believe his eagerness was solely at the prospect of being reunited with Faythe. "We'll go," Marlowe was quick to amend, a hand going over Jackon's as they exchanged a look of understanding. "It will be dangerous. The Black Sea is notorious for pirates and harsh weather. As your friend and for Faythe, I would never ask this of you." Nick straightened, his pained face wiped of all emotion. "But as your king, I trust you, Jackon. As my emissary, you have proven your dedication and loyalty beyond doubt. You have ties here, and you have ties to the heir of Ryanel. You are High Pharaoh's best political candidate." Jackon rose. "We will go to Ryanel. But how will I get messages to you if it will take so long by sea?" "By night walking," he answered simply. "I haven't tried it before, but I believe I hold enough power to reach you in Ryanel. All I require is for you to gift me something of yours that holds sentiment." "Why can't you night walk to Faythe?" Toria asked. Nick ran a hand down his face, cursing his own negligence. "I gifted Faythe something of mine, something of value. Think of it like a token of permission. It grants her access to me from a far greater distance if she's strong enough." His implication was felt throughout the room. After all this time without hearing from her, perhaps Faythe wasn't strong enough in her ability. "When I gifted her the necklace, I didn't really believe she would need it. Her leave happened so fast, I didn't think to ask for something in return so I could attempt to nightwalk to her instead. Magic has bounds. Without that token of permission, she's too far away for me to reach her." Jackon frowned in thought, as if at a loss for what to hand over. Then his face smoothed as he reached to his side and pulled out a short dagger. "This was a gift from Faythe a long time ago." Nick shook his head. "There must be something else." "I don't have anything else." Jackon's face was pained as he extended it to him. "She would want me to give it to you. I'm sure of that." Nick was reluctant, but he accepted it, laying it on the desk behind him. "Thank you for what you're risking for this." Jackon offered a nod and a short smile. It did nothing to relieve the twist in his stomach at setting Faythe's friends off on a journey with perilous risks. He'd sworn to her to protect them, and could only hope Faythe would forgive him for having no alternative. "How do we track Varlas's movements?" Toria asked. Nick rubbed a hand down his face again, as this was a key matter he had no resolution for. Even if he and Aguilar were alert, they had to find a way to get inside knowledge before they could know what they were up against. One dark, foreboding notion often chilled his thoughts. Flashbacks to the haunting memory of his last conversation with his father that often stifled his ability to rest. "I need to find a way to get eyes in Elmstone, too. If they are siding with Valgard, I believe we may be up against far more than Faye and Steel." The atmosphere became unsettled. "I think history is indeed repeating itself, and the Dark Fae have risen again." Toria gasped, while Marlowe seemed to clutch Jackon's hand tighter. Her face took on a lighter pallor, but she was otherwise unsurprised. "You are right," she confirmed,
and all eyes snapped to her. Aurealis already told us Mordecai lives. We don't know how long he's had to amass an army of dark fae.
There can't be many. Even if he's had centuries to raise and train full-grown warriors, it would take far more time to have any force in numbers, Nick said. But the chilling look on the blacksmith's face stole all consolation from his words.
Unless he's creating them, she explained.
Nick stood straight with a chill that shot down his spine. Is that possible?
Marlowe's nod was grim. They call it the spell of transition, dark and forbidden blood magic. I've seen things, nightmarish things.
Jacon drew her close as her voice dropped with terror.
It all makes sense now. Darkness is rising, in a force that could surpass the haunting tales of history.
Everyone weathered the coldness that swept the room, standing silent as they tried to process what Marlowe told them.
If that's what Varlas is siding with,
Toria's ghostly voice set Nick in motion.
We have to find out.
Nick nodded. I'm working on finding a solution.
Can you nightwalk to your spies in Elmstone?
His face fell as he leaned on his desk. I could try, but it's a huge risk. My spies are being too easily snuffed out, and there's no mercy for them. When I nightwalk, my whole mental being is projected into another's. If I'm in there when they're caught and executed,
you'd die too.
Toria's cracked voice was a surprise.
He nodded his confirmation, unable to bear her terror. Then it's not worth the risk.
Agreed. We'll find another way, Jacon added.
Nick looked around them all, pride swelling in his chest at their fierce and protective gazes. And each of them was a warrior, not just a friend. For each other, for their kingdoms, for what was right in the world. They were willing to risk it all.
Thank you, Nick said, though he wasn't sure why. You don't need to thank us, Jacon replied. You may wear the crown for us all, but no kingdom was ever run by one person alone.
Their faces upturned, and Jacon's laugh was the first to break the somber stillness until they all joined in. Laughing because he was right. Laughing because they weren't sure how much of the blissful sound they would get to cherish from each other. Laughing because it was a bright light in the darkness that had begun to descend. Chapter 10. Ziana. Ziana marched with dignity and confidence behind her overseer and high lord. Fear wasn't something she was accustomed to, but she had to admit, a slither of the wicked emotion laced her rigid spine. To keep herself calm, she imagined all the excruciating, slow and gruesome ways she could kill Maverick. It did more than soothe her emotions about the impending confrontation with her superiors. It actually brought her a hint of joy to picture his death by her hand. She realized now that his taunting had been purposeful, goading her into a fight to display her unhinged rage and rare lack of discipline, right in front of the High Lord. Maverick always had been wicked and relished in the petty remarks she'd long made herself immune to. That was his fun. But today, he knew which string to pull to get her to snap, hoping it would secure her a far more lethal punishment than usual. High Lord Mordecai rarely visited them below the mountain. He preferred to reside in Valgard, a city off the coast of the mainland of Engardia, far away from any possible detection by the other kingdoms. He was supposed to be dead, after all. Then again, weren't they all? Ziana didn't understand what made Mordecai so feared and superior. He had no ability, and aside from his intimidating brute size and strength, she didn't believe he possessed any more special traits than the rest of them. Hierarchy was foolish, determined by birthright instead of fitness to rule. Sayana was not present during the conquer of Dalrune, but she had heard it was an easy steal. Their monarchs were pitiful, spineless, and had practically surrendered themselves for slaughter. Meanwhile, she had led a legion to attack Fenstead, and they had at least put up a valiant fight. Their values of peace and prosperity were their ultimate weaknesses, standing no chance against the force of her savagery. Sayana had fought in every great battle. Those who could glamour their dark Fae heritage joined the front lines among the Fae of Valgard. It was glorious, if only because it was the sole time she got to taste any sense of freedom. Though her tether always pulled her back to the damned mountain, the great battles were the only few years out of her 300 in which she had been allowed to kill, move, and decide every action for herself as one of the commanding generals. She itched to taste that freedom once again, knowing it was near, and knowing once they'd finally conquered Engardia, her freedom would be permanent. Not just from the mountain, but from every insufferable dark Fae master and lord she despised. Finally rounding the last corner into the open, cavernous council room, Sayana halted before the long table for judgment. The other 3 masters were already seated, leaving Nefra to take her usual position. The grand center seat, which Sayana was used to seeing empty, was to be occupied by High Lord Mordecai. Sayana straightened herself and kept her expression blank. If her stone heart could beat, she imagined it would be increasing in tempo, like the effects fear had on her own victims. She could almost feel its phantom thud. Everyone was silent while Mordecai leaned, ignorant and casual, in his throne-like chair, an elbow braced on the stone arm so he could hold his strong, angular jaw in one hand, his black, depthless eyes fixed on her. She didn't balk, staring straight back.
"Are you not going to bow?"
The playful taunt in his gravelly voice made lightning prick the surface of her skin. Reluctantly, Sayana dropped to one knee, head falling in forced respect. He didn't deserve it. He'd done nothing for her, and she didn't consider him her king or high lord. She did value her life, however, and voicing those treasonous thoughts would seal her painful, strung-out end.
"Better,"
he drawled. Sayana clenched her teeth.
"Your reputation precedes you."
It wasn't a compliment, but the tone didn't land as an insult either. She couldn't be sure what her reputation was perceived as from one person to the next, but if it were anything short of greatness, she would feel wholly affronted.
"I've heard much about your leadership and discipline, though that is not what I witnessed mere minutes ago. Do you often give in to incitement?"
"No," she ground out. He made a curious sound.
"Beautifully untamed,"
he remarked. Sayana had heard those words many times, from her enemies, her lovers, the whispers in the shadows.
"Do you know the consequences of striking another delegate?"
Pain, though the methods were variable. "Yes, High Lord."
"Yet you choose to fight anyway. Why?"
Sayana refrained from narrowing her eyes at his pointless questions. What was he trying to get her to admit? "To defend myself."
"You attacked first."
Sayana squared her shoulders. "Shouldn't we have the right to defend our honor, not just our bodies?" The High Lord's mouth curled up in wicked amusement. Sayana supposed he was beautiful in the roguish, dominant, ominous kind of way. For a dark fae brought back from the dead, he was lucky to have flesh so smooth and unmarred. She didn't know what it took to raise him, but Zayana shuddered at the thought of the ancient and forbidden blood magic that would have been involved. If he bore any consequence, it lived under the surface. Zayana couldn't be certain the color of his blood either. He was once born dark fae, but she wondered if his blood was now black, like the transitioned. The full moon ritual was an event Zayana dreaded. Out of the dozen fae captured to be turned, they were fortunate if they successfully transitioned a couple of them into the black fae ranks. The others, some were so hideously disfigured from the blood ritual, they were kept for when quick savagery might be useful on the battlefield. The rest simply died, too weak to withstand the change. Zayana didn't dare avert her gaze from Mordecai's. But she didn't need to, as rage circulated in the air emanating from the masters at her audacity to talk back. Mordecai's eyes, however, twinkled in dark merriment.
"Yes, I think we should,"
he answered at last. Zayana didn't feel relief at his lack of reprimand. She didn't feel anything at all. Under the mountain, punishment and praise were often one and the same. Neither frightened her nor motivated her. Zayana's achievements were all calculated steps toward her own goal and the only true desire she'd ever had: freedom. Mordecai stood, his tall form eclipsing the four masters still seated. Zayana straightened her posture as he rose, as if she could level with him despite his towering height. She'd never seen his wings, and had to wonder if his glamour on them was a sign he didn't trust those around him.
"I came to the mountain to choose a candidate for a very important, undisclosed quest,"
he began.
"And you were the first name that was brought to me."
She wouldn't have expected any different.
"But you were not the only name."
Zayana's iron claws bit into her palms, which were clasped behind her back. "I accept any quest in your name, High Lord. I vow to lay my life for it," she said, holding back the desperation in her voice. Any chance to taste the air away from the Mortis Mountains and nearby town. Any chance to be as free as she could be, while still chained by a phantom leash held by the continent's most wicked creatures. Mordecai's cruel, taunting smile dropped her stomach with dread.
"This particular task has no room for error. It is not for an undisciplined, easily provoked, or untamed dark fae with a power she cannot control."
The insult flared a deep rage within her, and she would have snapped. But it was test. Zayana focused on her breathing, counted each steady inhale. She pictured the stars that emptied her mind like the vast sky beyond. She felt the darkness of a midnight cobalt wrapping around those thoughts of recklessness and taming them into order. After her third full breath, Zayana's anger had diffused enough not to waver her voice or tremble her hands. "I have full control. I did not become delegate, command armies of thousands, and keep order among the silver fares without it," she said confidently. "I should have been the first and only name ever brought to you." Mordecai's eyes glimmered, transfixed on her. Zayana would receive penance for that hint of slander. She didn't care. Punishment would be bearable for her desire to speak the truth. The High Lord was silent for a moment. Zayana tried to assess the slight flickers in his expression, to read what he was thinking, but he yielded nothing. The intensity in his stare should have made her bow in submission, but she stood tall, unflinching. Finally, he took a long breath after his internal deliberation.
I am afraid I cannot take you on your words, as admirable as they are, Zayana.
He dismissed with a hint of taunting.
How about a trial?
His eyes flashed at his own brilliance as they locked on her. Zayana's flair to win was triggered at the mention.
You against Maverick, but not alone. No, let's make this more entertaining, shall we? A war game of your choosing upon the trial grounds. You will each create a team with 6 others.
Flashbacks from a distant memory tore at an old wound as Zayana recalled the last time she stood on those grounds, when she won the blood trials. She tried to push the dark images from her mind before they could rattle her confidence. Mordecai looked away from her to glance over at the other masters, who all sat with quiet fury under their masks of passive obedience. None of them were particularly fond of her, but at least the feeling was mutual. To their great dismay and eternal hatred, Zayana was the strongest in their ranks, which was probably why they hadn't killed her yet for the number of times she'd stepped out of line. All 4 masters were Silverfares, first or second generation from the small band of dark fae that had avoided full annihilation millennia ago. It was in this very mountain they had found escape and concealment from the fae who hunted them. Since then, they had learned to build their lives underground. Those who could glamour would seek out what they needed to survive in the nearby towns, and the once powerful and dominant species slowly faded from history. The Mortis Mountains were warded by the Great Spirit Dakotas as a means to protect the last of the species. None who wandered here would ever find them, and those who dared were either killed for their blood or captured for transition. Zayana was unwavering in her confidence. I will not fail, High Lord.
I expect not.
He grinned in approval. Zayana didn't relax. Not yet.
Come 2 weeks' time, one of you will emerge triumphant and be granted the honor of the quest. I trust you very well know the rules in play for such a game. No intentional killing, no illegal weapons, but your methods, tactics, and use of abilities are unrestricted.
The word intentional sang wonderfully. At the dark, crooked smile that curved the corner of the High Lord's lips, Zayana wondered if he meant for her to see the loophole in his words. Suddenly, the idea of killing Maverick didn't sound so appealing when she had someone else pushing her toward it. Whatever his motive, bloodlust perhaps, she didn't care for why Mordecai would want to witness her kill Maverick. When she took the bastard's life, it would be by her will, and hers alone. Zayana only gave a respectful nod in answer, thanking the dark spirits she'd avoided a fatal confrontation with the High Lord down here. Though she knew better than to think she was out of the fire pits with the masters, specifically Nephra, who had been her main overseer in her 300 years. Mordecai came around the table, pausing next to her and almost grazing her arm. She didn't turn her head to look up at the towering force.
I look forward to seeing you in fighting action, Zayana.
His words were light, personal, and not intended for the ears of the masters. She tightened her clenched fists in response, suppressing the electric bolts that threatened to surface in her palms. If he raised a hand to touch her, She didn't want to think of her own damning impulsive response. Mercifully, he decided against it. There would be many who would think her a fool not to fall at his feet, not to consider herself lucky that someone as powerful as their High Lord would take an interest in her. But it wasn't lust or desire she saw in his eyes. It was the wicked gleam of a master eyeing up his prized hound ahead of a race. With a deep inhale, Mordecai passed her and left the council chamber without another word. The masters also came around the long table, each of them filing out after a glare of distaste in her direction. Nefra stopped in front of her, and Zayana braced herself as she read the fury on her face. Master Nefra raised a hand, pouring the might of that rage into the power of her strike. The loud slap echoed as her palm connected with Zayana's cheek, the force snapping her head painfully to the side. Zayana absorbed the impact with clenched teeth, feeling the warm trail of her silver blood where Nefra's sharp nails cut under her cheekbone. You don't deserve his mercy after your disgraceful display. Nefra seethed in her face, the dark emotion of jealousy lacing her words. She was a fool for exposing her obvious resentment toward Zayana, that she'd attracted the High Lord's interest enough to be spared from punishment. Zayana refrained from flinching, or striking back at feeling Nefra's disgusting breath so close. Nefra was a beauty. Her face had aged over the millennia, but the delicacy of youth lingered under the harshness and cruelty. Zayana stayed still and silent. She couldn't be sure if it enraged Nefra that she couldn't invoke a reaction, or satisfied her because she'd won Zayana's obedient submission. A mixture of both, likely, as her master gave a disgruntled huff before strutting away. Zayana stayed still a moment longer in the empty council chamber, to be sure the masters and High Lord were well out of range of crossing paths with her again. She cast her eyes up, spying the marvelous glow of the quarter moon from the opening in the mountain top, and counted the stars, letting her mind be subdued and welcoming wandering thoughts. All creatures had desires, even one as cold, brutal, and heartless as she. Zayana had ended countless lives without thought, without hesitation. She was a monster of the most dangerous kind, a beast behind beauty. Yet sometimes, she wished she could be different. She wished she could care. Zayana stormed into the pit, eyes hard as she spotted who she was looking for. Tynan and the others came up beside her. "Bring her," she commanded with a flick of her chin toward the young dark fae. While Zayana had evaded immediate punishment for her actions, she couldn't be seen as weak by everyone else. She was still the delegate of the Silver Fairs, and she would be expected to punish her own for crossing over to the Black Fairs and causing the friction between both sides that had ultimately ended in Zayana's fight. Perhaps it wasn't fair. The Darkling was merely curious and had done no harm. But nothing was about fairness. It was about discipline and punishment for failure to abide by simple commands. Zayana didn't wait for them to retrieve whom she'd asked for. She ignored the stares of every other dark fae in the space and marched out through a side exit. She knew all 5 of her companions would be close behind, along with the Darkling. No one spoke, as her demeanor warned against it. When they reached the privacy of their communal section, out of bounds to any but her and her 5, Zayana didn't take a seat on any of the lounge chairs around the carpeted center. She turned, straightening as Aislinn and Kellius brought the young dark fae forward. Tynan came to stand beside her as her second-in-command, while the others, including Drya and Selene, stood around the Darkling who awaited judgment. Zayana didn't immediately speak. She assessed every exterior attribute about the younger female first. To her credit, her poise didn't falter in fear. Her small, delicate face remained impassive, green eyes fixed on Zayana. For a moment, she saw a glimpse of herself in the young dark fae before her. Black hair, just like her own, only shorter. Her wings were smaller than average and slightly crooked, not ideal for accurate flying. At last, Zayana said, "What is your name?" "Amaya," she answered, unflinching. "Did you think it was brave?" She began a short pace in front of the darkling. "To abandon your training grade and approach a group of black fares?" "No, They were shouting things, making fun of my wings, and You let yourself get provoked into a situation where you were outnumbered and outmatched," Zayana cut in harshly. "I don't stand here to reprimand you for defending yourself, but to punish you for your foolish naivety." I didn't mean to." "Petty insults aren't worth putting your life at risk. Words can only cut if you listen. They can only scar if you believe." Zayana paused in front of her. Everything about the darkling was submissive. While it was what she expected, a part of her was disappointed. "Do you think I was right to challenge Maverick?" Amaya's already pale skin turned even more chalky at the bold interrogation. "Yes." "Why?" Amaya paused to swallow hard. Zayana took no pleasure in seeing the terror in her eyes that she could be wrong. She wasn't looking for the right response. Zayana simply saw this as an opportunity to instill in her a method of thinking that would ensure the young fae never settled on her opinion without fair reason. "He said something he shouldn't have. You had a right to defend—" "What did he say?" Amaya's throat bobbed. He mentioned Finian." Zayana tried not to flinch, or glance down at the strip of black fabric that had remained tied to the hilt of her sword since the day she took his life, a symbol of her strength and victory for the eyes of her kin, but a dark reminder of her own foolishness to Zayana. "It's not what he said that made me right in my attack. I gave him a warning, and he chose to ignore it. I attacked first because I don't make idle threats. But I would not challenge someone I can't beat. Never make the mistake of overvaluing your skills." Amaya nodded her head firmly. Zayana inhaled a long breath. She already knew what she was going to do with the young dark fae, though she held rare hesitation as it could work against her if her judgment were wrong. She glanced around her circle, preparing to deliver the news of the battle they would face against Maverick. "The High Lord came to me with an offer, a quest beyond the mountain," she began, and they all shifted, their attention peaked. "It is not a quest that was given to me. I have to earn it, take it from Maverick, and I require 6 others to join me in a game on the trial ground in 2 weeks' time." Her eyes flashed to Tynan first, whose brows were knitted, scanning over the gathered circle. It was disappointing how long it took him to realize there had always only been 5 of them, excluding Zayana, until— "You can't be serious," he muttered at last, turning his back to the young dark fae. Her flat look alone made him recoil. His eyes darted between Amaya and Zayana. "You really want to take that big a risk on this chance of freedom?" His words were careful, knowing she hated nothing more than to have her decisions challenged. Zayana's lips curled in a crooked smile. She kept her eyes fixed on Amaya, who still seemed oblivious to the lingering suggestion in the room. "Amaya wants to be brave. Let's give her the chance to prove she's not just a naive little darkling who doesn't know when she's out of her rank. Her punishment will be death in that arena if she fails to keep up. Sayana explained for her sake. Amaya's eyes widened in realization. With all due respect, you either fight or die here where you stand. Sayana cut in sharply, temper flaring at Amaya's boldness to object. It is your choice. The seed of doubt grew a bud in her gut at the young Faye's obvious hesitation. Perhaps she'd made a grave mistake in choosing her as the seventh member to fight by her side, and the price of her misjudgment would be the chance in a century to have that taste of freedom. It was a relief when Amaya rolled her shoulders back, face turning fierce. I won't disappoint you, Sayana. While it satisfied her to see the flare of determination she expected from the Darkling, she couldn't shake her faint uncertainty as she glanced the wary looks of her companions. She hadn't been wrong yet. Each of the 5 who had been by her side for over a century had never failed her, and she had never once regretted or doubted her choice of who to trust in her inner circle. In Amaya, Sayana saw a glimpse of her younger self, and only prey to the dark spirits her lack of physical strength would be compensated by the strong will and courage she believed to be there beneath the feeble surface. She chose to take confidence in her decision, as 6 became 7 once again. Chapter 11. Faythe. Faythe shot upright, breathing so hard it stabbed her chest. Tendrils of hair clung to her forehead, and sweat dampened her nightgown. Her eyes darted around the darkness, blinking rapidly to distinguish her surroundings. Her fists gripped the sheets painfully, but the soft material brought some relief to her reeling mind. That it wasn't the cool metal bench she lay on in her nightmare. Panic had struck her heart, sending it into a frenzy. Faythe feared it would break free or shut down if she didn't calm its beats soon. She blinked hard to remember where she was and convince herself she was truly awake. When she didn't immediately recognize her surroundings, her mind raced at the endless, terrifying possibilities. It took an excruciatingly long minute for her human eyes to adjust to the dark. Scanning the foreign room, her memories grounded her with relief all at once. Ryanel. She was in Ryanel. The room was still new and unfamiliar. Faythe released a long breath. Then she remembered the horrific recurring nightmare she'd just emerged from, and her eyes burned in fear and frustration. Faythe had yet to fully admit to anyone that ever since her ordeal in High Pharaoh, her mental torture at the hands of the slain Captain Varys, and everything that followed. The memories had haunted her in her sleep and otherwise. She had long forgotten what a full night's rest felt like. This was a familiar drain, like the one she'd suffered for decades before she was made aware of her night walking. It terrified her. She didn't think she was capable of hosting her own dreams or nightmares. Nick had enlightened her to the fact nightwalkers didn't experience their own unconscious visions in sleep. Yet every time she gave over to the exhaustion she fought daily, Faythe skipped straight past her golden white mist without even a glimpse of its glittering beauty, and landed straight into the sickening relayed visions of Jackon and Marlowe's death, the captain's taunts and caresses, or worse, Caius's very real, agonizing murder. Faythe threw back the sheets and twisted to dangle her legs off the high bed. The tips of her toes touching the chill of the wood made her shudder. This is real. She focused on reeling in her fast breathing and let the cool air clear her head. Her throat stung with the nausea that lapped at her. Faythe breathed, sure and steady, then dropped her head into her hands as she fought the wave of sadness. She was emotionally exhausted. She missed her friends in High Pharaoh so much, it became a physical pain to bear, and she was racked with guilt that she had yet to even visit Nick through night walking to check in on them all. She wasn't strong enough. Not when she couldn't get at least one full night's rest to attempt the leap between kingdoms. Faythe grasped the gold 8-point star pendant that always hung around her neck. A gift from Nick, her one way to see him. To hear about Jacon, Marlowe, and Toria too while they were all so far away. A tear gathered and fell straight to the floor before she realized she was crying. Faythe was beginning to spiral into a pit of despair, letting her thoughts and frustrations collect in a storm. Before they could destroy her, she bounded to her feet in a surge of determination. She couldn't break down. She wouldn't give up before she'd given the kingdom of the Phoenix a chance. Given herself a chance to find out who she could be. She knew she wasn't going to get any more sleep tonight, unable to handle the nightmare more than once in the same night without overwhelming herself with grief and guilt. Faythe slid into a robe that took the chill from her arms, but did little for her bare legs in the short nightgown. She wandered into one of the adjoining rooms to her bedroom. At first, Faythe had felt overprivileged to have been given such lavish living quarters. More lavish even than her rooms in the castle of High Pharaoh. She had everything she could possibly need to lock herself away in the small labyrinth and not have to leave for anything except food. She eyed the grand pianoforte in the center of the game room and felt oddly drawn to it. She couldn't play and had never even sat in front of one before, having only seen them in High Pharaoh from afar. Still, Faythe slid onto the small bench, pulling back the wooden cover from the keys. The black and white tiles glistened beautifully under the rays of the moon that pulled in through the long balcony doors. They looked pure, untouched, and as she gazed over the long length, her mind conjured silent notes, hearing faint symphonies she remembered from shows she had attended before. She suddenly envied those who could play, longing to be swept away in the wonder and magic of song. Faythe lifted a hand, resting her fingers over the smooth, polished white tiles. She pressed down on one key, then another. The notes disturbed the silence, but not in the melodic way she pined for. It was futile to even bother. In a surge of frustration, she went to slam the cover back down. Then ripples of awareness caused by a nearby presence made her halt. It wasn't just anyone. Faythe straightened instantly, pulse skipping a beat as she scanned the room, but her brow furrowed when she couldn't spy the tall warrior form she was expecting. Her eyes skimmed out past the glass doors, and she slumped, thinking she was truly going delirious in her insomnia. Until her eyes caught on a faintly shimmering small bird perched on the stone rail of the balcony outside. A familiar sight that filled her chest with comfort, just as it had in her most desolate hours imprisoned in High Pharaoh. She hadn't realized, or perhaps didn't want to admit, just how much she'd missed him in the 5 days of his absence. "Are you going to sit out there all night?" she sent like a whisper. Faythe wasn't aware Reylan had returned. She wondered if he had been in the castle long, or if he'd come straight to her. The latter thought warmed her, but her mood momentarily dipped since it was unlikely he missed her as much as she did him. 5 days would be nothing to him. Regardless, his presence lifted the internal darkness that embraced her that night, and she was glad he had decided to check in despite the late hour. She wouldn't have to suffer the rest of the long night alone. In a quick flash of light, Reylan was standing intimidatingly tall on the balcony. He welcomed himself into the room, while Faythe remained seated at the pianoforte. He halted after closing the door behind himself and quickly swept her from head to toe. Neither of them spoke. Faythe tried to focus on calming her ridiculous heartbeat at the attention that flushed her body with a desire she couldn't ignore. She pulled subconsciously at the hem of her nightgown, which felt so much shorter all of a sudden.
"You should always lock those doors,"
Reylan said thickly. The reprimand lacked any impact in his quiet voice of the sweetest gravel. Their eyes locked with a growing intensity while he stayed put, making no move to come closer. "What are you doing here?" she asked, equally as hushed. Faint creases formed around his eyes. He ignored her question to ask,
"How long have you been having nightmares?"
Faythe dropped her gaze. Out of embarrassment or shame or something else entirely. Though she was sure he already knew the answer, it was a small relief to voice the dark demon she harbored. Since everything that happened in Heir. To distract him from her erratic pulse, and to disguise the sound in case he could hear it, Faythe idly pressed down on the piano keys with a single finger. She felt Reylan stare like a warm caress that shivered over her whole body while he simply watched her for a few tense, slow seconds. Over her shallow notes, she thought she heard his sigh before he finally took some further steps into the room. Now beside her, Faythe's breath hitched at his closeness, at his hesitation, because she didn't know what he planned to do. When his hand lingered close enough to touch her shoulder, she knew what she wanted him to do. To her surprise, Reylan lowered himself onto the bench next to her. Faythe tensed completely, not out of discomfort, but from something like contentment wrapped with a hint of fear. She wanted him close. And it was an irrational thought that one wrong move could cause him to raise the steel guard she believed he had been cautiously lowering around her. Reylan cast his glance between her and the piano, deliberating. Faythe's eyebrows rose. "Can you play?" Reylan looked reluctant to confess, but the confirmation was already written in his eyes. Only it concerned Faythe that they twinkled with an essence of pain at the mention of the instrument.
"I haven't in a long time."
Seeing that it somehow triggered something dark within him, Faythe was about to close the cover, much as she really desired to ask him to recall any of the melodies he might still hold in his memory. But just as she reached up, Raylan's hands rose to rest tenderly over the black and white keys. He didn't look at her again. His brows set in deep reflection as he stared down at the piano. Faythe slowed her breaths, attention darting between sapphires and his fingers as they moved to poise over specific tiles. The image of him was breathtaking. The moonlight highlighted and softened every hard angle of his face and turned his hair a glistening white. A few loose curls met the curve of his dark brow, while his eyes glittered with more beauty than a night sky holding 1,000 stars. Then Raylan's fingers moved, and the night sparked to life around them. With the graceful motion of his hands, a wondrous string of notes floated from the instrument to brighten up the dark room. Faythe was awestruck, fully immersed in the beautiful symphony created by Raylan's influence. It was slow, heartbreakingly slow. The notes rose and fell. The song dipped and weaved, and Faythe was transfixed by the powerful muscles in his tattooed forearms, which flexed while his mind translated memory to music. Slowly, delicately, the song picked up rhythm. Notes entwined with centuries' worth of sorrow, singing the heartache of a battle-torn warrior, one who had faced war with steel, love, and his own internal monsters. Faythe's heart pierced where she sat, eyes burning with the passion Reylan poured over the keys in front of them. Every now and then, his arm would graze hers, sending a pulse of electricity through her that heightened with a song weaving through her soul. He took them out of that room, out of their world, and placed them both in a universe of endless magic and wonder, a place where no evil could touch them. Her skin prickled in the most delightful way, inspiring shivers of warmth that embraced her heart, protected it. His fingers moved gracefully, like tranquil waves against the thrash of a storm. When it slowed again, Faythe was near breathless. "Who taught you to play?" Her voice sounded choked with the buildup of emotion. His, hers, perhaps both, fusing in that moment. She didn't care to separate them. She didn't want him to stop. Didn't want this moment to ever end. Something in his face changed, a flash of sorrow and the twitch of his eyes at the question. Faythe wanted to retract it, but he answered before she could. "Someone from a long time ago." His words were almost inaudible over his shallow playing, misery and heartbreak interlaced in the notes. Faythe knew the answer then, but she felt the need to ask, wanted him to be the one to share his story with her. What was her name? Reylan stopped playing. Faythe swallowed hard, instantly guilty at the assumption and for prodding into a past she had no business knowing. Devastation stole his expression momentarily, and then he offered her a hollow smile to overshadow his grief and guilt. Faythe thought she had ruined the moment and that he'd stopped playing for good. Then he tuned his focus back into the instrument, and the song filled the empty space with wonder. Her name was Farah. That he'd chosen to share such a personal piece of himself filled Faythe's chest with bright warmth. "I'm sorry I wasn't completely honest with you about where I went. In truth, I feared what you might think of me. Once you knew the darkest parts of me, of my past and my failure. Nothing could make me turn away from you, Reylan." His brow flinched as if it pained him to hear it, as if he didn't want to believe her. Raylan's playing was soft as he took a deep breath. Faythe braced herself, anxiously anticipating, hoping that he might be about to release his final guard around her, let himself be completely vulnerable and take off his armor. "I've killed many people, Faythe. A lot of them enemies, but some out of my own darkness, and others down to my incompetence. Some of them people I deeply cared about, and those who put their trust in me." Reylan missed a note, disturbing the gentle song. His teeth clenched, and he stopped, hands slowly curling into fists as he refrained from bringing them down on the keys in anger. It wasn't from his error. Reylan was struggling against telling his story, partly for the dark feelings it stirred, but she thought in the way he avoided her eye that perhaps he was fearful of her judgment. Faythe raised a hand to place it over his without thinking, taking a subtle breath to ignore the delightful sensation crawling up her arm at the contact. After a second's hesitation, his fist uncurled enough to allow her fingertips to slip into his palm. "Don't hide from me," she pleaded quietly. "Don't put up those walls." His eyes infused with the moon when he turned to her, the dark blue transforming into a peaceful ocean.
It's my fault she's dead,
he confessed. It tore her heart like nothing she'd felt before to see the desolate look on his face.
It's my fault they're all dead. You caught a glimpse of it in Varlas's mind in the woods. Do you remember?
Faythe nodded, trying to hold back a tremble at the reminder of her confrontation with the Olmstone King in the woods of High Farrow. She'd seen the memory of the death of Varlas's mate, and he'd blamed the general as he rocked her lifeless body.
It's true. It was my fault. Everyone who died in Fenner that day died as a result of my own incompetence as a general. Farah was very dear to me, but that's not all.
Faythe's hand tightened over his, a silent assurance she wanted him to go on. She wanted to hear it all.
I watched her die. Kylir and I, we reached them on time, Farah and Greya. But we found them with blades held to their throats. To our horror, they were soldiers we had encountered before in battle, a few who managed to escape. They killed both of them right in front of us, and I don't remember much of what happened after. Something darker than rage overcame me. I killed and killed to no end. I became exactly the force my uncle who raised me had honed me to be. I became death.
Faythe said nothing. The image of everything he shared brought forth what the great general beside her was capable of. Nothing about that picture frightened her. Maybe it should. But instead, a quick, hot surge of something more reckless than anger sedated her other emotions. Faythe asked carefully, "What did your uncle do to you?" She tried to keep tethers on her building wrath from seeing his hardened expression, the faint wince she almost missed when Reylan spoke of him. Raylan's jaw locked, the harshness of his face returning at the memories she'd stirred with the question.
My father was a general, close to Agalor, and lost his life in battle. My mother lost hers soon after, when our town was invaded. I should have died that day too, but my uncle saved me. I was barely into my first century when he took me in, still a child, and I thought I owed everything to him.
Faythe's gaze traveled to his white-knuckle grip on the side of the piano, heart splintering before she even heard the turn the story was about to take.
He trained me daily, ruthlessly and mercilessly. In me, he saw a weapon he could perfectly craft since he bore no sons of his own, only a daughter to his cruel dismay. I became the person I hated. I became his own personal ruthless assassin, carrying out his dirty work, all because I thought I owed him. I spent centuries killing, mindlessly. If that was to be my existence, I didn't care.
The hand she held shifted as if to pull away from her, but Faythe's grip tightened to prevent it. Reylan looked down at their joined hands, and then his eyes met hers. The fear in them shook her to her bones.
I became a monster, Faythe. A cold, heartless monster. I may not be that person anymore, but he will always live in my shadow in every step I take. It is always something I will be capable of. Killing. My uncle succeeded in making me into his perfect weapon.
Faythe held his eyes, her opinions, her feelings toward him unchanged by his confession. She didn't speak as she thought over everything he said, wondering if it made her a fool not to be fearful, or disgusted, or even shocked. Not for what he had done. Faythe felt nothing but heartbreak and a raw, unexplainable rage. toward the male who tried to break him. What became of your uncle? The question clearly wasn't what he expected. What shocked her more was the soul-damning, murderous thoughts that sprinted through her mind should he confirm his uncle was still alive. The thing about a weapon is that it has no allegiance. Craft a lethal blade, perfect its sharpened edge, and it can kill its maker as easily as it can slay any enemy. Reylan searched her eyes for any sign she would retreat. Faythe held firm. And that's exactly what I did. I turned on the one who made me. I killed him, and like a sword of steel and leather, I felt no remorse for it. Nor do I now. What does that say about me? Faythe's pause was contemplative as she stared out over the balcony at the night sky. Taking in the peaceful sight was also a means of curbing her anger towards someone who was no longer even alive. Whatever his uncle had done to make Reylan snap, she had every confidence it justified the outcome. It says to me that you're a survivor, she offered at last. When her gaze returned to him, Faythe was determined. Determined to get him to believe he was not his past. You can stop trying to convince me you're the villain. We all have demons and hard choices to shoulder. Sometimes, it takes someone else to see them to realize they don't define us. Something in his bold blue eyes changed. Liberation. However faint it was before he blinked it away. I trust you, Reylan. I always have. Reylan dropped his gaze with a shake of his head. Gods, I know you do, Faythe. I worried you shouldn't, and I considered distancing myself from you so you wouldn't trust me. Faythe didn't get to voice the string of protests that formed painfully in her throat at the thought. Maybe it makes me selfish, but I can't. I can't stay away from you. I came back sooner than I usually would from Fenna, because while I fear to no end that I might be incapable of protecting you, I can't stand the thought of your safety being in the hands of anyone else. Reylan. His name escaped her lips on a breath of disbelief. That her well-being had caused him such turmoil, even in the safe perimeter of the castle. I don't need protecting all the time. I can look out for myself. Reylan stood, and as he took a few paces away, Faythe was compelled to rise, drawn to copy his steps. He passed the piano, but just as she thought he was about to leave the room, he turned back to her. There was no warning when he retraced his steps all the way to where she stood. In surprise, Faythe backed up, but was met with the piano behind her. Reylan halted, so close it rattled her pulse. As he leaned in, her hands reached back to brace herself, and her breathing shallowed as his fingers grazed hers. Her mind flashed between now and the first time they stood locked in this position. Even then, that first moment in High Pharaoh when they were barely more than strangers, the cage of his body hadn't struck her with the fear it should. He was powerful and dangerously alluring, but she never once believed he would truly harm her. Maybe it made her a naive fool. She didn't care. Something sparked to life within his sapphire pools. Something she believed she had seen before. It was searching, mystified, a possessive desire. His body was so close, she longed to feel it pressed against hers. Reylan spoke when she came close to damning the consequences and taking that final step herself. I never thought I'd come across someone like you, Faythe. In his eyes was conflict. He looked over her face as though memorizing every inch or trying to figure out a puzzle. She caught his gaze lingering on her lips a second longer. You see everything I am, and know everything I've done, and yet you're still here. I'm not going anywhere, she promised, near breathless. Why? Do you really have to ask? Yes. It left his lips in the tone of a plea that reflected on his furrowed brow. Faythe's heart splintered as she watched the glittering notes of vulnerability in his irises. But they were also hard, ready to raise the steel guard he wore to suppress what lay beneath from the world. You saw me, and you heard me from the first day we met. Nothing about your past changes what I see in you, Reylan. I'm not going anywhere. What moved in the atmosphere between them was electrifying and thrilling. Sapphire blazed into gold, and she felt the pull to him like the resistance of gravity. She was all too aware her robe had slid open at the top, her nightgown a dainty piece of silk exposing the curve of her breasts in the low dip. Should he look down, he'd find them pebbled, and assume it was from the room's chill, not the ripples of desire that blew sand over her skin at his proximity. Her heart swelled with his words, and she'd never felt closer to him now he'd allowed her past every defense, to where she knew very few had glimpsed before. Faythe was entranced by those sapphires that held her utterly at his mercy. Just when she thought his face was inching closer, that their thoughts and desires were aligned, Reylan straightened away from her completely. Faythe blinked as awareness surrounded her once more and swallowed her disappointment. His eyes dropped. Perhaps his will was stronger than hers. Or perhaps she was a pining fool for reading into signals that weren't there. Reylan was a male of honor and duty, and maybe that was what he would always see her as first and foremost. His duty to Agalor. You should get some sleep. Her desperation surfaced as she watched him start to leave. Wait, she choked out. I can't. Raylan's shoulders locked as he halted. I've tried to convince myself I'm in Ryanel, that Orlon and Varys are dead and I'm safe. Embarrassment folded around her at the voiced weakness. But I never really left that throne room. Even all these months later, even in another kingdom, I'm still there. Every night and sometimes in the day too, I watch my friends die. I watch my failure, my cowardice, and inability to do anything, to protect anyone. And I worry. I worry that won't ever be fixed because it's the truth. It all came pouring out of her like the release of a long-harbored confession. Faythe dared to gauge his reaction. Raylan's expression had shifted, wiping all sadness and replacing it with something indefinable. Rage, pain, defeat. His chest rose and fell deeply with it all in his stillness. A pang of guilt hit her chest. She shouldn't have offloaded her concerns onto him. It wasn't his problem, and he seemed to have enough of his own suffering to deal with. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Faythe folded her cotton robe tighter around herself and crossed her arms against the chill. She couldn't bear the longing in his eyes, as if he thought she didn't want to confide in him. I hoped it would pass, but it just gets worse. The nights I watch Caius, when I watch him, Faythe swallowed hard. It doesn't end. He dies again and again, and I'm reminded every time that I was the cause. She ground her teeth, cursing the tears that gathered and the stray drop that fell. She wiped it away angrily, staring out over the moon-kissed horizon.
Faith.
Reylan said her name through a breath, but didn't follow with anything else. They hadn't spoken of that day in the throne room since they left for Ryanel. Faythe had pushed it to the back of her mind to make room for everything new in the kingdom of the Phoenix. She had a growing mound of emotions she stacked behind a weak barrier, constantly one wrong thought away from crushing herself with the weight of it all. Faythe trembled, but couldn't be sure if it was from the cold or the risk of the dam finally breaking. With Reylan here, with her fears confronted, she was struggling now more than ever to hold it all back. She shook her head. It should have been me. Caius was a fighter, a dreamer. And I can't help anyone. The marble of grief in her throat grew painfully, to the point she feared she might stop breathing. Reylan approached her, and the moment he wordlessly pulled her into his chest, every thought and torment shattered her completely, all at once. She wasn't consumed with tears, but rather with dry sobs. Air. There wasn't enough air, and maybe her mind was convinced she was truly drowning. She wondered in a panic if it were possible to die solely from the weight of her emotions. Reylan held her, wrapping her in a warmth she didn't think she deserved, but she grappled so desperately to find relief. When he spoke, all she tuned into was the gentle rumble that kept her grounded and present. Her knees were weak, threatening to collapse her, but Reylan held her to him. With her ear to his chest, she felt the hard beat of his heart, a melody she wanted to memorize every note of. Faythe focused on it and let it ease the melancholic drum of her own. She savored the hard, toned safety of his body.
Don't ever think like that,
he said, voice hard.
You and Caius, your dreams aligned. He gave his life so you could carry them on, so you could see them answered. You fought and you survived. You deserve to live, Faythe. Live and make every life that was taken too soon count for something. That's how we go on.
The storm that threatened to undo her was tamed as she embraced the vibrations of his voice. Faythe closed her eyes, soaking in every word, allowing him not only to calm her sadness, but to fill her with the new strength she so desperately needed. She pulled back from him, giving him a weak smile, but didn't want to step away. A few seconds were suspended in time. She couldn't be sure what he was thinking behind those troubled eyes. When Reylan released her, Faythe's shoulders fell with disappointment. He turned away before stalking through to her bedroom. She almost believed he was going to wordlessly abandon her, but she bustled in after him and watched as he made his way to the armchairs by the unlit fireplace. He took the blanket draped there and extended it to her. Faythe's anxiety lifted as she took it gratefully. She threw it over her shoulders while Reylan bent down and began snapping odd spears together. "Are there no fire-wielders in the castle?" she teased quietly, watching as embers sparked. He smirked.
"There are plenty, but I don't hang on to a collection of other people's abilities at all times in case they might be needed. It would be incredibly draining."
He flashed her a crooked smile over his shoulder, and her chest warmed at the sight and the heavy weight of sadness that came so effortlessly with it. Flashes of amber struck the wood and coals over and over until they merged enough to cast away the darkness in the fire pit. Faythe stared, mesmerized by the flames that licked across the debris, forging, bonding, until a beautiful inferno filled the space. Reylan straightened then, motioned his head for her to sit. She obliged, eager to feel the glorious heat. Faythe was grateful for his company, as his presence chased away the all-consuming dark thoughts that surfaced in her solitude. With Reylan here, her mind relented, just enough for her to remember there was a light in the darkness that embraced her. There was light in him. Chapter 12. Faythe. There was something serene about the tango of fire. Though deadly and unpredictable, its dancing, undisciplined ribbons of flame calmed Faythe's mind, as though they were the cool waves of the sea. She couldn't be sure how long had passed as she sat in silence with Reylan, before his soft voice traveled over the crackle of splitting timber.
There is one person who might have the answers to help with your nightmares.
His eyes met hers, sapphire with amber tendrils.
If there's anyone who will know what you're going through and how to cure your night walking, it is Agalor.
Faythe sucked in a long breath. Of course. It made sense, and she was foolish not to have thought of it sooner. Her father, another night walker who throughout his rule had likely lived centuries' worth of terrors she didn't want to imagine. Reylan was right. If there was anyone who had experienced the side effects of trauma that affected her ability, it would be him. Only the warmth of the fire was snatched from her by the thought of the confrontation she had actively avoided since being in Ryanel. Reylan seemed to know it too, casting her a pitiful look.
You have to face him at some point, and if it can help you to sleep, to be able to night walk and see your friends, there won't be a better time than now.
He encouraged her. I will. Soon. Faythe mustered a smile in thanks to him, and in promise to herself, though the thought rallied her nerves. Reylan kept his eyes locked on her, irises swirling with question and wonder.
I've been waiting to ask, to let you settle in as best you can here after everything you've been through,
he began, and Faythe's pulse quickened in anticipation.
You brought the temple ruin to Ryanel with you. Why?
Faythe blinked, dumbfounded that this had been playing on his mind. The light temple ruin had remained sealed in the blood box bound by her, and she'd hidden the item under her bed. Another looming, and far deadlier, confrontation she had been avoiding in her cowardice. You knew it wasn't over, was all she answered, and his unchanging hard expression confirmed as much. Faythe took a long breath. She had to tell him, and was at a loss for how to do so, as she feared his reaction to the perilous endeavor she had to take. But as much as she wanted more than anything to exclude him from the dangerous path, the truth was she needed him. She didn't know anything about the kingdom of Ryanel, and would never make it across to the Niltain Isles alone. I need to reach Dakotas' temple before the next summer solstice. It's hidden on the Niltain Isles. Even as she rattled off the rest, it all sounded fictitious spoken aloud. She told him of the dire consequences if she failed to retrieve Dakotas' ruin from her temple before the solar eclipse on the solstice that could see the great spirit of death transition to their world. Faythe told him how she couldn't risk either powerful artifact falling into the hands of Marvellus, who sought the Resquilius, and ultimately Aurealis' ruin, as she puppeteered Orlon to find it within High Pharaoh. When she'd finished her quick relay of information, she dared a glance at Reylan. His look was scarily calculating, firm and set. So many thoughts, strategies, and plans crossed those hard blue eyes that reflected fire. Faythe knew he had slipped into the army general persona that had seen Ryanel through many great battles.
I'll send warriors or go alone.
No, she interjected before he wasted energy trying to find an alternative resolution. It has to be me.
Why does it have to be you?
Reylan snapped, all kindness blanketed by a protective anger that momentarily stunned her. If Faythe were honest, she'd admit she'd cursed and shouted internally with the same damned question. Only she knew the answer. One she'd kept to herself all this time. One only Marlowe knew. Faythe couldn't hold it in any longer, not with the threats mounted against them that didn't only put her life at risk, but put the whole of Engardia under threat if she couldn't stop the spirits. There is a reason I am the only one of my kind. Faythe began quietly. She could feel Raylan's intense stare, but she chose to watch the tango of fire. I'm an heir of Marvellus, a direct descendant from her when she joined our world. His confusion, shock, and bewilderment rippled like waves through her. She could have blocked him out, but she wanted to feel everything, to know how he truly felt about her sinister ties, and perhaps to soothe her terror that he wouldn't think of her any differently. My mother didn't flee Ryanel because she fell out of love with Agalor, nor for anything so trivial or mundane. She left because she thought she was protecting me. Aurealis seems to believe there is a prophecy that one conceived from both a Marvellus bloodline blessed, a Nightwalker, and a direct descendant like my mother, is the key to ending the great spirit-turned Fae before she can cause any more destruction. Faythe shook her head, knowing how fabricated it sounded. We may all be doomed if it turns out to be true. She looked at him then. His face was a shade paler than usual, brows set in a disbelieving frown. He didn't match her weak attempt at humor, and Faythe's face fell. If there's a possibility it is, I have to at least try, and that begins with stopping Dakotas's ascension. It felt liberating to have someone else know everything about her, and she didn't feel in the least bit vulnerable as she laid it all out in front of Reylan. Who she was, what she was, right down to the last dark truth. He stared at her blank-faced. She couldn't bear to let the silence settle, needing to get it over with. I wouldn't ask.
You don't need to ask.
He cut her off, voice hard.
Of course I'm coming with you.
Faythe gave a weak smile in gratitude, but she was even more riddled with guilt and uncertainty that he was so quick to jump into such dangerous unknown depths with her. Without hesitation, without question.
Spirits be damned,
he muttered, and the anger on his face made her recoil in her chair.
Agalor deserves to know why she left, and the danger you're in.
I can't risk him trying to stop me.
He deserves to know,
Reylan repeated. Faythe swallowed hard at the coldness in his eyes and voice.
You didn't see what her leaving did to him. It still torments him to this day. Then to find out she left with you, without even knowing of your conception.
Reylan shook his head, and she detected a hint of resentment toward her mother that made her anger flash.
I understand her wanting to protect you. Believe me, I do. But she didn't give him a reason or even a goodbye, and her decision was wholly wrong. There's nothing Agalor wouldn't have risked to keep you safe. Both of you.
Faythe's heart ached at the passion in his voice. Her mother's leaving had clearly imprinted on him too, for what it had done to his king and kingdom. Perhaps that's what she was afraid of, Faythe said quietly. Raylan's hard expression softened. What she was about to say, Faythe had never confided in anyone. In over a decade, she had spoken very little of her mother, even to Jakon. I was only 9 when she was taken. Faythe dropped her eyes at the pain of the impending confession, but she wanted him to know. She wanted Reylan to know everything. Nearly 11 years without her, and each passing year hurts like the first. Every year, suddenly I'm that scared and alone orphaned girl in the streets of Farrowhold all over again. What hurts the most is when that day comes around. I can't ever be sure if it is the anniversary of her death, or if those who took her kept her alive and tortured her for whatever information they sought to gain. Knowing what I do now, I'm filled with even more uncertainty as to who took her. Faythe picked at the threads of her blanket, trying hard not to slip into the body of her scared and alone 9-year-old self in the woods. It was easy to blame Valgard, the kingdom we're all taught to fear. But what if it was Marvellis? What if she was the one my mother tried desperately to run from? Her life in Ryanel was secure, comfortable, but completely public, and therefore vulnerable. And fleeing was her desperate attempt to hide us from her reach. But what if Marvellis finally found her? Alone in High Farrow, it would have been the perfect opportunity to take her. Faythe didn't know how to go on. There were so many unanswered questions surrounding her mother and her death that threatened to be her undoing. Questions that crushed her to think she would never receive answers to. Raylan's face creased in sadness, but she couldn't be sure if it was for her or himself. "I'm sorry you shouldered that burden alone," he said with all sincerity. "But you're not alone anymore. Never again. I vow to do whatever it takes to avenge Liliana and find the truth you've longed for." Faythe's eyebrows knitted together as she fought back the burning in her eyes at his declaration. She didn't deserve it, but she was grateful for him. "I was so young I didn't get to know her in adulthood. Didn't get to understand who she really was," she admitted with a stabbing pain in her heart. "She was a lot like you, actually." His lips curved, eyes holding something that fluttered in her stomach. "Headstrong, fierce, but with a tender heart. As golden as her eyes. Your eyes." A warm, genuine smile found her lips. Faythe nestled into the armchair, curling her legs up and fixing the blanket. She lay her head against the tall side of the chair. "Can you tell me more about her?" Raylan's mouth curled, and her heart skipped a beat at the sight. He too leaned back, getting comfortable to begin a short string of stories about her mother and Ryanel. Stories she'd only ever dreamed of being able to hear. All the heavy conversation and sadness became distant, while Faythe tuned in to the gentle roughness of Raylan's voice telling those tales. Of peace, of antics, of bravery. Soon, she couldn't fight the weight of her eyelids. Words blurred, leaving behind a soothing, deep hum whose serene waves softly pulled her under, into a blissful sleep. Raylan's voice. It felt like home. Chapter 13. Reylan. Raylan watched Faythe's peaceful face for a few minutes once her breathing had slowed and deepened. She was soundlessly asleep. He was glad for it, knowing she'd had little proper rest since leaving everything she knew behind. He, too, had been plagued with horrific nightmares, and found himself often waking up with her since his temporary move to the room across the hall. His attempt to keep some of the familiarity of High Farrow. Every time he knew she lay awake, he wanted to go to her. Yet he kept his distance to give her the space he thought she needed to adjust. Tonight, after writing for days without rest to return as quickly as possible, he couldn't retire for the night without checking in on her. It was far too late for him to simply knock on her door, so he'd wandered by Isaiah's room, taking only enough of his ability to transform and glance at Faythe from a distance to curb his rattling mind. It hadn't surprised him to find her pulled from sleep, But seeing her seated so beautifully before the pianoforte was a sight that struck him. He'd long since hardened himself to the memories she brought forth. A Faythe who was a keen player of many wonderful instruments, and he'd silently picked up on her favorite of all from watching her so often by the piano. He couldn't be sure if his pain upon seeing Faythe there was from the reminder of a dark past, or his guilt for the present, that he couldn't help her with her night terrors, and had been party to convincing her to cross the kingdoms to Reylan. Perhaps being with her friends would have helped her to overcome them by now. Right now, she looked peaceful. He couldn't imagine what she'd endured in High Faythe when she was dragged out of that tower cell away from his watch. He couldn't, because even though the captain was dead, the thought of what he did to her made him want to rage and kill to no end. Reylan stood carefully, deliberating. He couldn't leave her in that armchair. If she did, by some mercy, manage to stay in undisturbed sleep for the rest of the night, she would wake with horrible aches from the crooked position by morning. He sighed, taking the few strides over and pausing in front of her. Knowing everything he did about the impossible woman who would defy the odds to exist, shouldered so much burden, and loved and lost more than anyone should in such a short lifetime. He felt momentarily struck by her quiet, sleeping form, stripped back to the innocent, fragile human she was. Not the heir of Marvellous, not the daughter of a great king, not a keeper of powerful magic, just Faythe. And that was enough. She didn't deserve to carry the weight of the world. His hand came up before he knew what he was doing, and he gently brushed the hair that fell limp over her face in her unconscious state. Then he stealthily, carefully, lifted and cradled her body to him, along with the bundled blanket. He carried her over to the bed, having to focus on calming his mind as it flashed between now and the last time he'd held her in such a way, when she was within death's reach in the throne room of High Faythe. The uncertainty of those few days that followed. Reylan hadn't felt such a deep-seated fear and dread since that dark day in Fenner. He laid her down gently and moved to step away completely and leave her rooms. A soft hand encased his wrist. "Stay," Faythe said in a sleepy whisper. Reylan froze, positive she must be dreaming as her eyes remained closed, her fingers limp against his hand. Just as he was about to try straightening again, her tired lids fluttered open. "Please." Reylan didn't think his heart was still beating. Faythe lazily shuffled over, barely able to remain awake, then patted the bed next to her. He confirmed his heart was still beating, more than that as it picked up a frantic sprint. Her request was achingly innocent, a silent desperation not to be alone if she were to face the fears in her mind. Yet he couldn't shake the guilt of his past, the fear that he was selfish for letting her get close to him. Reylan pushed aside those wicked, tormenting thoughts. Tentatively, as if one wrong move could spook her, he dipped onto the bed beside Faythe, remaining above the covers. He kept his distance despite the faint itch to shuffle closer and feel her warmth. He could fight against his own need for rest and stay until she was in a deep sleep once more. Faythe already had her eyes blissfully closed and looked delicate, peaceful. He watched her breathing, transfixed by the rise and fall of her chest, as though it might still, as though the beat of her heart were tied to his own. Yet he didn't fear it, not in the slightest. Chapter 14. Nicolaus. The king of High Pharaoh sat in the grand chair of his private council room, fingers pressed into his temples as if it would soothe the throbbing in his head. It didn't, and he was close to shouting in frustration at the pain that seemed constant, with a pile of woes and matters that never slowed, never gave him a break. How had his father kept his sanity? Before his mind was twisted by Marvellous. Nick was beginning to sympathize with him for the scale of what it took to run a kingdom. He'd convinced himself his internal doubts and overwhelm would pass, that this was only a phase. Now, over 3 months since he became king, Nick was dealing with a sinking feeling in his stomach that perhaps everyone was wrong and he wasn't ready. And maybe he never would be. Fearing he would go out of his mind if he was left to his own destructive thoughts any longer, Nick bounded to his feet, ignoring the stabbing in his head with a sudden movement. He walked the halls in silence. Usually he would plaster on a mask of pleasantry to give the guards and those he passed a warm reception. But he was far too exhausted to even try anymore. He had one destination in mind, one person he longed to see. Someone he always confided in, and who always seemed to know how to lift his spirits and soothe his emotions. He had no right to go to her, but he planned to offer her the apology she deserved and assure her she would never owe High Pharaoh anything in exchange for her safety here. Whatever it took to bide the nobles, he would promise her that. Standing outside Toria's rooms, Nick knocked in his usual pattern and waited a short while, giving her the chance to call out if she was indisposed. When all was silent, Nick twisted the handle and welcomed himself inside, as she had long granted him permission to do so. Quickly scanning the bedroom, he knew it was empty without having to check any of the adjoining rooms. His disappointment settled horribly, only adding to his growing despair. He left, and just as he was closing the door, he spied a familiar blonde head down the hall, fully engrossed in the book splayed over both her palms. Marlowe's eyes flashed up briefly, and she smiled warmly, closing her book as they both halted where their paths crossed. "Have you seen Toria?" he asked, feeling shameful that he'd skipped a greeting. Marlowe's face fell solemn, and Nick was hit with panic. "You don't remember?" "Remember what?" "What day it is?" It didn't take him long, and when he caught on, Nick's eyes widened and heart cracked at the same time, riddled with the most gods-awful guilt that twisted his gut painfully. He'd never forgotten before, not in over 100 years. He'd never forgotten the anniversary of her parents' deaths, the day everything was taken from her. He'd been so damn distracted by his new mountain of duties that he didn't realize what day it was. And the thought that struck deepest was that Toria, selflessly, hadn't thought to remind him. His guilt was overshadowed by anger at himself. He was becoming the kind of ruler he tried desperately not to be. One too consumed by duty to balance it with caring for his friends and family. "You know where she is, don't you?" Marlowe asked quietly, looking at him with the touch of sympathy he hated, though he didn't blame her for it. "I do." Nick mustered a weak smile, resting his hand on her arm in thanks for a quick second. He knew exactly where she would be when she was still confined to High Pharaoh. Toria always headed to the one place in his kingdom that remotely resembled her home, a spot on the outskirts called Spring Hill. Nick was at the stables and had a horse ready right away, barely even registering his own movements.
"Should I alert some guards to accompany you out of the city, Your Majesty?"
A timid voice came up behind him. Nick turned to the stable boy.
"That won't be necessary,"
he answered quickly, mounting the horse in one swift motion.
"Did any of them leave with the Finstead Queen?"
The boy paled, and Nick flared in anger that she had been able to leave the city without an escort, or his being notified. Even though he knew Toria would have bribed and silenced whoever necessary to slip out alone, he still made a note to unleash some of his pent-up frustration on his royal guard. With a new flare of urgency, Nick took off in a fast gallop out of the castle grounds. King Nicolias slowed his horse after 3 hours of exerting himself and the beast. He patted the mare's neck in silent thanks for keeping the pace while his mind raced in panic at the thought of Toria being all the way out here, alone in the hillside. There could be any number of bandits, fey or human, who would target her for her obvious wealth, even if they didn't realize who she was. His frantic heartbeat finally had a chance to calm when he spotted her, sitting by the giant lakeside. Nick dismounted, tying his brown mare to a nearby tree at one of the adjoining streams. He started the walk to her slowly, now it was confirmed she was safe. Spring Hill was beautiful, and one of High Pharaoh's most treasured locations. It reminded Nick a lot of the Eternal Woods in Pharaohhold, but on a far larger scale. He'd only visited Finstead once before when he was a few years past his first century. Here, the open green hills were scattered with colorful blooms. The lake broke off into a small maze of streams, and the verdant forest sprawled on for miles. Spring Hill was as close to Toria's homeland as she could get from so far away. As he approached, Toria was making flowers bloom in the grass around her with her ability. Spindle lilies. They were white-petaled with a brilliant red center of fine veins, a flower that first bloomed naturally in Finstead many millennia ago, on a battlefield that saw much tragedy, and had since become a tribute to their fallen. Toria delicately arranged those she had mimicked into a small, beautiful garland. She would no doubt have detected Nick's presence by now, but she didn't pause her sorting of the arrangement.
"Toria, I am so sorry,"
he began quietly when he was close enough. Her brown eyes glittered a beautiful hazel in the sunlight when they slid up to him, and her small accompanying smile took his breath away, but further clenched the guilt in his chest. Toria motioned for him to join her. Nick swallowed the raw emotion in his throat and obliged, lowering down to sit beside her while he watched her pick at the leaves and stems, head tilting as she observed her work. Her peaceful composure made him feel lower, thinking perhaps she was holding back her grief for his sake.
"Why didn't you come to me?"
Beneath the guilt, Nick was silently heartbroken, fearing Toria had begun to distance herself from him over the past few months, since he'd inherited his new status. Toria stopped arranging the flowers, her hands lowering as she turned her attention to him. "I understand the commitment of the position you are in, Nick. We are both changing, both growing into the crowns we were born with. Duty comes first, and I understand that."
Nick's brow furrowed in protest. "I will always have time for you,"
he insisted, as it felt as if she were pushing him away.
"What I said to the council, I didn't mean it. Not for a second. You are safe here by no obligation. Always."
A pain filled her eyes, creasing the smooth golden skin around them. Nick's panic hitched at the sight. It had nothing to do with the tragic day, nor the reminder of her dark past. Toria looked away from him, which only added to his growing anxiety. She raised her chin as she stared at the shimmering ripples of water. 107 years to this day since they killed my parents and slaughtered so many innocents, she said, eyes darkening as if she were traveling to that fateful day. Nick shuddered at the thought of what she had endured. It always stabbed his chest with the pain of grief and destruction, a desire to rage for revenge on her behalf. I planned for this to be the last year I mourned them away from the kingdom they died for, away from my home. I may not have their bodies to bury, but my parents deserve to be memorialized in the tombs where they belong. My people commemorated for their sacrifice. It's been too long, and I won't hide anymore. I don't know where you're going with this, Nick said carefully, but his chest rattled. Toria placed down her flower arrangement. Reaching to her other side, she produced a small stack of letters and extended them to him. Nick took them warily, and as he glanced down, his blood ran cold. His white eyes snapped to hers, but her expression was determined. He looked back at the letters in his palms, each featuring a broken purple seal. The sigil of Olmstone. I've been exchanging letters with Varlas and some with Tarle, she explained, her tone yielding nothing but fact. Nick opened one of the letters incredulously, while trying not to crumple them to nothing at hearing the Olmstone prince's name. He couldn't speak as he skimmed over the words. His pulse was in his ears as certain words flared his anger, his sorrow, his defeat. They are open to negotiating an alliance, she went on, but not with an ounce of joy or hope. Nick skimmed over the next letter, then the next, unable to stop despite the torture it inflicted on his heart. Between Fenstead and Olmstone. The news hit him like a punch to the gut. The letters crumpled as he couldn't prevent the curl of his fist, because she had confirmed what he'd already concluded. Toria meant to secure allegiance with Olmstone as Fenstead's queen alone, not as High Pharaoh's ward. His fury forced him to his feet. He couldn't subdue the stab of betrayal as he looked down at her. How could you do that? How could you trust them with all we know? If you would let me explain. They will use you and then diminish all that you are as soon as they take your throne back. He couldn't stop the words that poured from him. Toria was calm as she stood. Nick, just... After all we've been through, how could you? Nicholaus! Her voice snapped and took him by surprise. Gods, if you could stop enjoying the rant of your own voice for 2 minutes to let me explain. Nick's mouth pressed into a firm line. He focused on his breathing, diffusing his wrath enough to realize he owed her that. You said we needed a way to get eyes in Olmstone. Well, there you have it. She cast her hand to the letters he gripped tight in anger. The plan fell into place, and every ounce of rage spread into cold, desperate dread. He shook his head. Not a chance in rutting dam, he snarled. What she implied he couldn't bear to think of. Not only imagining her in the arms of the enemy, but if she were to go to them as a spy. He didn't believe her name and crown would be enough to save her from Varlas's fury. I wasn't asking for permission, she shot back. His nostrils flared as he took a step toward her. You are not dangling your life at their mercy. If they found out about your intentions, not even I would be quick enough to intervene and save you. He would have cause to execute you on the spot. I meant what I said, she spoke firmly. I'm done being idle.
I'm done waiting for nothing, while I cannot be sure how many of my people survived, nor my court, only to watch me sit comfortably in High Pharaoh with no plans to fight back."
Her passion stunned him to silence. She was coming into the fierce queen he knew her to be.
"I will do this for High Pharaoh, for everything this kingdom offered me when I had nowhere else to turn. But most of all, I will do this for Fensted. If there is a chance Varlas could be siding with Valgard, I can't let that happen. They took everything from me, and I plan to take it back."
The prospect struck him with a fear so great, it was an effort not to break down and protest that she change her mind. As her friend, as more than just her friend, he would do anything to get her to stay. Yet as a king, from one monarch to another, he knew why she had to do this.
"I can't protect you there," he said in defeat.
Toria's face finally softened.
"It's time for me to protect myself. I will forever be grateful for everything you have done for me, Nick. But it's time for me to move on and start thinking of my kingdom. There's nothing left for me here."
That final statement felt like a blow to his gut, winding him entirely. It repeated in an echo of torment, and he knew it would continue long past her days in High Pharaoh. He would never stop hearing those soul-crushing words. "There's nothing left for me here."
"You're not protecting yourself. You're offering yourself up for execution should they have the slightest suspicion about your intentions."
"My intentions are true." Her calm, cold voice stiffened his spine. "I will be accepting their invitation to Olmstone to entertain the prospect of a marriage alliance with Tarley."
Nick flared. "How could you? After all they've done and could be plotting."
"We don't know what their movements are yet. If your information turns out to be false, I cannot deny a secure alliance with Olmstone would benefit Fensted. And if they are colluding with Valgard, that is my revenge to be had more than anyone's. I will tear them apart from the inside if I have to. I don't care what it will cost me."
"I care,"
Nick snapped, his anger rising, fear rattling at the mere thought.
"You can't walk into the lion's den dressed as a lamb. They'll snuff you out quicker than you can get a single piece of information. And even if you did, what will you do with it?"
"They won't suspect me. And if they do, I'm more used to them alive than dead. You said you needed eyes on the inside, and that you couldn't risk night walking in case your spies were killed. They won't kill me, Nick. Not straight away. They'll only risk making me a martyr for Fensted and causing an uprising." What she said made sense. Brilliant, but damning sense. Nick couldn't see the merits, didn't believe anything was worth risking her life for. "If they suspect me, I'll have time to warn you before—" Toria cut herself off. There was something haunting in her hazel gaze that made every cell in his body tremble and wrapped him in ice. He couldn't stand the lingering tension as he pressed.
"Before what?"
For the first time, Toria's determined gaze fell to sadness, and she looked away from him, over the glittering lake. "Fensted fell, and I ran. My people gave their lives for me, and I've sat idle for over a century. I owe them that devotion. If Olmstone detains me in thinking I'm a spy for you, they'll want to use me as much as they can before executing me. If it ever comes to that, I won't risk them using me to lure in what could be left of Fensted's court. I won't let them use me to get to you." Nick's heart stopped cold, dead. He didn't care if it never beat again, when the meaning behind her words shattered his soul. He shook his head, something dark and primal overcoming him.
No, I'm not asking for your permission. I know.
His tone was shadowy, and Toria's brave face wavered.
But I will not stand by and watch you recklessly, foolishly end your life for this cause. There will be another way.
This is the best solution, and you know it.
Not at the cost of your life.
His chest heaved. He couldn't stop his anger. Toward Olmstone. Toward the world. For dealing them such a screwed-up hand that knew no happiness. Not when war and devastation found them at every turn. Not when they were forced to be leaders through such hardship.
What you propose is suicide, Toria. It is not a plan. It's a tragedy.
I've made up my mind, Nick. Toria tried to regain her composure, but he could see the fear in her eyes. It is done. Varlas expects me in 2 weeks, and will be sending his warriors and the prince to escort me. Nick's nails bit into his palms as they shook at his sides. He wanted to rage, to kill, to storm to Olmstone and execute Varlas himself, before he would allow her to walk into his domain and be at his mercy. Nick, listen to me. Her voice dropped to a calm, serene tone she had used before, but so long ago. The same tone as when he was consumed by endless anger over the death of his mother, and her gentle coaxing was the only thing that brought him back from a path of reckless destruction. With the notes of her voice, she closed the distance with slow, careful steps. I'm going to be okay. This is for me. But this is also for you. Nick couldn't bear to look at her, but he couldn't fight her when he felt her soft fingers under his jaw, forcing him to lock onto her hazel gaze. Let your nobles think this is your idea, that you're sending me as High Pharaoh's ward with the hope of negotiating ties in Elmstone and Fenstead. They will never need to know any different, as we will always be allies. We will always be friends. The last word clenched in his chest to the point of pain. His hand met with hers at his face, while his brow pinched with so many declarations drumming his heart to be spoken. As he held her glittering eyes, he saw it. She needed this. For herself and her kingdom, Toria needed to take back control of her life, and this was her chance. As much as every internal fiber begged him to make her stay, for her to be safe. He couldn't take that from her.
If anything happened to you...
Nick trailed off, unable to finish without the air that had left him completely. Toria smiled sadly. I know, she said quietly. I know. Chapter 15. Zayana. Again, Zayana commanded the young dark fae with no sympathy for her fatigue. Amaya looked at her incredulously, and Zayana answered with a firm look of her own that dared her to protest. With a suppressed sigh of reluctance, she splayed her wings and took off into the air she hadn't long dropped from. Zayana tracked her from the stone-fringed viewing platform of the pit, assessing her every maneuver and weakness while she completed the basic flying drill.
She's slow,
Tynan remarked from beside her. His distaste for her choice wasn't subtle. She knew none in her inner circle were particularly thrilled with the new addition. Zayana spared a look in his direction and noticed the nods of agreement from the rest of the group. Her irritation grew. I hate to agree, but Kellius and I have been overseeing her training, and she's among the weakest in the grade. Aislinn added. It's not about speed or strength, Zayana snapped. I didn't choose any of you for those particular traits. She didn't need to defend her decision, but she did want to assure her group that nothing would get in the way of them winning the trial for the quest. She tore her eyes from Amaya's training drill to turn to the 5 who stood behind her. I know we could beat Maverick and his rogues just as the 6 of us, but those aren't the rules. We need another player, and Amaya is simply a body to fill that space. On that field, no one concerns themselves with anyone's role but their own. If she can't handle herself, if she can't keep up, she'll face the ultimate punishment. But she will not hold any of you back from victory. Her companions all nodded simultaneously in fierce understanding and respect. They weren't friends, as to be friends required feelings none of the dark fae were capable of. Care and love, a beating heart. They shared a bond of respect and obedience only, and out of duty, any of those in front of her would lay down their life for her. With their concerns addressed, Sayana turned back just in time to catch Amaya clip the tip of her wing on the edge of the protruding stone wall. It sent her into an embarrassing tumble before she floundered to regain composure, still in flight. Sayana momentarily pinched her eyes closed, grinding her teeth in frustration. She knew it would be a challenge to address Amaya's physical weaknesses. Her crooked wings and sloppy flying could end her in a heartbeat in battle. Sayana didn't look to Tynan again, knowing he would be suppressing his "I told you so" look, and she'd have to hold back the urge to unleash her anger on him. "That's enough," Sayana bellowed into the empty space. Amaya paused, her face falling in defeat, as it should. When the young fae dropped to the pit floor, Sayana took a step off the balcony, wings splayed, to swoop down in one graceful movement. She tucked them in tight when her feet landed weightlessly. Amaya shifted nervously under her irritable gaze. "Do you have any strengths?" Sayana's words weren't slander. Rather, she asked this to gauge how well the young fae knew herself, and if she possessed any confidence in her capabilities at all. At Amaya's silence, Sayana was one short fuse away from casting her out of sight. It wasn't too late for her to find a replacement. They still had over a week. I can use a bow." Archery was a skill most of them had perfected. It wasn't exactly impressive, but Sayana's interest was piqued. While those in her inner circle could use a bow well, none of them were specifically honed for the weapon. She cantered her head. "Can you glamour?" It wasn't a common ability. The only 2 who couldn't in her group were Drya and Selene. It wasn't a weakness for them, as they had a natural skill to become like living shadows, making them invaluable as spies. Sayana didn't expect it, but Amaya's small nod lit a flare of triumph within her. She knew what to do with her then. She was small, so stealth would be her best attribute. Her position wasn't to be in the skies. She would be invaluable on the ground. "Why wasn't I told this?" She directed the question to Wasteland and Kellia specifically. They looked between each other before Kellia spoke up.
"Archery isn't something we've been actively practicing yet."
Sayana glanced back at Amaya in curiosity. "Then how is it you're so confident in your skills as an archer?" Amaya shifted her weight, sparing a guilty look at her training overseers. "I know I shouldn't have, but sometimes when the pit is quiet, I come here to borrow a bow and some arrows. And I know we're not allowed, but I take them to the range above the mountain and practice. I don't mean to disobey, but it's the only thing I've found I'm good at." Amaya was quick to ramble her confession. Sayana should have been outraged. It was a grave insult to go against basic orders and venture unpermitted and unsupervised to the range outside. Yet her eyes flashed with something else. Admiration for the young Faythe. Not for her disobedience. That she would find suitable punishment for, as was to be expected. But she had to credit Amaya for playing into her strengths and not submitting to being useless in the training drills she was forced to participate in. Sayana's mouth curled in wicked delight. Let's see if your words have merit. She turned to her 5. Someone retrieve a bow, and let's take this out to the range, shall we? Her voice sang. She felt a glimmer of victory that she wasn't wrong. Amaya could prove to be an asset instead of dead weight in their ensemble. Her companions looked hesitant, but reluctantly, Aislinn and Kellius went to fetch the weapon. She turned back to Amaya, voice turning deadly low. If you make me look a fool for trusting you, death will be the least of your fears. Out in the training range, Sayana didn't register the bitter nip of the whistling wind in her rare high of excitement. Along the narrow gap between mountain peaks, the archery range stretched, consisting of 15 targets. The target heights were staggered, the distance progressively farther and all in varying sizes, the smallest being no bigger than an acorn. Amaya stood timidly behind the line, where most would stay to practice stationary archery. As creatures with the ability of flight, archery wasn't a skill a lot of dark Faythe felt necessary. They would rather practice dodging fatal darts from the enemy in the skies. But Sayana had a giddy thrill that she could perhaps add someone to her ranks who would further strengthen her group. Another lethal, unique skill. Aislinn came over to hand Amaya the bow and a quiver of arrows, and in the way she took the items with hesitance, Sayana's confidence in her faltered dramatically. If she'd misled her on how well she could use the weapon, it would be to Sayana's embarrassment for trusting in her word. And to display her poor judgment in front of her companions weakened her as a leader. Her fingers curled in anger at the thought. Stationary first. Hit all 15 targets from where you stand. Sayana's voice was hard, almost threatening. Amaya's answer was a short nod, and then she equipped the quiver to her back, pulling one arrow out. No one spoke. No one moved. Sayana observed Amaya's every flicker of movement and assessed her methods. Amaya paused and took slow, concise breaths, while her eyes scanned every target with focus. Sayana tilted her head in curiosity as she studied the young Faythe. Tynan opened his mouth to speak, likely to voice his impatience for her to hurry up, as Sayana herself had the same thought. She held her hand up to silence him before he could, not taking her eyes off Amaya. Her feet moved into a steady stance to brace. Her chest rose and fell in perfectly timed breaths, and she fixed her arrow into the string. But she didn't raise her arms to aim. The wind whistled more, and Sayana knew it would take extra precision with the effect the air could have on the projection. Amaya would have to purposely offset her aim to compensate and adjust each fire, since the force and direction of the wind could change at any moment. Just when Sayana was beginning to doubt that her pause was for calculation and not out of fear, Amaya raised her bow and let loose in the space of a breath. It hit dead center, but Sayana expected nothing less for the first 5 targets in the range at least. That wasn't what was impressive. It was that the Darkling didn't stop for a second. She swiped an arrow from her back, aimed and let loose, again and again and again. Unfaltering, unflinching. When it got to the final and farthest target, Amaya did halt, just for a split second, as the wind blasted a quick gust. Then she let her last arrow fly, and it hit with perfect precision. There were very few times in Zayana's life that she had ever been stunned. When Amaya lowered her bow, she turned around to her with a sheepish look, back to appearing as the weak coward she allowed herself to be. Zayana couldn't be sure if the young Fae was brilliant for hiding her skills behind a mask, or simply lacking in confidence. Nevertheless, her lips curled in satisfaction. She glanced at Tynan, who was staring at her wide-eyed like the rest of them. Zayana smirked at their reaction, eyes twinkling with delight when they turned back to Amaya. Very good. She stalked up to her, dropping her grin. Why would you keep such talents hidden? Amaya straightened, relaxing with the knowledge she wasn't to be reprimanded. At least not yet. I didn't think it was something that would be useful, she admitted. She wasn't wrong. To anyone else, the skill of archery would seem insignificant considering the many alternatives. Swordsmanship, agility in the skies, and abilities were all ranked far above a bow and arrow to a dark fae. But Amaya wasn't just a fine archer. She had honed the skill, become the weapon, and it was something no one could expect. Zayana's instincts had once again proven to be right, and the darkling in front of her could make a spectacular ally. Your skills are impressive. Don't discredit what you're good at. Though she admired the talent and Amaya's intuition to train herself, she had still broken a rule when she took it upon herself to venture outside unpermitted. Zayana couldn't be seen as weak for letting that go unpunished. Since you thought it appropriate to disregard basic rules and venture out here, this is where you will stay. Practice, rest, and don't come back into the mountain for 3 days. Amaya's eyes widened in a plea, but Zayana's look warned against it. Her face fell, and she nodded in acceptance of her punishment. While Zayana knew it wasn't as brutal as expected, she couldn't inflict any serious harm on the young dark fae, if only because she was to participate in the challenge by her side and would need to be at full strength. After suffering 3 long, freezing days and nights without a proper meal, she would have at least a week to regain her strength for the match ahead. Zayana turned to her companions with a cunning smile. Her skills in stationary archery are impressive. But what about moving targets? Tynan caught on immediately, his face falling in a scowl. Oh, Tynan. When was the last time you exerted yourself outside the comforts of your bed? Or another's? His deviant grin made her smirk. She turned to the rest of them. All of you, pick up a target. Or don't, if you still doubt her ability not to spear an arrow through your chest. Their hearts may not beat, but they weren't immune to a fatal wound. A timid smile of amusement curled Amaya's lips, but it was gone when she caught Zayana's eye. It shouldn't have bothered her. After all, she was supposed to be feared, respected, and obeyed. Though she wasn't a complete monster. She could enjoy a little fun now and then. What constituted as fun varied, but she felt a stab of sourness that she seemed to kill the mood wherever she went. Zayana often wondered how different she would be if she hadn't become the delegate, if she hadn't been pushed and trained ruthlessly to win the position since birth. If she never had, Finian would still be alive, and she would still be weak. With grumbles of reluctance, her 5 stemmed off to equip and position themselves as targets around the gap. Zayana approached Amaya, whose confidence looked truly shaken at the prospect. Have you ever tried hitting something that isn't still? Amaya, to her surprise, nodded. "Birds fly over these mountains sometimes," she said, head tilting up as if she'd seen them. There were none when Zayana followed her line of sight over the clouded, misty skies, and she didn't think it was very often birds flew over these mountains. Still, she continued to be pleasantly awed by the Darkling's intuition. They're going to be far faster than birds, and they won't hold back. This isn't child's play. Imagine each of them as your death approaching, and make it known it won't claim you today. Amaya's green orbs met hers, and she felt the silent gratitude in them. With a nod of new confidence, she straightened her posture. Zayana felt a pang of something she wasn't used to, something faint and oddly warming to her cold chest. Pride. She walked a few paces ahead, raising her voice so the others could hear. On a battleground, there are very few moments in which you can pause to fix your aim. There are no rules, and an enemy could approach from any angle. Her companions would know what she required of them. She twisted back to address Amaya alone. Your task is simple. Make it to the end of the gap. Striking the last target will signal your victory. Be aware of those who try to stop you, to end you. Amaya didn't speak or move, but the hard determination in her look was far louder than words. Glamour your wings. They will only slow you down. With that, Zayana splayed her own and shot to the sky with a few powerful motions. She flew to the end of the gap. She had no intention of sitting on the sidelines, and would be Amaya's final obstacle in the way of the small target now positioned behind her. She straightened, hands clasped behind her back, to enjoy and observe if Amaya even made it far enough for her to be needed. On your mark, Amaya, Zayana called. Her fey ears would pick up on it from across the stretch of stone, with the added lift of the wind. The young dark fae was a slender, dark silhouette in the distance. More so now she'd taken Zayana's advice and glamoured her wings away. Some might see it as an insult, disregarding their heritage. But Zayana played to everyone's strengths, no matter what it took. Amaya would have far more agility in a sprint to maneuver the obstacles around her, and far better balance to use her bow on the move without the added weight of wings to account for. That, and if she wasn't to use them, they would only be vulnerable to an enemy strike. Amaya's greatest strength was her size. The smaller she could make herself, the more lethal she would become with her dead shot. Zayana scanned the angry, jagged rocks of the surrounding mountain peaks. She couldn't see any of her companions, but she didn't need to. She knew exactly where each of them was lying in wait for their turn to catch Amaya off guard. Over the centuries, it was as if she'd developed a sixth sense for each of them. With their distaste for the Darkling, they would be even more determined to see her fail. Good. She wanted to see Amaya challenged to her full extent. Zayana shouldn't care if Amaya succeeded or not. She could find another stand-in for the trial. Yet a small part of her was rooting for the Darkling. Not so she would be proven right in her decision, but for Amaya to prove to herself she could rise against odds and expectations. Only the wind whistled its presence, billowing her cloak sideward. Zayana was still, watching, waiting, silent. Amaya fixed the bow and arrow in her own expert way, inhaled a long breath, and then took off running. She didn't raise her bow immediately, nor clumsily scan the area for the impending attacks. Amaya ran straight ahead, focused, using her hearing to detect the threat instead. Smart. Kellius was first. He came at her from the side, floating downward from the skies, Amaya was quick. She didn't pause her running as Kellius swooped in. She had an arrow knocked and fired, but it missed as he spun around the dart. Landing, he sprinted for her. Amaya paused, turned back, aimed, and let loose. She hit the target he held. Zayana's eyes flashed in delight at her swiftness as Kellius stopped advancing. Amaya didn't pause to bask in her triumph. Clever young dark fae. She didn't reach for another arrow, choosing to gain some distance in a long sprint without a poised weapon instead. Dryia and Selene were next. Together they came from each side. Only one was in flight and the other on foot. Amaya drew an arrow, knocked it and released it at Dryia, who advanced at her level first. Her arrow met its mark. In the same breath, Amaya abruptly halted. The arrow in her bow met with her line of sight, tracking Selene, who darted for her, zigzagging her flight path to throw off her aim. The young dark fae didn't immediately try the shot. She kept still, arms poised. When she was close enough, Selene swooped down in one clean glide. Zayana thought it would be over, but then Amaya loosed her arrow. It hit the target seconds before Selene would have landed and took her out. A smile twitched Zayana's lips. When Amaya turned, Aislinn was already in her path, racing for her on foot. It caught the young fae by surprise, and she left her beeline path to dart to the side. Pulling an arrow free, she knocked and let loose, but in her flustered lack of awareness, it was completely off the mark. She tried again and missed again. Zayana's smile faltered. Aislinn was closing in fast, and Zayana's hands tightened together, believing she would be the one to win the game. Aislinn shot to the sky, meaning to swoop down and knock her out in one clean motion. Amaya, to her credit, didn't succumb to the low odds. Instead, the Darkling inhaled deeply. Then, so fast she would have missed it if she blinked, Amaya retrieved an arrow from her back, aimed and let loose. It hit. Zayana's eyes widened a fraction in surprise, and Aislinn also halted her fast descent, looking down at the arrow protruding from her small target in bewilderment. Amaya didn't pause for celebration. She took off, and it was now Zayana's turn to have her fun. A wicked smile curled her mouth as she unclasped her hands, reaching to unfasten her cloak as she tracked Amaya's run. She allowed the vibration of her lightning to hum through the veins in her arms and form delightful pricks of vibrant amethyst bolts through her two ironclad fingertips. Zayana glamoured her wings and took off running toward the young fae. It clearly wasn't what Amaya expected, as her eyes widened and her pace slowed. Zayana didn't hesitate. Casting out a hand, she shot a jagged bolt of lightning at Amaya, who shrieked, narrowly twisting around it. Zayana was already sending a second flash of moderately charged lightning her way. She ducked in time to avoid its blast. Bolts formed at her fingertips without much effort, and she fired them again and again. Amaya danced around them, her small build meaning she was light on her feet, quick to move, and hard to lock onto for a precision aim. Zayana's early advancement was purposeful. She anticipated it would distract the young dark fae enough that she would fail to remember there was still one other player in the game. Zayana caught a glimpse of Tynan's dark-splayed wings swooping down behind Amaya, while she held her focus dodging Zayana's attacks. She had yet to notice the threat as he closed in fast and without an equipped target for her to strike. Tynan was an arrogant, stubborn bastard, and would rather accept the pain of defeat if he overjudged a situation in his confidence. It was something Zayana greatly appreciated about her second-in-command. It was about to be over, though, as Tynan was a few seconds from crashing down on Amaya. But as she held her eyes on Zayana, whatever she read in her expression translated to alert and sudden awareness. Zayana halted and watched in surprise as Amaya's arm reached back for an arrow, and she twisted a split second from colliding with the dark fae.
She released her arrow, striking just as Tynan crashed into her. They both skidded across the jagged ground. Zayana winced at the sound of the impact that sent Amaya rolling, and the rest of her arrows flying from the quiver on her back. Tynan groaned as he regained his composure and peeled himself off the ground. He blazed at the arrow protruding from his shoulder, clenching his teeth as he pulled it out with a hiss of pain. It momentarily poured shining silver blood. But the game wasn't finished, and Zayana had no plans to go easy after that brutal display. She began her onslaught of lightning attacks once more. Amaya cried out, rolling to dodge a couple before scrambling to her feet. She had her bow, but no arrows. Her eyes flashed to the ground where a single dart lay a few meters away. Zayana struck over and over as she made a run for it, hopping between the wicked bolts of purple, on her toes like a gracefully mastered dance. Zayana felt frustrated she had yet to make her falter, mesmerized by the way she moved, as if she were a feather in the wind. Amaya swiped the arrow, knocked it into place, and aimed. Not at the target. She aimed for Zayana as the target was offset to her left. Zayana blazed at the threat. She opened her arms, summoning the strength of her bolts through both hands. Amaya didn't balk. She held Zayana's eye, unflinching. Zayana couldn't decide if she admired or despised Amaya for her bravery and defiance. The challenge canceled out all thoughts of mercy, and she didn't hold back the strength in her currents. Just as she did with Maverick, she joined her currents and sent the forceful blast shooting from the iron tips of both hands. Amaya didn't move out of the way like Zayana expected her to. For a moment, she felt a stroke of fear, perhaps even regret, as she realized the strength of her joined currents could very well be enough to kill such a small form. Amaya's life shouldn't concern her. It didn't. But what a waste it would be. Then the most unexpected, cunning, brilliant thing happened. Amaya shifted her legs, bracing to absorb the impact of the lightning strike. And she did. The tip of her arrow connected with the bolts first, and Amaya clenched her teeth, not spared from the shockwaves completely through the conduction of the iron tip. She shifted her aim, letting her final arrow fly. It soared beautifully through the length of the space, right by Zayana's face, charged with a mesmerizing, vibrant purple. The arrow hit, no, exploded, the farthest target. Zayana stared at the broken fragments on the ground, bewildered and in awe over what she'd just seen. When she turned back, Amaya was on her knees, breathing heavily as she attempted to recover from the aftershock of Zayana's blast. For a moment, she thought she felt guilt, or something akin to sympathy. It was an odd pang in her otherwise emotionless mind and still chest. She approached the darkling, looking down on her. Amaya raised her eyes to lock onto her stare. They were clouded with fatigue, but she held fierce. "You did well," Zayana said, and the young Fae managed a small smile of relief. Zayana lost the fight against her own lips as they curled up. "Keep it up. You have the potential to do great things, Amaya. Believe it." With that, Zayana passed the darkling. As she left her on the mountainside to live out her punishment, she tried to ignore the new, damning flare of something she wasn't used to. Something like hope. Chapter 16. Faythe. Faythe awoke feeling colder than she remembered when she fell asleep. Her arms stretched out as if she expected to find someone there. When she was met only with a soft sheet, it came flooding back to her exactly who she thought would be there,
and her eyes snapped open with the skipped beat of her heart. She was alone. Faythe pushed herself upright, feeling her body flush as she recalled the previous night. In her state of exhaustion, she'd asked Reylan to stay after their late-night conversation. And he did. The slight impression of his form left behind in the space beside her confirmed she didn't imagine her shameless request. She couldn't decide if she felt relief or disappointment that he'd left at some point in the night or early morning. Her heart thundered. Had he thought it inappropriate and left the moment she was asleep again? The thought dropped her stomach, and she pulled the covers back to cool her heated skin. Taking a long breath, with a look out over the sunny sky, Faythe felt refreshed. Then it dawned on her. She didn't dream of anything. Not after she fell asleep for the second time last night. A triumphant smile tugged at her lips. Finally. Though it was short-lived when she realized it wasn't enough to give her the strength to attempt a night walk to Nick in High Farrow. She needed more nights of blissful dark rest, and was suddenly overcome with dread that her nightmares could return any night to ruin the small bit of strength she'd regained. Faythe heaved a long sigh and pushed herself out of bed. Walking over to the balcony doors, she stared out at the magnificent surrounding city, vibrant with the sun that kissed the array of impeccable dwellings beyond the castle's fortification. Faythe was high enough that she could view both the inner and outer ring circumferences far into the distance. Aside from the man-made fortifications, Elyum was surrounded and protected by beautiful crimson-peaked mountains that glittered like rubies in the sunlight and added a perimeter of sparkling stars at nightfall. The magnificent sight from her vantage point was breathtaking, humbling, empowering. A city of fire and ash. Her wandering thoughts were disrupted by a polite knock on her door. Faythe whirled, heart leaping. Subconsciously, she pulled at the hem of the robe she'd fallen asleep in, stupidly nervous, imagining the head of silver hair she expected to see as the door handle twisted. However, her shoulders immediately slumped with a small exhale at the sight of her handmaiden, Gressla. She was an older woman, her apron a little too small to wrap around her plump form. She cast a bright smile, and Faythe returned it in a bid to hide her disappointment. Gressla was human, and had been a great comfort in easing Faythe's doubts and stresses during her months in the castle. Faythe felt able to confess everything to the humble woman, as if she were her own grandmother, a matronly figure she never thought she would have the pleasure of knowing in her life.
"Good morning, Lady Faythe,"
she chirped. It was the same greeting every morning, yet Faythe cringed each time she heard the formality. No number of protests worked in getting Gressla to drop the title. "Good morning, Gressla." Faythe bit her lip, trying hard to choke back the question that burned to follow. Unsuccessfully.
"Did you happen to see... The General left your rooms early this morning,"
Gressla answered before she could finish. It amazed Faythe sometimes how often she seemed to know exactly what she was pondering.
"He told me to allow you to rest in and come back when you awoke."
Gressla's slight smile was almost teasing as she went about fixing the bed. Faythe didn't have a second to feel embarrassment as she frowned. "What time is it?"
"Midday, my dear."
Her mouth popped open. She'd slept in that long? A warmth filled her chest at the small detail she'd gained from her handmaiden. Reylan had left this morning, not as soon as she fell asleep again last night. Giddy nerves trembled through her. Though perhaps he'd simply fallen asleep himself and found it inappropriate when he awoke, leaving swiftly. That thought put a cold dampener on her bright mood. Faythe straightened, not allowing her moment of triumph over a full night's rest to be ruined by irrational, petty thoughts. It had taken last night for her to realize how close she was to being crushed by the weight of her own confrontations, and how desperately she needed the release of sharing her burdens, coupled with a full night of undisturbed rest. She had Reylan to thank for it, whether he knew it or not. She wanted to seek him out, to be certain his staying last night hadn't tainted the air between them, and to express her gratitude that he'd listened to her heavy confessions and uplifted her spirit with tales of her mother until she fell into a deep sleep. Faythe almost skipped to the wardrobe, the soft chuckle of Gressla following her.
"Eager this morning, Lady Faythe," she commented at her back. "Nothing to do with the handsome general now, is it?"
As she rustled through the various garments, Faythe replied, "Not at all," though it was hardly a convincing statement. Gressla appeared in the doorway, and Faythe paused her searching to return her pointed look. "I wish I had more scandalous news for you, Gressla, but we simply talked last night, and the hour got away from us. Nothing happened."
"I would never assume it did, though I'm glad it has seemed to lift your spirits."
Gressla passed her, reaching for a gown without a pause for deliberation. Faythe smiled sheepishly at the crimson-embroidered asymmetrical gown, as Gressla also snatched up a pair of fine black pants. Faythe wasn't exactly the most stylish, and she admittedly would be lost in the sea of vibrant fabrics and accessories were it not for her wonderful handmaiden. Once dressed, Gressla was finishing her work on Faythe's hair when Faythe interrupted the silence. "Do you know where he went this morning?" Something about saying Raylan's name to Gressla felt confessional. Faythe avoided it, as if it would deny the fact she'd had the stunning Fey General in her rooms at all last night. Gressla cast her a knowing look in the mirror, taking the pin she'd pinched between her lips and sliding it into the lattice of braids that bound her hair half back. Faythe's cheeks flushed pink, and she had to avert her gaze.
"I think he said something about the drawing room. A meeting with another commander, I believe. He said to tell you he'd come for you after."
Though he usually appeared at her rooms to escort her for the day, something about this made Faythe giddy with a thrill. She had acquired another piece of knowledge that soothed her anxious worries. Reylan must have left out of duty, not regret for staying the night. She tried to force down the wide smile that bloomed, if only to prevent it from adding to Gressla's growing assumptions over what was going on between them. She said nothing further. Faythe got to her feet when Gressla went to retrieve another pin. "I think I know the castle well enough by now. I'll find my own way." Gressla didn't protest. A warm smile split her round cheeks instead, and her eyes looked over Faythe with a hint of humble pride. Then her hand lightly touched Faythe's back, steering her sideward before she could make a break for the door.
"First, breakfast,"
she said in a firm way that showed she'd already anticipated Faythe's plans to skip eating. Faythe grumbled reluctantly and headed to the adjoining dining area where a cold spread had been laid out. Her appetite was completely diminished by her need to confront her antsy feelings. As she sat down, a knock sounded at her door, and her heart battered against her chest as she whipped her head toward the sound. Gressla cast her a teasing look at her response, but Faythe tried hopelessly to appear unfazed while she moved to answer it. Her anticipation once again diffused completely when a familiar blonde set of curls caught her eye. The slight pang of disappointment was quickly swept away as she grinned at Reuben.
"I'll leave you two alone. You know how to find me if you need anything, Lady Faythe."
Faythe found herself sliding a look at Reuben to catch his reaction to the formal address. His brow quirked, but his expression gave nothing away. She cast a grateful nod and smiled to her handmaiden, who swiftly left. "Lady, huh?" Reuben commented with a suppressed smirk. "I'm surprised it's not princess." Faythe scowled at him, turning to take her place at the table before digging into the delicious pastries. Reuben took the seat opposite and began to help himself, eager with bright eyes. The sight pained her as she wondered what kind of treatment he'd received over the sea, even though he'd relayed that he was well cared for after taking up refuge with the human family in Lake Laria. How have you been settling in? Faythe asked after a silent pause.
Good,
he said with his mouth half full. Faythe chuckled as the sight brought forth warm memories from her childhood. Carefree days she pined after now she was reunited with her lifelong friend.
They've been very welcoming here. Thank you, by the way. I don't know what the alternative would have been were it not for you.
His body gave off a slight tremor. Faythe shook her head. You don't have to thank me. I'm glad you're here, Reuben. I'm glad you're safe. After a short pause, she had to ask the question she'd been holding on to, wanting as many precious moments with him as possible. When will you go back to High Pharaoh? Although she wanted to spend more time with him, she needed him to go back to their home kingdom, where he would be safe and with their other friends. Faythe's days in Reylan were numbered, with the perilous journey she would have to take in a month's time. The solstice was too near for her to delay it any longer, and she didn't want to leave Reuben in a foreign kingdom without a friendly face once again.
Actually, I'd like to stay.
It was not what she expected. It was both a happy and painful notion that this was what he would choose. But she couldn't give him that choice. You can't. You need to go back. Nick is king now. No harm will come to you, I promise.
No harm will come to me here. You're the princess, are you not?
Faythe was conflicted in her answer. She had decided to embrace her heritage and put herself forth for the position of Agalor's heir, but it was not guaranteed. Not with Mullen standing in her way. She decided to divert from the lingering question. I'm leaving Reylan. You'll only be a stranger in a foreign kingdom once more.
I want to come with you to the Isles.
Faythe recoiled, straightening in her seat. An unsettling feeling rose in her stomach as she stared at him for a few long seconds. Her brow pinched as her mind reeled at his words. Reuben's face was innocent, but Faythe's heart quickened. I never told you where I was going, she muttered, alarmed as she continued to rack her brain for the missing conversation. He only cocked his head in confusion.
Yes, you did. The day I arrived, remember?
Faythe tried to recall everything they had spoken of. It was a lot, but she had no recollection of mentioning the Niltane Isles at all, feeling certain the first she spoke of it was to Reylan last night. She and Reuben had caught up on so much that perhaps it had been thrown into conversation. Still, her edge of wariness remained. She had no reason to distrust her old friend, who had been through so much, and he had no reason to lie to her. Faythe shook her head to dismiss her suspicious thoughts. You can't come with me.
There's nothing for me in High Pharaoh anymore. I don't want to go back to that mill.
His face turned desolate and pleading. Faythe was torn with sympathy, but she couldn't risk taking him with her. There was no guarantee she would make it back. You'll only be in the way. Where I'm going, I can't afford to look out for you, she said firmly, though it pained her to be so harsh to him. Reuben didn't balk at her dismissal. Instead, his expression turned dark, hard, and it struck her enough to listen. Reuben was no longer the boy she'd always felt the need to protect.
I faced things you couldn't imagine in Lake Laria. I stood up for myself, and I fought for myself. I'm not the same person you parted with on Pharaoh Harbor. I don't need you to look out for me.
His firm look of determination gave his words merit. He wasn't the same boy she'd left close to a year ago. He'd aged in spirit, even appearance, far more than she could have imagined. His features were more prominent, as though hardship had weathered his face. He was definably handsome now, rather than boyishly good-looking. We might not come back, she said in barely more than a whisper, a quiet plea for him to change his mind. Reuben smiled, lifting his glass to her.
"Then let's not come back together."
It didn't frighten him, not in the slightest, and it filled her with far more dread than joy. Not for his life, but the small seed of apprehension as she held his eye. Those eyes, for a split second, she thought were a shade darker than she remembered, and his thrill for the dangerous quest belonged to a stranger. Then it was gone. His attention was back to the breakfast in front of them, as he took her silence as acceptance. Faythe cast out her reservations, but the drop of guilt that there was yet another life on the line against her will remained. Faythe walked the halls poised and confident. The drawing room was one of the few places she knew how to easily navigate to, as it was somewhere Reylan frequented. He dragged her there often to retrieve battle plans and other items related to the royal armies and defenses, often trying to explain things to Faythe when she pestered him about it. Reylan could talk for hours about his passion and admiration for the kingdom, and it was wonderful to be swept away by his voice for a while. Rounding the last corner, Faythe slowed her brisk pace, finding the doors to the room already ajar. She approached cautiously, hearing the soft murmur of voices carrying down the hall. 2 voices, one of them soft and feminine. When she got to the door, she stopped to glance inside first, not wanting to interrupt if the meeting was still underway. What she saw, however, instantly made her stomach drop. Reylan was leaning back casually against the long center table, while a breathtakingly beautiful female fae loomed close enough to touch. Her auburn hair was reminiscent of autumn in full bloom, tied in a long braid. She wore the same form-fitting combat suit Faythe now possessed, exposing every enviable full curve of her strong body. This fae was a warrior. Her features were soft, yet delicately stunning, with gold accents decorating her pointed ears. The pair looked engaged in bright conversation along with one other, a male warrior fae whose rich brown skin and cut features parted Faythe's mouth. He was stunning, yet her attention was fixed solely on Reylan. His eager smile was rare, and it warmed her as much as it pained her to see it brought on by another while he looked at her with adoration. The female fae laughed, the sound a wondrous melody, and her hand went to Raylan's arm as she leaned in closer, chuckling over something he said. Faythe sucked in a sharp breath, just as Reylan turned his head to catch her intrusion. She spun on her heel, taking off in a fast, light walk away from the drawing room, knowing heavy footsteps would certainly draw his attention. She eyed the corner, willing it to meet her so she could disappear around it and save the embarrassment of a confrontation.
"Faythe."
His voice called at her back and halted her movement. She swore inwardly, wishing more than anything to turn to a pile of ash where she stood. Instead, Faythe schooled her face and twisted to him in one fluid motion. He was walking toward her, his companions in tow. Their smiles were warm, welcoming, and Faythe tried her best to reciprocate them despite the horrible sting of jealousy. She was wrong to assume anything from her brief observations, but their closeness had her mind already sprinting to judgment. I was looking for Kylier." Faythe lied awfully when they caught up to her. It was the first thing that came to mind to explain her aimless wandering, without admitting she was looking for Reylan.
"What for?"
He knew she was lying, and she wondered why he didn't call her out on it. "Training," she blurted. His eyes roved over her in accusation, and his brow arched at her attire. Faythe looked down at herself, not dressed for combat of any sort. Trying to salvage her awkward situation with the thickening tension, she inhaled a long breath. I'm just heading off to change," she added, jerking a thumb behind her and hoping he'd allow her to leave. He didn't, but just as he opened his mouth, a melodic voice sounded instead. "I've heard your skills are quite impressive in the training room. I hope we get the chance to spar sometime," Raylan's companion said eagerly. Faythe was oddly nervous at her attention, shifting at the mention of her skills. How often was she talked about when she wasn't there to defend or counter for herself? "Since General Killjoy over here isn't going to introduce us, allow me. I'm Commander Livia Arrowwood," a voice filled in from behind Faythe. Livia beamed brightly when her eyes fell upon the Fae. 5 months apart, and you address me formally, Isaiah? Faythe twisted to spot the youngest brother strolling leisurely toward them, his hands stuffed into his pockets and a devious smile at the edge of his lips. Livia passed Faythe to meet him, and the pair exchanged a tight embrace. It lasted long enough that Faythe felt the need to avert her gaze from their moment of reunion. She shifted back around, immediately meeting the hard gaze of Reylan. Her cheeks heated, and it felt odd that she didn't know how to act around him. Not when they'd shared a bed last night, as innocent as it was, and she had yet to find out if he held any feelings of regret or awkwardness. His expression gave away nothing. Then Faythe's gaze caught on the stunning Fae beside him, whom Reylan introduced. "This is General Lycus Warner, and may I introduce her high—" "Faythe," she cut in. "Just Faythe." The general smiled, flashing a perfect set of white teeth and creating a dimple on his smooth brown skin. His eyes were an inviting deep chocolate hue that sparked with wonder as he fixed his gaze on her. "I believe you are far more than just Faythe, Your Highness." He gave a short bow, and Faythe didn't know how to react. When his tall-built form straightened, she took a second to glance over him, dipping her head in acceptance of his respect, however odd it seemed. The first thing she noticed was that he wore all black, unlike Reylan, who usually sported crimson accents on his attire. Then her eyes caught on the intricately carved emblem pinned to his shoulder. Her eyes widened. "You're from Fenstead?" It wasn't really a question when the side-profiled stag symbolizing the great conquered kingdom was confirmation enough. He nodded, his smile pained. "Indeed." It was then she believed the lack of color in his attire, the emerald of his kingdom, was perhaps absent in respect of the kingdom they sought refuge in. Or in mourning, saving the added vibrancy for when Fenstead was reclaimed. The thoughts that swirled in her mind were dizzying, but she got out. "She's alive." Tearing her eyes from the clasp at his shoulder, Faythe met his gaze with hope. "Toria Stagnite. She's in High Pharaoh." General Lycus's face was full of understanding. "I am well aware my queen lives." She shook her head. "Then why haven't you gone to her? She needs you. Her commanders, her people. She doesn't know how many of you survived." Faythe couldn't help the accusation that slipped into her tone. But in picturing her wonderful friend and how she longed to take back her home someday, it didn't make sense that those who could aid her, her own people, hadn't made themselves known.
"Queen Toria Stagnite is exactly where she needs to be, safe and protected," he answered calmly.
"You're wrong."
"Faythe," Reylan cut in, but she couldn't stop, feeling she owed it to her friend to voice what she'd heard Toria lament over. The sorrow and guilt that was a permanent shadow across her gracious face.
"I think you'll find in the time you've spent away from her that Toria isn't some frail princess. Not anymore. She doesn't need to be shielded. She is a queen who needs the strength and belief of her people."
"You were close with her." Lycus observed. She helped me see a lot of things in myself. Her resilience is admirable. She also helped me feel welcome where I wasn't. If you're waiting for her to be ready, let me tell you, she has been for some time. And if you don't go to her, she may already be making plans to take matters into her own hands, General Lycus. His expression firmed, not in anger or irritation over what Faythe had brazenly said. He was calculating her every word as he stood with hands clasped behind his back. With her words spoken and passion dwindling, Fate's nerves returned at his assessment. He was intimidatingly stern and beautiful, his hair dark, so short, and upon closer attention textured with tight curls. When she tore her eyes from him to remember the Fae behind her, something clicked. Arrowwood. My cousin, Reylan answered her curiosity. Livia tilted her head at the mention. Tragic, really, to be blood-related to someone so stern and boring. First day back, and all he can talk about is war camps, strategies, blah, blah, blah. Reylan scowled at her, but she responded with a teasing smirk. Faythe found herself smiling, amused by Livia's boldness. Her chest opened in relief that she was a relative of his. Faythe looked away, guilty at the thoughts that had swirled in her mind when she saw the pair so close. Livia leaned a forearm on Isaiah's shoulder, and together with matching devious looks, Faythe imagined them running rings around Reylan. It is your job to report back, Reylan grumbled in defense. Allow a little Liv a moment to breathe, a new voice called from down the hall. Little, Livia challenged, turning her head to track Kylier as he approached with a wild grin. She dropped the threat when he got close enough for her to throw her arms around his neck. He embraced her tightly back. I thought I smelled trouble in the air when I woke up this morning, Kylier mused when they released each other. He lifted a hand as if to tousle her perfectly formed braid, but she caught his wrist before he could, shoving it down while he rumbled a chuckle. The sight stabbed Faith's chest, causing a flashback of memories of her own best friend back in High Pharaoh. The solemn mood clouded her mind in an instant. She had exchanged a couple of letters with Jackon since she left, but they were vague in her guilt and shame that she had yet to nightwalk and confirmed she was physically well through Nick. What would he think of her? A light hand on her back made her jolt, bringing Faythe back to the hallway where the brothers and Livia were in quiet chatter with the Fenstead general. Her head twisted to meet Raylan's concerned look. Do you want to talk in private? Faythe's heart skipped a beat at the question. Strangely, she couldn't bear to hold his gaze, flushing every time. She shook her head. I have to go check on Reuben. Another lie that settled horribly in her stomach. Faythe had hoped she would find the general alone, but with the eyes of 4 others on them, her stage fright got the better of her, and the churning up of old memories of her friends in High Pharaoh pushed her into a pit of despair. Everyone looked to her, and Reylan strained as if he were about to protest, but with a sweet smile, Faythe passed them all and took off back the way she came. Mercifully, no one followed, though she swore she felt Reylan begin to. The faint ripples of his want to go after her shivered at her back, until something halted him. Faythe was down her second corridor, about to turn the next sharp corner, when she sucked in a breath of horror, stopping abruptly as if she'd connected with the wall, mere inches from colliding with a tall, solid form instead. When her eyes traveled up from his chest, she was doused in ice. She stared wide-eyed in shock into the bright hazel eyes of the King of Rayonel. He stared back in mild surprise. Faythe didn't think she was still breathing. Immediately she stepped aside, head bowed in submission on instinct. "Forgive me, Your Majesty,"
She'd choke through a short breath from her racing heart. She had to clasp her hands at her back, tightly balling them to suppress the trembling. Faythe silently prayed he would continue on without further acknowledging her.
"There is no need for the formality, Faythe."
If she didn't know any better, she might have believed the note of pain in his deep voice. Faythe forced her gaze up and connected with solemn eyes that held hidden longing. In her gold irises, he would see her mother, his lost love. Perhaps Faythe's being here was a mistake after all. She only served to remind him of the life he lost and the child he didn't know, possibly didn't even want. The thought twisted her gut with shameful guilt. Aguilar inhaled visibly, his broad shoulders lifting with grace. His mouth opened without words, as if he were deliberating. It seemed ridiculous, but Faythe thought she caught a hint of nervousness in his poise as he addressed her. After some hesitation, he finally said,
"Would you care to join me? I was just heading to the glass garden. I would very much like to show it to you."
Faythe was stunned. Though he'd invited her there many times since she arrived in Ryanel, sending a messenger and keeping his distance while she adjusted to her new surroundings, the offer coming direct from the great king struck her with the reality of her situation. Before her was not the king of Ryanel, but her father. Her hands fell to her sides, mouth opening to form a response. He was patient, but his eyes were laced with a twinge of sadness, as if he anticipated her refusal. "It's a kind offer, but my friend
is being taken care of as we speak,"
he assured her. Faythe shifted her weight between her feet, having no excuse to spare her from the alone time with him. She couldn't avoid it forever, she knew this. Then Raylan's words of encouragement from last night echoed through her, along with the flare of hope that Aguilar might hold the answers she needed to cure her night terrors. At that thought, at what it could mean, granting her the opportunity to see her friends again if she could night walk, Faythe took a deep breath and let some of her pent-up anxiety release in her exhale. "Then I would love to accompany you, Your Majesty." Aguilar's brow arched faintly in surprise, but then he matched her smile with a bright one of his own.
"Please, you need not address me by my title. My home is yours. I hope in time you will find yourself at ease here."
He motioned for her to walk, and she took the lead while he strolled beside her. Faythe tried to maintain her outward composure, but internally she was in nauseating turmoil. Her history with kings in the past was far from pleasant, but Aguilar was different. She stole a sideward glance and wondered if anyone saw the resemblance they bore. Her hair perfectly matched the shade of the king's beside her, fair brown with hints of gold throughout. Her jaw was angled like his, only with a soft feminine touch. When he looked down and caught her eye, she immediately averted her gaze with a hot flush. Faythe didn't know what it was to have a father. She didn't know how to act. Now she was within reach of the one figure in her life she'd silently, sometimes painfully longed for. Part of her wanted to resent her mother for depriving her of the bond they could have had, the lessons she could have learned, and the love that couldn't be matched by any other. Yet she couldn't bring herself to think one ill thought about her mother, who had given up so much to keep her safe, and who had ultimately sacrificed her life for it. All she could do was start building the life she could have had now she'd found the missing piece to fill the puzzle of where she came from. They walked for some time in silence. Faythe flexed her fists to distract herself from the awkwardness. She didn't know what to say, and couldn't be sure if Aguilar felt the same or was simply enjoying the peaceful walk in her company. He relieved some of her tension when he finally spoke.
"How are you finding Ryanel?"
It was a boringly vague question, and she supposed he may as well have asked her about the weather. Nevertheless, she had to clear her throat, which felt uncomfortably tight, perhaps constricting to prevent her from saying something stupid. "It's different," she said meekly. "In High Pharaoh, I didn't know any sort of luxury until—" She halted as dark memories flashed to the forefront of her mind. All her happy memories in the castle with Nick and Toria, despite everything, were cruelly overshadowed by the torture and horrors she'd endured there. Faythe looked to the ground in shame.
"You don't have to explain your past to me today, or ever, should you choose not to,"
he said softly. She cast him a weak but grateful look, but she didn't miss the hint of sadness in his voice. He wanted to know her, and she wasn't scared to admit there was a large part of her that wanted to know him too, and try to make up for lost time. She damned her own cowardice. Faythe knew straight away that they were approaching their destination by the grand glass double doors that gave away the interior. Her breath was stolen from her at the beautiful sight. A room of endless white roses. The guard posted outside didn't hesitate to open one of those doors upon their approach, but Faythe halted anyway, looking to Aguilar, perhaps foolishly, for permission to enter the space that radiated purity and beauty. His face was eager, and he nodded for her to go in first. It was a room made entirely of glass. Green stalks climbed the panes, perfectly tamed, with the most innocently blooming bright white roses in varying sizes. Faythe walked around the room in awe. The center held a circular bed of equally untarnished roses on a raised platform. She approached them, compelled to reach out and hold one. It hovered delicately in her palm. The stalks still had their thorns, reminding her of the hidden danger under their guise of beauty.
"You look just like her."
Aguilar's voice was hushed as he remained by the door, silently observing. Faythe felt a pang of guilt at the sad look on his face, his hard features softening, and knew she was stirring up old memories. She couldn't begin to comprehend the relationship he had with her mother, how deeply their love might have settled. The brokenness that flashed in his hazel eyes pained her heart, making her think of the loss he had suffered, the loss they both had suffered. It was clear in the look they exchanged that they were connected through that mutual devastation. They understood each other. Faythe had to look away to breathe for a second, forcing down the lump in her throat. "This place is beautiful," she admired. He gave a quick look around with a saddening smile.
"Your mother loved to come here,"
he began, finally taking his own steps around the room. His fingers caressed the petals of a nearby rose, and she wondered if he was imagining their softness as her mother's face.
"She would spend endless hours tending to them. I never understood her fascination. Not until she left, and I began to come here myself."
Faythe stayed silent, but her heart began a hard beat, at risk of fracture while he spoke of her.
"It's peaceful. I have spent many evenings here since. It opens the mind to quiet thought and calm emotion. Though I am hopeless at gardening, I cannot take credit for its maintenance."
He gave a soft chuckle, and Faythe's heavy mood lifted with the sound, a smile tugging at her lips. She knew she could ease the king's burdens with what she knew was the real reason for her mother's leaving. Nerves gripped the words as in turn they would reveal everything about her. What would he think about his only child being a descendant of such a wicked evil? An heir of Marvellus. The power she held, the weapon she could become. It filled her with nauseating fear of his rejection. She couldn't stand to lose someone she had only just found.
"Something weighs on your mind," he observed, casting an encouraging look in her direction. "You can speak freely. I know this must all seem overwhelming, but you are free here, Faythe.
You may have been born in High Pharaoh, but you will always fly with the phoenix." Her mother's words. She had wanted this, for them to find each other, and Faythe trusted her mother's encouragement. She didn't leave out of want. Faythe let the words fall from her mouth before she could allow her cowardice to stop her. Aguilar looked taken aback. He straightened with piqued attention, but remained quietly patient, as though he wouldn't protest if she didn't explain further. But Reylan was right. He deserved to know. Despite what he thought about Faythe when all was said and done, when he knew she was the reason his love was torn from him. If he resented her for it, Faythe would be able to live with it, knowing she'd answered his decades-long question. "She left to protect me," she admitted. "And I fear it was in vain. I'm sorry."
"Faythe," he interjected, brow furrowed in distress. "I do not accept your apology as it is not needed. Not for anything."
Faythe shook her head. "I am to blame. You don't know everything."
"I do not need to. You were but a child, unborn when she made her choice to leave."
"She thought she was protecting me from a fate that caught up to me all the same." Faythe's tone was harsh. She couldn't hold it back. She didn't deserve his defense. "She left you for nothing. She gave up the life she had here, people who loved her, for nothing. She died for nothing." Her voice rose a note, feeling the need to argue for her guilt, as it had been slowly eating away at her for over 10 years. "Before you decide what to do with me, what you want from me, you need to hear the truth. Everything I am, everything I've done, and everything I'm set to do. I need you to hear it all before you waste your time on me." Her heart thundered to talk assertively to the king in front of her. Her father. He rolled his powerful shoulders, hands clasped behind his back, as if to give her his full, undivided attention. It rattled her nerves awfully.
"I am all ears, Faythe. But you should know, not a minute of time is wasted with you. Not when we have so many years to make up for."
Faythe's eyes burned, her forehead crumpling to suppress her tears at the genuine passion in his tone. It was exactly what she needed to hear, but she couldn't let herself relax. Not yet. "Tell me that again once you've heard everything." Chapter 17. Faythe. The king kept respectfully silent while Faythe paced around the glass garden. She spoke her story to the brilliant white blooms, terrified to meet the hazel gaze of her father and gauge his reactions. Faythe's past was woven with tales of dangerous antics, fictitious-sounding truths, and a lingering sense of unfulfillment. She told him of all she could remember about her mother in her early years, then her impoverished but loving years with Jacon. She spoke of her fighting days and the impossible ability she never knew she harbored. How her savior came in the form of Nick, and how she landed in his father's service and suffered at the hands of Captain Varys. Faythe didn't hide anything, admitting her role in his death. She had come to terms with what she was and what she was capable of. Every action she'd taken, she owned, and if anyone else might judge her for it, she would accept that judgment, even from her own father. "So now you know," Faythe concluded. Her breaths were labored as if she'd exerted herself through exercise, emotions fluctuating from telling the tales as quickly as possible before they were swallowed by her cowardice and shame. Her leaving was never because she fell out of love or changed her mind about the life she wanted for herself. It was because of me. She thought she could avoid a fate that was already in motion. Faythe finally mustered the courage to face him, but his expression gave little away. He was contemplating, likely trying to absorb everything, a decade's worth of knowledge crammed into the space of a few hours. It was her turn to be patient, as she counted the heartbeat of her heart, while he deliberated his verdict on her mess of a life. What made her thoughts wild was that she couldn't be sure which part he was stuck on. After a few painful minutes, he saved her from being crushed under the weight of her own anticipation.
"Then she did not die in vain,"
he said, heartbreak singing in his tone. Faythe frowned, about to argue against his statement, bewildered he hadn't been paying attention after all. But he went on.
"Make no mistake, Faythe. There is nothing I would not have risked to keep you both safe. Though I do not fault her for leaving, now I know the truth."
He paused, and the hard shift of his expression was akin to how Reylan responded to the revelation of her ties to Marvellus. She couldn't be sure what he was calculating.
"She bought you time,"
Aguilar pondered, not meeting her eye.
"Had she stayed, had you been born here in the public eye, perhaps Marvellus would have found you sooner. By the gods, Faythe, it is inconceivable to believe this prophecy you speak of, but I will choose to believe you, and to believe in your mother, who left out of love for you."
Faythe's eyes stung as a sorrowful marble formed in her throat. She didn't know how to reply, and as they stared at each other, something changed. She felt the connection to him in that look, saw what she knew her mother saw, the male without a crown. Aguilar was a fierce warrior and protector, loved by his people, feared by his enemies. And Faythe, she was half of him. Or at least, she believed she had the potential to be, strengthened by the pride in his eyes, which she allowed herself to accept, but which left her at a complete loss for words.
"There were a lot of people who didn't understand our relationship."
He moved around the center bed of flowers between them.
"How could a fae love a human and expect anything lasting to come from it? There were a lot of people who were against us, claiming I was weak, that perhaps I'd let your mother cloud my judgment. Oh, wicked, and that she was by my side against her will."
Faythe noticed the twitch of anger on his face at this assumption.
"We didn't listen to any of it. I knew what we had between us was far more than infatuation. Something far, far more."
He stopped a few feet away, and Faythe opened herself up to feel the echo of his heartbreak.
"No one understood, and I'll admit, even I couldn't comprehend it at first. What I felt for her, I could only describe it as if we were mates. Impossible. Perhaps not. Perhaps we've allowed ourselves to become too ignorant in our beliefs, to ever conceive of something that defies what we think we know.
Faythe was stunned by his passion and moved by his wisdom. His thoughtful face turned upward in a warm smile that eased the sadness.
Come, I would like to show you more.
She matched his eager look, wanting to see and hear more from the king who could tell her so much about her mother and everything she loved about the kingdom of the Phoenix. Slowly, she felt her confidence rising, her walls crumbling. But Aguilar didn't once look at her with doubt or dismay, and Faythe allowed herself to believe she could finally set aside the heavy fear of being cast out or rejected. For now. Together, they left the glass garden and walked the halls lined with crimson tapestries. Faythe was mostly silent, tuning in to the serene sound of his rough voice as he told small tales of Ryanel's history. She was fully engrossed and didn't think she could ever get enough knowledge, nor would there be enough years in her mortal lifespan to learn every intricate wonder of the kingdom of the Phoenix. Mighty, powerful, and so highly regarded as it was. It was no surprise to her that Ryanel had never been conquered in all its existence. Faythe followed without question, too hypnotized by his words to care where he led her as she spied massive glass doors at the end of their next corridor. Like every other door, they were opened before they reached them, and the two walked out onto a large stone-walled balcony. She continued walking all the way until she braced her palms on the cold rail, breath-catching at the view. They were looking out over the entire courtyard, and from this height, the first thing to grab Faythe's attention was the intricately painted giant symbol adorning the center. She'd known it was there, having walked over it, but taking in the full image, the sigil of Ryanel, a phoenix with wings splayed, was humbling and strength-invoking.
Did you know our ancestors were among the first of the Phoenix Riders?
Aguilar questioned, though he knew it was likely she didn't. Her stunned look made him smile wider, and a gleam of excitement caught his eye as if he found great delight in her eagerness to know more.
King Mateus was the first king of Ryanel, your direct ancestor, Faythe. He led a legion of warriors through the Fire Mountains in an expedition to the Niltane Isles almost 10,000 years ago, and it was there they discovered the first nests of the Phoenix.
Faythe's eyes alone begged for him to continue. He huffed a short laugh at her enthusiasm.
Magnificent creatures they were, but they were wild, rogue, and attacked at first sight, as I would imagine it was the first time either species had encountered the other. The Red Years is what they were named in history, an age of blood and fire.
Did they kill them all? The phoenix birds? Faythe's chest tightened at the thought, but she felt she already knew the answer as she, like everyone else, believed the creature was a myth. No one had seen a firebird in thousands of years.
Not at first, he answered. No, something unexpected happened.
He looked over the grounds, straight and poised, and Faythe had to swallow hard, intimidated by the great ruler. How would she ever be able to hold herself to that standard? How could she convince an entire kingdom she could walk in the footsteps of someone naturally born for the role like Aguilar? The sinking thoughts didn't get a chance to make her spiral, as the king spoke again without taking his eyes off the grounds below.
This castle was rebuilt and expanded on to accommodate the Phoenix Riders. They would land in this very courtyard. Once they succeeded at making peace with them, that is. Those with the gift to tame the creatures, connect with them, were of the highest ranking and regarded as warriors in Ryanel, respected across all 7 kingdoms of Engardia, and even beyond.
What happened to them? Faythe asked in awe. She couldn't imagine what could have made them extinct if what the king said was true. He left the story hanging, and Faythe almost bit out a protest as he turned from the stone rail, giving a nod for her to follow before retreating inside. She swallowed her protest, knowing better than to demand answers from a king, estranged father or not. They walked together through another series of passages, some she had not ventured through before. He kept the conversation flowing, but to her slight annoyance, diverted it from the tale of the firebirds she held onto at the edge of her mind. Still, she immersed herself in his recount of smaller historic events and antics from his days with her mother that brightened Faythe's mood immensely. Down a long stretch of passage, Faythe's attention was stolen, the breath taken from her when she glimpsed the sea of color adorning the walls. Intricate paintings, mesmerizingly beautiful, and when she got close enough to make out the details, every picture held a story. The main attraction that caught her attention were the many depictions of the phoenix in battle. She concluded these must be the visual representation of the Red Years, as Aguilar had called the period of carnage. While there was blood and war, and creatures fought out of fear, the paintings almost made it seem poetic. Aguilar picked up on his storytelling exactly where she'd hoped, and she tuned into his words while the colors in front of her added a whole new depth. When they came across the creatures in their nest, the Fae and humans were in the wrong. They had unwittingly ventured onto occupied territory. Mateus knew this, and had every intention of retreating his forces and leaving the beasts in peace. She realized why he'd held on to the rest of the story until now. It was easier to see, to feel the emotions, and be able to understand while he spoke his tales into the paintings, filling the gaps the visual depictions couldn't communicate. Though the Fire Mountains are under Ryanel jurisdiction, Mateus wanted no conflict between any species in his kingdom. He planned to let them be, perhaps figure out a route through the mountains that wouldn't disrupt them. They returned to William straight away, but King Mateus couldn't get the creatures off his mind, and felt a silent call to go back. Alone. Faythe raised an eyebrow, meeting Aguilar's eye. He gave a small nod and a smile. He went back without a single god, knowing the dangers. I believe there are some things in this world that we can't explain. Feelings, energies, fate, as one might call it. The next painting brought the scene Aguilar spoke of to life. Faythe couldn't help her small gasp at the artwork. A lone figure stood on the mountain's edge, barely more than a speck of shadow between the tall, jagged peaks. The Fae stared off against the most beautiful creature Faythe had ever seen. It was huge, reducing the Fae to less than the size of one of its powerful taloned feet. The bird's splayed wings were vibrant against the dull stone of the mountain. Hues of red and amber infused with faint flecks of yellow, torched at the tips with blazing fire. Faythe was captivated, and couldn't stop the hand that reached out to trace the flames that licked along its feathers. When Mateus arrived at the same place in the Fire Mountains, he was greeted by the great phoenix who would come to be named as Aetherius in legend. She was their leader, their protector, and Mateus faced her with no fear. Not because he was exceptionally brave, but because he understood her, one monarch to another. But Aetherius was not so quick to trust. He took a step closer in a silent push toward the next painting. Faythe reluctantly forced her eyes from the beauty with splayed wings. The next depiction quickened her pulse, as if she could feel herself in the scene, as fire blasted over a rock the small figure of the king crouched behind. She felt her body flush, imagining the blaring heat that would have encased him around that stone shield. "Was he killed?" she asked breathlessly. Aguilar huffed a laugh. "I would not waste my breath on a tale with such a disappointing ending." He shot her a teasing look. "No, quite the opposite happened. You see, the phoenix is a fiercely protective bird, but also incredibly loyal and intelligent. Some believe the king reached a point of insanity with how he sought to gain Aetherius' trust. He didn't fight back and allowed her to blast her fire over and over while he merely focused on hiding to stay alive. Soon, she stopped. Matthäus faced off with her once again and heard her name through her eyes. He believed they were bonded somehow, and to prove it, he turned and ran until he leapt off the mountainside. Faythe snapped her head to him with an incredulous look. He only nodded to the next painting. When Faythe's eyes landed on it, she was stunned. Madness or brilliance, no one will ever truly know. But Aetherius caught him, and from then on, an unbreakable bond was forged. Soon after, he took more of his warriors to the mountains, and more alliances were made. But not all were able to capture the mind and soul of a phoenix. It is still unclear what it was about these particular Fae that made them worthy of a pairing with the firebirds. I believe it had something to do with a pure soul, those with the right intentions and goodness in their hearts. The phoenixes were a highly intelligent species. Some believed they could see right through to the very essence of a person. "I don't understand. What happened to them?" If his story was real history, and perhaps naively she was falling for it as he spoke with such passion, it didn't make sense that they would cease to exist. They lived in perfect peace for many centuries. They were invaluable allies and strengthened the kingdom immeasurably. That is, until Matthäus was betrayed by his brother, Baal Morris. His younger sibling didn't succeed in forging a bond with a phoenix, and it drove him wild with jealousy and resentment. Matthäus had everything: the crown, the people's love, the most powerful of companions in Aetherius. Aguilar's voice dropped darkly, and Faythe gleaned the grim look in the deep creases of his face, anticipating the story was about to take the most sinister of turns. The birds had long settled into peace with the Fae and humans. They still lived in the Fire Mountains and were called upon by their bonded through an internal channel. Baal Morris killed her, Aetherius, when Matthäus was not there to protect her. He assembled his own legions loyal to him, and in the dead of night, he attacked. Aetherius was the one to let them pass, so they killed her first. Faythe had to blink hard at the pools forming in her eyes as she landed on the final painting. Her heart fractured, the cut so deep and painful. She couldn't understand why she felt so moved to see the slain phoenix birds, the carnage of wings and blood that painted the scene. "I am sorry, Faythe. It was not my intention to upset you with this." "No, please. I want to hear the rest." Aguilar looked reluctant, but she took a deep breath to collect herself and gave him a nod of reassurance. No one really knows what happened next, but they were all gone by the time Matthäus felt Aetherius' pain and raced to the Fire Mountains.
only to arrive to complete devastation. A lot of them were dead, both bird and fae. But there are some who believe perhaps Bale Morris did not succeed in annihilating the firebirds completely. That maybe some managed to flee and now reside in another part of the world.
The phoenix regenerates, does it not? Faythe perked up slightly, hoping perhaps the story could take another turn and would finish with a somewhat happy ending. Aguilar's sad look killed her hope in an instant, and her face fell again. The end of the corridor of art opened up into a grand library. The hall was triumphant. Faythe cast her eyes up to the dauntingly high-domed roof, in utter awe of the model firebird that flew over their heads, taking up the whole space. She wondered if its size was an accurate representation, and felt her throat turn bone dry at the prospect, but she remained giddy with wondrous thrill. They kept walking inside, and straight ahead she spied a long glass case on a podium. Even from this distance, Faythe knew exactly what it was, and subconsciously quickened her steps, in complete shock until she was right in front of the artifact. A single feather was displayed, as if it were floating within. A pure crimson red with tendrils of amber and the faintest flecks of yellow. It spanned at least the length of her arm. Her mouth was wide as she gawked at it. All reservations about whether the tales were fact or fiction were made indisputable by the evidence in front of her. How many knew of its existence?
Every 1,000 years, the phoenix dies naturally and incinerates itself. You are right. From their own ashes, they regenerate and start their life cycle once again. Unless
they're killed, she concluded on her own, not taking her eyes off the feather, transfixed by its silent beckoning.
Yes, I'm afraid so. But killing a phoenix is not without consequence. As a result, Bale Morris and all those who committed the heinous crime were cursed. Many of them never left that mountain, damned to some disease that turned them into hideous, disfigured beings people say roam there still, and have multiplied in numbers to make the mountains dangerously impassable. Others who managed to make it out found they could not produce heirs, could not attract an ounce of love or kindness, and were stripped of any abilities they had, leaving them alone and bitter. Many took their own lives, but Matthäus wouldn't allow Bale Morris that mercy. He kept him alive and locked up for well over a millennium, until they both faded on the same day. Matthäus would have left this world for the afterlife, but Bale Morris was damned for the netherworld, where his soul will be suffering the consequences of his actions still.
Faythe involuntarily shuddered at his dire fate in both life and death. It was what he deserved, but it was horrific to conceive of. Fixing her eyes on the feather once more, she strangely felt its pull, as if it were a life force within the glass case. The more she stared, the more entrancing and vivid it became. It was no longer just an artifact, not a decorative monument. She thought she could see sparks of flame, tendrils of live, lapping fire, woven between each strand of fine hair.
You feel it too, don't you?
Aguilar's voice stole her attention, and she pulled her head back, unaware she had been inching it slowly closer to glimpse every detail of the magnificent feather. "What is it?" she asked, stunned by its silent enchantment. Aguilar cantered his head as he observed it.
I used to believe it might belong to Aetherius herself, and that Matthäus had kept it to commemorate her long past his days. But then I came to discover the feathers of a phoenix don't hold their vibrancy in death if slain. They dull and lose all the effects of enchantment and fire, so no one may use them. They are powerful, believed to hold great healing properties, and can be made into elixirs for all kinds of strength-heightening potions. So, you see, it cannot belong to Aetherius.
His deep frown told her he too was puzzled by its origin. I've never known anyone else to feel its pull like I do. But perhaps it has something to do with our bloodline. Agalor used the term so casually. Our bloodline. It meant more to her than she thought it would, and she glanced at him at the subtle declaration. She was part of him, and that thought brought forth another line that connected them both. Night-walking. Have you ever been afraid? So terrorized by your own past that it haunts you in sleep? His features creased, and she couldn't be sure if it was because she disturbed his memories with the question, or because it pained him to know Faythe spoke of her own experience.
Many times, he said,
and she was grateful he was willing to share his vulnerable side.
Why do you ask?
His question felt loaded, but out of respect, it seemed he wouldn't assume anything without her willingness to open up unprompted. Perhaps Reylan had already informed him of her night terrors, and he was waiting for her to finally come to him. King Nicolaus, she corrected, thinking it more appropriate to address him by title, as odd as the formality sounded. He once told me Nightwalkers don't have their own dreams and nightmares. Yet, I've suffered with them nearly every night.
Agalor gave her a knowing look, confirming he anticipated exactly what was troubling her. What you're experiencing, Faythe, is your own tormenting guilt, he explained. The mind is a complicated thing. It is our biggest asset, yet it can be our worst enemy. Whatever horrors befell you or others, you've taken them all on your own shoulders, and until you let go and find acceptance, you will keep reliving those nightmares as your mind's way of punishing you.
Faythe's shoulders fell. She felt as if she had already tried to let go, had spent all these months since leaving High Pharaoh trying to set aside her fears and convince herself she was safe. How do I make it stop? He offered a pitiful smile.
For me, your mother helped, he said, and Faythe perked up at the mention. After the great battles, I was riddled with those night terrors for decades, until I came across a wondrous young woman in the outer ring of Elyum. She sold baked goods at a market stall, but I knew straight away there was far more to her than her delicate nature.
So they went away because you fell in love? Faythe interjected, her hope deflating a little.
Agalor chuckled softly. No, not at all. The nightmares have nothing to do with how others perceive you. Their key is in your own self-acceptance. Your mother helped me to see the strength I'd buried under mountains of grief and guilt. She helped me to see I was worth something, and that my time here wasn't finished. I couldn't submit to those terrors that would have ultimately driven me mad beyond salvation. She helped me believe I was worth the life I still held when so many others had lost theirs at my hand. Literally or collaterally.
Faythe's chest filled with warmth at the way he spoke of her. She would never get to see her parents together, but she felt the love he harbored for her even to this day, and she knew he would for the rest of his days. It gave her the small hope that perhaps such an unbreakable love existed in the world for her. A love that defied death, to keep on existing past their time in this world. Perhaps she had already found it, as she held Aguilar's eye and thought she saw it there. A father's love. Her eyes burned, and she had to furrow her brow to force back the wave of emotion as she looked at him from a new perspective. Not as a daunting king, nor one who held so much influence and power. In that moment, all she saw was her father. I never thought I would have this chance in my life, to feel happiness again. After your mother, I vowed never to seek another. Ryanel still had an heir, thanks to my brother. Aguilar paused as if he too was fighting his emotions. He saw beneath all that was impossible and dark about Faythe to find some tiny beacon of light that he believed was worth a chance. Then there you were, with her eyes, the most precious gift of all. A daughter I didn't think I deserved. Faythe felt a wetness trail down one cheek, but she made no sound. When you spoke among the chaos of the High Pharaoh throne room, and everyone listened, I saw her spirit in you then, and I saw myself too. Dear Faythe. He took a step toward her, and she didn't flinch as his hand brushed her face. I am so proud of the woman you have become despite all that was kept from you, and I know your mother is smiling at us now. We may not have the past to reflect on, but the present is all the brighter, the future all the more hopeful. Faythe couldn't stop herself and fell into him, needing to convey how grateful she was. She had no words as he'd stolen them all. All she could do was show him she agreed. She was happy to have found him. Aguilar tensed for just a second. But then he relaxed and encased her in his arms. For a suspended moment in time, she was nothing. Nothing but her innocent child self. She closed her eyes, needing to savor this moment for that little girl who'd spent years longing for this feeling of safety, protection, completeness. For her father. Chapter 18. Nikolaius. I don't need to advise you of how dangerous this plan is, do I? Nick paced the length of his council chamber as he relayed everything to Jackon. It seemed ridiculous that the only person he'd thought to confide in was the human. Though, to his surprise, Jackon had been the one to come to him. Nick couldn't hold back the outpouring of his building rage, frustration, and helplessness against Toria's reckless plan. And he couldn't deny it was a relief to know he wasn't alone in thinking it was too much of a risk. She won't be dissuaded, Nick grumbled. He stopped pacing at his desk, bracing his hands on it while he clenched his teeth and shook his head. Damn it! She's too headstrong and stubborn for her own good. Jackon's chuckle stole his attention, and Nick whipped his head up, incredulous. Sounds a lot like someone else we both know. Just for a second, Nick's rigid shoulders loosened, and he even smiled at the face that was brought to the forefront of his mind. The brightness they exchanged was short-lived, however, as even in reflection of Faythe, the sadness of her not being nearby overshadowed everything. I'm sure she'll contact us soon, Nick said quietly. It was a weak assurance when he couldn't be certain Faythe was even capable of night-walking so far. He figured if she were, she would have tried at least once by now. Jackon only nodded, averting his gaze to conceal the void left in her wake. While Nick felt her absence strongly, he couldn't imagine what it was like for Jackon, who had never been parted from her for so long and from such a distance. With that thought came a sharp pain in his chest, because how Jagon felt about Faythe was exactly how Nick would feel about Toria when they were torn apart.
Marlowe has a couple of clients who need work finished. I think we're planning to leave for Ryanel by month's end.
This news only made Nick's sinking gut heavier. Never in his lifetime did he think he would be pining after the company of two ordinary humans. Yet aside from Toria, their company was effortless and freeing. There was no one else in his court who didn't see him simply for the crown he wore, either as a means to gain or a pawn to manipulate. It was a desolate thought to imagine his days without a friend he could confide in without question. Nick's answering nod was vacant while his mind started to darken with ghostly thoughts. Like loneliness circling, tormenting before it finally settled in permanent residence when they were all gone. He was a king, a figure who should place duty before all else, and only with a steel mind would he find the will to go on for his kingdom no matter what. Jagon's deep breath as he rose from the chair snapped him from his dark spiral.
What Toria poses is a risk, a huge risk. But I can't deny it is also brilliant. She may be our best shot at getting reliable eyes in Elmstone. It's not worth the cost of her life. Of course not. But personal feelings aside, she's not doing this for you or for High Pharaoh. She needs this for herself, and for Fenstead, to regain what was stolen from her. And I don't mean her land or title. You've protected her, and I know you want to shield her from it, but you may need to be willing to let her go so she can rise to be the queen she is supposed to be.
Nick was stunned for a second. The counsel Jagon offered was unexpected, but every word he uttered came from his heart. He had underestimated just how observant and attentive the human was, and in that moment, he saw every admirable trait Faythe had spoken of many times.
I distrusted you for a long time, Nick. I resented you, thinking you had used Faythe, led her on with a false identity, and claimed her heart with no intention of holding it.
Nick refrained from dropping his head in shame.
But I realize now that you have held it, protected it, just not in the way you both might have felt a pull toward, to see if there could be more between you. There's no fault in that.
The look they shared was one of understanding. It was the first Nick remembered from his observations of Jagon before they met, before he met Marlowe. While it felt liberating to hear Jagon voice what he tried to convince himself of to soothe his guilt, the fact remained he was wrong to pursue Faythe as more than a friend to help train her in her abilities. His chest hollowed out at the thought of Toria and how badly he had wronged her too. If there was a chance she could find happiness with another, find the dedication she deserved, perhaps letting her go was the best way, the only way he could truly show his love for her.
Are you going to be all right without her?
Jagon's question was filled with a knowing sadness.
Without all of us,
he added. Nick appreciated the subtle meaning. Against all odds and obscurities, they had become friends, and while Toria's absence was near unbearable to imagine, he couldn't deny a void would be left with the humans gone too. Mustering a nod, he added a forced smile. For his duty and his kingdom, he had to be. Chapter 19. Zayana. Zayana felt nothing, heard nothing. She was weightless, sinking slowly, suspended in time. She imagined she was falling as she submerged herself in the body of black water, letting herself drift into a depthless void in her mind where she was simply nothing. When her body defied her desire to sink deeper, she reluctantly forced herself to swim up. Zayana inhaled deeply as she broke through the surface water, smoothing her long hair back from her face as it clung to her skin. When she opened her eyes, she didn't hide her deadly glare from who she spied across the baths. Maverick's smile was devious where he leaned against a bulge in the cavernous stone wall, hands in his pockets as he watched her. The black waters concealed her naked body as she was submerged to her shoulders, but she specifically chose this hour, in the dead of night, so she would have the place to herself. As she always did. The dark demon's presence riled her annoyance, as he likely knew this and had decided to impose on her private time anyway. "Get out," she demanded in a cold, dead tone. It only made his smile grow, and she flexed in irritation.
"This is a public space,"
he answered casually, in a way he knew tested her patience. It wasn't out of modesty Zayana kept her body hidden in the water up to her collarbone. She never let anyone see her marred flesh from the many punishments she'd earned. It was the main reason she bathed when she knew she'd have the baths to herself. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to keep her tone disinterested. Any reaction was entertainment for Maverick. She often found no emotion was the quickest way to lose his interest and get him to leave. He didn't respond with words. Instead, he peeled himself from the wall, not taking his eyes off hers. His mouth curled in feline delight as he reached for the buttons of his tailored jacket. Zayana ground her teeth, realizing what he intended. She wanted to turn away from him, damn what he would make of her naked body, and leave him to bathe alone before she would share the water with him. But a part of her flared in defiance. To leave now would be an act of defeat. They held each other's stares in silent challenge to see who would balk first as he began to undress. She'd be damned if she lost to him. Maverick removed his jacket, then his shirt. Zayana didn't blink or look away. He was a glorious being, and she would be a fool to deny he was beautiful. He flexed his impressive wings as he undid his pants next and let them fall. She refused to avert her gaze from his black orbs. He smirked, and she cursed colorfully internally, thinking perhaps he'd caught the flinch of her eyes that gave away her curiosity. He took the stone steps into the black waters deliberately slowly, until he was submerged past distraction. His hair caught the moonlight that flooded in from the open cave roof, and the strands of silver across the midnight hue were stunning. They further defined the contours of his impeccable face, but she didn't give him the satisfaction of a reaction as he inched closer. She kept her eyes hard, her expression cold.
"A little chilly in here, don't you think?"
he remarked with a smug look.
"Allow me."
He raised his hands to float just below the surface, and Zayana watched bubbles form from the heat emanating under his palms. It was impressive, she had to admit, that he could conjure the heat of fire without flame. Water should be his natural enemy, but his ability was adaptable. Zayana, on the other hand, always held an edge of caution around water. If she wasn't careful, her bolts could strike whoever was in contact with the water. She wasn't immune to a blast of her own current, if it was conducted back to her. Heat encased her, and she shivered as she'd grown accustomed to the cold. She wouldn't thank him for it, but she enjoyed the warmth that relaxed her tense muscles. Once he was satisfied with the temperature that misted around them, Maverick splayed his wings and leaned against the bath edge with an over-exaggerated sigh of relaxation. "Why are you here?" she asked in a flat tone, wishing nothing more than to be alone. He remained unfazed by her obvious hatred for his unwanted company. He lazily swirled his fingers over the water, creating ripples to disturb its stillness.
"You should be thanking me, you know,"
he said casually, ignoring her question. As if he felt her simmering anger, a curl of amusement appeared on his mouth without looking at her.
"The High Lord got to witness you at the height of your power. How easy it was to get you to unleash a glimpse of what you're truly capable of."
Her fists clenched under the water, even though the way he spoke, she dared to believe, held mild admiration. "You would be dead if that were the height of my power." Maverick didn't bother to counter. Zayana went on. "You knew Mordecai was here, and you knew it could have gotten me executed." She'd broken the law against attacking Maverick before. It was perhaps the hardest law for her to uphold, and by far the most foolish law to exist. It always resulted in some brutal physical punishment, but they wouldn't kill her. She held slight satisfaction in the knowledge she was too useful to them to be killed. But in the presence of the High Lord, they wouldn't have second-guessed the command for her to be put down if he gave it.
"I knew that if you attacked first, you would be far less likely to be given a death sentence than I."
Zayana couldn't suppress her frown. "What are you implying?" she demanded, even though she already suspected what he meant. He slid her a knowing look.
"I don't know what he told you, but you and I weren't the only candidates for the quest Mordecai posed. I overheard them mulling over some others. Even the masters were eager to put themselves forward for the esteemed role. Whatever it is, it's important. I simply made sure out of all the names he heard, you and I were the only ones who stuck."
Zayana's eyes narrowed on him. He had no reason to lie, and his plan was just as self-serving as it was almost a favor to her. It remained a matter of mercy and luck she hadn't been fatally reprimanded for the fight. But perhaps he was right. After remembering the leniency the High Lord had with her, she had to wonder why he'd spared her from punishment. She could admit she thought Maverick brilliant for the dangerous scheme, but she would rather be killed by Mordecai's hand than give him the satisfaction.
"I'm looking forward to our little battle,"
he said casually, as he closed his eyes and tipped his head back, basking in the moonlight. Zayana scoffed. Calling it that would imply significant time and worthy opposition. "I plan to make it quick." He straightened his head, black eyes twinkling with the thrill at the challenge.
"Have I ever told you your confidence is wickedly attractive, even if misplaced?"
Zayana rolled her eyes, grinding her teeth to prevent herself from reacting in the way she knew he was trying to provoke. He delighted in anything he could get out of her, good or bad, though the former was almost non-existent. She would have despised him, but even that inspired great satisfaction in the sadistic demon. So she tried not to feel anything toward him at all. Maverick braced his elbows on the uneven stone edge of the bath. Her traitorous eyes flashed to admire the flexed muscles of his torso as he did, but she didn't allow them to linger. If he noticed her looking, he said nothing. Not even a smirk to gloat as he held her gaze once more. She broke first, twisting to also lean back, wings splayed, drifting at arm's length so she could keep a close eye on him.
I only got us the game. I still have every intention of winning, he went on.
Zayana smiled to herself with the excitement that pulsed through her at his opposition. Like her, Maverick relished in competition. It was fun for them, even when it involved pain and brutality, regardless of whether they won or lost. It was one guilty pleasure they shared. As creatures born to feel nothing, they indulged in the opportunity to feel something. You're lucky no one's here. It would only add to your humiliation when you can't put skill to your arrogance. Maverick chuckled, a low, deep rumble that vibrated over the ripples of water. She even felt a faint flicker of desire at the sound. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the movement of his arm reaching over to her. "Touch me with that hand, Maverick," she warned without turning her head to him. "And you'd best be prepared to lose it." His fingers lingered over the curve of her wing. The pulse from the near touch was enough to make her shiver. It was a bold move, even for Maverick, and she could tell he relished in her threat. Wisely, he retreated his arm, but his gleaming reaction told her he'd gotten what he wanted from her, even without the connection. Maverick glided through the water to reach the other side, twisting so he could face her instead. She kept her face emotionless as she was forced to look at him. Tresses of his thick, midnight hair curled over his forehead, and a small dimple indented his cheek on one side, as it always did when he wore the taunting smirk she hated. Hated because it was a sign of the unique amusement he got from her alone, and for her own thoughts that scattered for a split second when she saw it. "I heard about your new little recruit," he drawled, once again settling against the stone edge. "Are you turning soft, Zayana? Or perhaps you're looking for someone to blame when you lose?" Zayana smiled deviously, but didn't let it reach her eyes. "I don't need to explain my reasons." She played it off to avoid giving away her confidence in the young dark fae, who she had high hopes would be the complete opposite to a simple-filled space. "And you need not concern yourself with my choices." Maverick's brow arched, his smirk remaining.
"Your choices are highly predictable, which makes it all the easier for me to prepare to take you and your little team down."
She itched to lash out in defense, but she saw the gleam in his eye that expected it from her, wanted her anger to expose her weaknesses. Instead, she raised her chin after taking a few seconds to calm down. "You might think you hold a hand of surprise, but the truth is, it doesn't matter who you force to side with you in this fight. We may require a team and rule, but when it comes down to it, only two on the field really matter. You against me. We've battled many times, Maverick." She cantered her head as his gloating faded. "We both know the odds don't hold in your favor."
"Odds," he scoffed. "People listen to the odds when they're afraid. In favor, odds are a reckless confidence. Against, they hold one back from believing in their strength to win. I can tell how much this quest means to you. The chance to get away from the mountain for however long they relax the leash. If you beg, perhaps I'll go easy on you."
Zayana flared. It was a lie, as there was nothing that would make Maverick concede. He was arguably even more stubborn and proud than she was. Even still, The suggestion that she would ever resort to such measures itched her temper. "Did you only come here to insult me?" The hum of lightning in her veins stung the surface of her skin as she held the bolts back, realizing now that perhaps the most lethal combination was her, Maverick, and a body of water. Part of her thought it might be worth suffering the pain of her own currents if it was inflicted on him all the same. "I came," he drawled, hand swirling lazily around the surface water, "to enjoy a peaceful bath." Sayana bit back her scoff, having had enough of the jesting for one night. She swam for the edge, but when she got to the shallow end, which ascended into natural, uneven stone steps, she halted. It flared her anger that she wouldn't get to storm away without further acknowledgement of his presence. But, reluctantly, she turned her head back to check if he was staring before exposing herself. Her scars were a hidden armor she didn't reveal to anyone. Maverick was staring, as she expected, and at his smirk of amusement, she was about to screw what he saw to make a point. But then he turned his head away, fingertips tracing the jagged ledge as if to occupy himself. Sayana didn't hesitate and took the opportunity, not knowing how many seconds his subdued deviance would hold out for. She quickly slipped into a robe that hid the lattice of her back and chest at least, then snatched up her clothes, making to leave as his voice traveled to her with a darkness that swept a shudder over her body. "Which of them hurt you?" She dared a glance back. Maverick's expression was hard to decipher. There was a coldness that was always present, but now it seemed woven with a chilling wrath. He meant which of the masters had inflicted her punishments. Why he cared to ask, she couldn't be sure. Sayana raised her chin, casting her eyes to the exit as her feet pressed for it. She didn't look at him again as she muttered coldly, "All of them." The wind howled, and bitter air whipped at her damp hair in the dead of night. Sayana sat perched on the high peak of the mountain's edge, observing the young dark fae who had found a dipped alcove of stone to curl into that would shield her from the harsh blasts. She'd somehow managed to gather provisions for a small fire. It was impressive, as this wasn't a skill they were commonly taught. Once again, Amaya had proven herself to be smart and resourceful. Sayana didn't know why she'd bothered to come out here after her disrupted moment of quiet in the baths. Perhaps to see if the cold had claimed Amaya's life on the first night, or to gauge if she would make it through the whole 3. Even though Sayana had fully exposed herself to the elements in her position, paired with her wet hair, she could hardly stand the icy temperature and wanted to test how long she could last before she broke. She thought an hour would be commendable. She couldn't revoke her punishment. She had made it in front of her inner circle, and to go back on it would discredit her as a leader. They would be well within their rights to demand she was removed from her position by the masters. She highly doubted they would, as she liked to believe their loyalty to her trumped their loyalty to the masters. Though they would never speak of it, as to do so would seal their end. Sayana debated retreating to shelter under the mountain, or swooping down to confront the young dark fae. She had no reason to, nothing in the way of conversation or lecture to impose on her. But oddly, it was as if she wanted the company. Deciding she'd had enough of seeing if she'd freeze to death, Sayana stood, splayed her wings, and stepped off the high peak. She cut through the air like the edge of a blade, gliding down in a single swift motion. Near to the ground, She worked her wings a few times until she was able to land directly in front of Amaya and her fire. As she did, Zayana's quick senses had her detecting Amaya's fast movement, followed by the whiz of an arrow flying straight for her. She pivoted on the spot, hand coming up to catch the arrow that was a mere second from piercing her chest. Zayana stared at the arrow within her grasp, dumbfounded. When she turned her head with raised eyebrows, Amaya's face was pale with horror. "Oh, gods, forgive me, Zayana." Amaya dropped the bow she held, forcing her body forward in submission. Zayana was still too stunned to accept or decline her groveling. She spun the arrow between her fingers with a curious hum. "Impressive," she said at last. Amaya seemed to relax, thinking she had been spared from wrath at the error. Zayana should punish her. She should be far more outraged over the attack that could have lethally wounded her. But in hindsight, she was in awe. "How did you learn to start a fire?" she questioned, using the iron tip as a pointer. Amaya hesitated, but Zayana gave her a small nod to confirm she could speak freely. There was no one here to assess or question her judgments. If she chose to be lenient, Amaya could easily be silenced if she ever thought to speak a word of it. And if she dared, her silence would be permanent. "I read books," she confessed. Zayana's eyes narrowed. "From where?" Amaya shifted uncomfortably. Zayana already knew there were only two places literature could be found, and those were in the council chamber and her private section. Perhaps Maverick also kept such luxuries in his side of the mountain, but she didn't picture him as one who would find any sort of joy or entertainment in useless stories. Zayana wouldn't admit to anyone she did, but the collection of books they had accumulated over the centuries was not of her own doing, and she had not touched one since their collector passed. At Amaya's reaction, she knew exactly which of the forbidden sections of the mountain she obtained her information from. "You welcomed yourself into my private space." Zayana's voice dropped low. Her domain was strictly off-limits to all but her inner circle. Amaya quickly shook her head, which eased her temper just a little. "Then where?" The young dark face shifted, tucking her knees under her arms, and inched closer to the flames. "You told us never to speak his name," she said quietly, but she didn't balk at the stare Zayana pinned her with. Zayana clenched her teeth, knowing exactly who she meant. Finian had been many things, many weak and spineless things. She knew that now, though her naive younger self did not. She had allowed herself to believe kindness could exist among their wicked species, but he'd proven to be a master of deception. "Why would he help you?" She kept her tone emotionless, but a dark part of her memory awoke like a long-dormant demon, with the one to torment her with a stirring up of the past. Zayana crouched low, eager to feel the heat of the flames to take away the chill that coated her skin. "He was kind to me. I don't know why, but he used to bring me books when I was a child. I'd never felt accepted by anything until I found out what it was like to lose oneself in the wonders of a story. Lose, only to emerge from the pages so much clearer about who I was." Zayana had to glance away. She couldn't bear to look at Amaya. When she did, with those dark tresses and innocent speech, her fists curled at the overwhelming sense of being dragged into the past. Looking at Amaya now felt like looking straight into the eyes of her own foolish child self, even though Amaya was near full grown.
You'd best keep that kind of romantic poetry to yourself. Ridicule will be the least of your worries should you speak of it to anyone else.
I wouldn't dare. I've kept it to myself for this long, but I do not mind it. Sayana stayed silent, staring off into the dark void of the mountain pass, trying to drown the thoughts and memories that flared to life from the pits of darkness in her mind. It was a mistake to come out here. Why do you no longer speak of him? Sayana snapped her head to the young dark fae, unsure whether she admired her or wanted to reprimand her boldness. No one ever questioned her about personal subjects, as she had succeeded in making it known pain would befall those who dared. Yet she didn't feel the urge to punish Amaya.
How old are you?
Sayana asked instead. Amaya's shoulders relaxed, as if she had expected a lashing for her curiosity. Halfway into my 2nd century, she answered cautiously.
Then you would have been old enough to witness and understand the blood trials.
Amaya nodded, but her eyes still held the lingering question. To most, it would be obvious why the name triggered her. A demon of weakness she had slain.
I killed him. He was a coward and does not deserve for his name to be remembered in this world.
Even though not a day went by that he didn't cross her mind. Like a vicious eternal plague, a punishment for her own foolishness. You loved him. Sayana flared, barely able to contain the sparks of lightning that pricked her body at the words. She had to take a second to breathe consciously and not give in to the impulse to strike. She was a master of control, had been trained in how to keep her anger and emotions in check since birth, and harnessed them as a weapon when the situation called for it. This was not one of those moments. Harming Amaya would only damage her with the need to find a replacement for the battle against Maverick. Her voice dropped deadly low when she spoke again. We are creatures of darkness, soulless, heartless. Put a hand to your chest, Amaya. You can't deny that truth, no matter how many romantic tales you fill your head with. She stood, her chest heavy with the rage that built, lightning collecting like a storm. You ever speak of such a thing again, it will be the last thing you speak of at all. Chapter 20. Faythe. Faythe watched the descending sun, feeling a new sense of completeness. A void within her she believed would always remain hollow now began to fill with strength and pride after her time with Agalor. Her only regret was that it had taken her so long to overcome her fear of rejection and face him. But now she had. She could only picture the bright future they would have together to make up for lost time. She smiled, genuine and weightless, as the glowing star diffused vibrant amber and yellow notes across the sky. She'd come to the balcony overlooking the courtyard to bask in her favorite time of day, as the colors invoked a sense of serenity for her to think with a clear mind. Or to reflect, as she did now, relaying everything she had learned today. Tales that filled her head with wonder, love that filled her heart with pride, and prospects that filled her future with bright opportunity. Mind if I join you? Faythe twisted in fright as the cheerful voice sounded behind her. Her eyebrows raised to find Livia walking out to greet her. Her words were choked with foolish nerves, so Faythe offered a small nod, even though it was clear Livia wasn't about to take no for an answer, when she came up beside Faythe, casting her eyes over the horizon. You are some woman, Faythe. First day back, and all I've heard since I've been here are stories about the impossible human with fine sword skills and a surprising mind ability. Livia said, sliding her eyes to Faythe with a small smirk. An heir of Agalor's who was never known to exist. The news has already traveled throughout Ryanel, and likely beyond. You're quite the miracle. Sorry, Faythe answered sheepishly, cheeks aflame that the commander had been forced to listen to boring tales of her life. It was embarrassing she'd become the topic of conversation at all. No need to apologize. It's quite fascinating. Though Reylan does tend to go off on tangents sometimes. You're someone I think he could talk about for centuries if nobody stopped him, Livia teased, and Faythe's face grew hotter. The Faythe chuckled at her reaction. Faythe looked over at Livia, really taking in her appearance for the first time. What she'd failed to notice before was the long, slightly raised scar that began at her left temple and trailed past her eye before breaking off into 2 lines, like jagged lightning down the side of her face. Faythe found the imperfection beautiful. Livia wore her scar as if she were born with it, as if she wasn't afraid of the story attached to it. Faythe's eyes must have lingered for too long, because Livia smiled knowingly. What happened? Faythe couldn't help but ask. Livia looked away from her, flinching for a second as if she were reflecting on a dark and distant memory. I wasn't always a commander. I wasn't always able to stick up for myself. Livia locked her gaze, and her eyes were fierce. Reylan, Kylia, and Isaiah saved me from the circumstances that ended in that scar. Then I vowed never to be weak again. Faythe didn't know Livia, but her chest panged to know the permanent marking was not an outcome of battle, but that someone, or maybe several people, had personally harmed her. Seeing how strongly and confidently she carried herself, Faythe found herself in awe of her resilience and strength. I'm sorry. Livia smiled a little. I'm not. I've long had my revenge and built myself up from what happened to me. But while my story may be visible, the scars that cut deepest are often those we harbor within. They held each other's eye, and as much as she felt utterly exposed by the way Livia studied her, Faythe couldn't look away. Don't be afraid of the past that has made you stronger. The words struck her, pained her as she realized the Fae in front of her knew everything. Faythe couldn't find the emotion to be angry or embarrassed that Reylan might have told her everything she suffered back in High Pharaoh, because her words were exactly what Faythe needed to hear. She didn't know how to respond as her eyes pricked, and she forced back the desire to break down in front of a stranger. Livia gave a small nod of her head, as if she were silently accepting Faythe's gratitude and understanding, without having to voice any of it. Livia took a deep breath, and at her hard look, Faythe braced herself. Reylan told me of your intention to cross to the Niltane Isles, she began. Whatever she gauged from Faythe's reaction, Livia's face twisted in understanding. He asked if I'd be willing to accompany you. He only means to gather those he can trust. I thought he was joking at first. The journey you plan for, Faythe, it is almost as good as suicide. Faythe flared in defense, feeling as if she were being scolded by the commander. You don't understand what's at stake. He told me everything. He told you facts. Let me guess. Foolish, naive human thinks she can cross unventured territory and save the world, right? She laughed without humor. I'll admit it must sound ridiculous, but no one else need risk their life for it. You're wrong, Livia answered coolly. At the flash in Faythe's eye, she gave a look of her own that made Faythe swallow her desire to object. Accepting help is not a weakness, Faythe, and Reylan warned me you may fight against it. But a legion is far mightier than a lone soldier. Strength is in those who know when help is needed and are not afraid to ask for it. And in those who listen.
even when the truth is hard to hear. Why are you telling me this? Livia turned to her fully. I'm telling you because when Reylan told me everything, every detail about who you are and what you plan to do, I didn't question it for 1 second. I told him I would go with you. But while he believes in you more than he believes in anything he's ever committed to, he won't tell you the harrowing truths of the mission you propose. No soul who attempted the journey to the Niltane Isles has made it back alive in centuries. The odds of survival don't exist, as far as any of us are aware. So, as with any battle, we all stand together. But be sure you come to terms with a high chance a walk onto the Isles could be a one-way trip. Faythe's heart was a hard beat, twisting at the notion of the lives at risk on the quest she must take. But Livia was right, and Faythe was immensely grateful for her honesty. What she didn't know was that Faythe had long come to terms with the possibility of her life ending, and she still planned to set out on this journey, as long as it meant she would take the evil in Engardia with her. What turned a new dagger in her gut was that she would have to accept Reylan and Livia's lives could also be taken on the dire quest. She looked into Livia's blue eyes, and they were hard with determination, waiting for Faythe to confirm she accepted the fate she was condemning them all to. But she had no choice. Dakotas' ascension had to be stopped before she joined Marvellus in their world, and all would be lost. A few lives to save many, many more was perhaps the cruel trade Faythe had to accept. So she nodded, and in accepting Livia's help, Faythe hardened her heart to what she was imposing on them all. "Thank you," Faythe said, but it didn't feel like enough for her loyalty and courage. Livia gave a short nod and a light smile. "Good. Now that the heaviness is out of the way, you seem to have my dear cousin quite wound up in other ways." Her grin turned devious as Faythe's mouth popped open at the suggestive tone. "Me? No. Reylan is he's just... Faythe's body flushed as she floundered for a response to counter the commander's observations. Livia laughed, making Faythe want to hurl herself over the balcony to save herself from the rising embarrassment. Her chuckles ceased, and then her face turned soft. "He's had a hard time this past century. I'm sure you know the vague details, but after those great battles, after losing so many and blaming himself so deeply for it, we all worried we'd never get him back." Faythe's chest tightened at the mention. She wondered why Livia chose to share it with her. She knew what happened all those years ago, who he'd lost. But she so far believed Reylan had hardened himself to continue in his role and carry on living. Farah was a sweet fae. Truly, I have no bad words about her. But she was never right for him. Too gentle, too delicate. But he cared for her deeply. After he lost her in Fenner, he left. We didn't see him after those battles for decades. Kylia, Azire, and I searched endlessly. But Reylan didn't want to be found, and he was good at remaining hidden. Faythe tuned into the tale with utter heartbreak, part of her wanting to stop Livia's words because they pained her to imagine, but the larger part of her needing to hear, to understand Reylan from another perspective. "How did you find him?" She'd choked out with quiet emotion. "We didn't. He came back on his own. No explanation of why or where he'd been." Livia looked to her then, and there was something in her eye like disbelief. "It was around the same time Agalor met your mother. She and Reylan, they became pretty close, and it was exactly what he needed to fill the void of not having his own parents. When she left, Reylan closed himself off completely once more. She knew Reylan had some kind of relationship with her mother. It was always clear in the bright way he spoke of her.
Knowing she had also cared for him deeply, the warmth in Faythe's chest made a smile bloom on her face.
"I've been looking for you."
Both their heads snapped to the silver-haired warrior they spoke of, and her heart skipped a beat to see him in the doorway.
"Ah, yes. I guess I forgot to mention that,"
Livia said, shooting Faythe a devious side smile. Faythe chuckled a little at Reylan's scowl in response.
"I'll take that as my cue to leave."
She walked to the glass doors, pausing before spinning back to add, "I'll make sure we get some time in the training room before we leave." Faythe gave a nod in promise, giddy at the prospect of getting to train with the commander. Then she was gone, leaving Faythe and Reylan to tune into the peaceful stillness of evening for a few seconds.
"You spoke with Agalor."
He broke the silence with careful words. She smiled, and he seemed to relax his shoulders as she did, as if he had come fully prepared to help her through the emotions if it hadn't gone well. The sun illuminated where he stood before her, and she couldn't be sure what she had ever done to deserve him by her side, where he'd always been since the day they met. She wished she could capture the picture of him right there, burning against the sun's colors. Ryanel's protector. He waited patiently for her to speak, and she took a final deep breath of cooling air. "I want to tell you everything." Faythe lost herself in relaying the stories her father had filled her with while she sat across from Reylan at the dining table in her rooms. She barely touched the delicious food that was laid in front of her, fully immersed in adding her own thoughts and feelings about the phoenix birds that had stolen all her headspace for the day. Reylan also sat with a near-full plate, adding his own take on some of the tales, but mostly he gave her his undivided attention while sitting back in his chair and watching her with a rare, warm smile, letting her rant. She didn't know how much time passed, but she was glad her meal was a cold selection of meats and cheese, as she was sure nothing would hold any warmth by now otherwise. "Eat," Reylan instructed as he straightened, interjecting with the command just as she finished one thought, ready to skip straight ahead to the next. He looked at her expectantly when she didn't immediately react. Faythe rolled her eyes. Grabbing her fork, she speared a cube of cheese and shoved it into her mouth. He huffed a laugh at her childish display, going for his own silverware. When the distraction of her excitement had subsided, Faythe began to feel the horrible creeping of nerves instead. Something was playing on her mind to make her cower out of confronting the subject with him that morning. Her appetite left her. "You stayed last night," she blurted when she couldn't stand it any longer. She needed to know he didn't regret it.
"You asked me to,"
he replied with an edge of defensiveness. She dropped her gaze, realizing it was not the reaction she hoped for. Just before her disappointment could settle, Reylan sighed, setting down his fork.
"I'm sorry. I didn't intend to fall asleep,"
he admitted. Faythe glanced up to catch the apology in his wary eyes. "Why are you sorry?"
"Because it's not proper for—"
He stopped himself, taking a pause as he deliberated. Faythe leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. "You're worried about what people will think?"
"People don't just think. They talk."
"Then let them. Those who are petty enough to spread gossip never care for the truth anyway." Raylan's look softened, as if he were trying to let her down gently, and she hated it.
"They might say I'm taking advantage of you."
Faythe arched a brow in humor. How shocking.
"They might assume we do far more than sleep,"
he went on, his lips fighting the amusement. Faythe had to press her thighs together at the unexpected heat that rushed down her body. She leaned forward, popping her chin over her clasped hands on the table.
How scandalous. They might decide I'm a bad influence on such a delicate human.
His voice changed, dropping in tone as he mimicked her across the table. Faythe's head tilted, but she couldn't ignore the skip of her pulse. What kind of influence might they think you've spun on me? A smirk formed on his mouth.
I'm more curious to hear what your imagination is conjuring right now.
I'll bet you are.
Not willing to share, then?
Faythe damned the spirits to burn, having to avert her gaze with a deep breath to regain her composure. When she cast her eyes back to lock on his, something had changed between them. It was there in the current of their stare. What if I asked you to stay again? Reylan didn't answer straight away, but his look gave away his deliberation, and it lifted her spirits that he didn't immediately reject her. His consideration was for the benefit of her reputation. I don't know if my night terrors are cured yet, and I don't want to be alone. Raylan's face fell in understanding.
Are you sure?
He asked carefully, giving her another chance to fully realize what she was asking. Her stomach knotted with nervous thrill as she took this as his acceptance. It was an innocent ask, and she knew he had no further expectations of her, nor she of him. But he was right. In a castle full of high fae and human servants who had it in their nature to gossip, there would be no small amount of speculation when he was undoubtedly caught leaving her rooms by morning. Faythe didn't care, not in the slightest, as her desire for his company, not to be alone with her fears anymore, drowned out all worry of mindless people's observations. Let them whisper. Raylan's smile of agreement held something more, something like relief. Before she could ponder it further, he resumed eating, then swayed the topic of conversation.
Did you tell Agalor of our perilous journey?
Faythe shifted in her seat, grabbing her own fork again to distract herself with the items on her plate. The right moment never came up. At his short silence, Faythe peered up and found him pinning her with a small frown of disapproval that called out her lie. She sighed, setting down her silverware. You should have seen how happy he was, she said quietly, face wrinkling. He spoke of the future, of making up for lost time, thrilled by the prospect, as was I. How could I take that from him?
Why do you sound as if you're not planning to make it back?
I know the odds.
Screw the damned odds.
Faythe was taken aback by the bite in his tone, but it was not directed toward her lack of hope for survival, because his hard eyes were split with a hint of terror that gave away he also knew of the dangers that made it a real fear they may not return. Livia told me to prepare for a one-way trip, but I always knew the risk I was taking. Her life, her single human existence, would be a small price to pay for the millions that could be saved. It was a sacrifice she was willing to take until... Staring at the silver-haired warrior across from her stabbed her painfully with her first dose of selfish guilt, both for the pain she wanted desperately to erase from his face, and for the time with him she would be robbed of. Whatever would become of them, however short or long, she wanted all the time that had now been put on a cruel, unstoppable countdown.
You defied the odds to exist. You'll defy them again to survive.
The way he spoke those words, sapphire forging with gold, struck her with a new will, a reason to take a stand against fate, to live and see the world re-emerge from the clouds of war and evil. And she wanted to see it all, feel it all, with him by her side. "Is that an order, General?" Faythe said, a little breathless from the gaze they shared. Raylan's firm look was cut by the flash in his eye and slight upturning of his mouth, telling her she'd roused something in him with the use of his title.
"Yes. Now, eat."
Chapter 21. Reylan. After dinner, Raylan stood with arms crossed against the closed balcony doors, failing to distract his mind from the fact Faythe was changing for bed in the closet a few meters away. He shouldn't be here, shouldn't have agreed to stay. Yet it was his own selfishness that faltered his protests against the proposition. He'd rested better than he had in months last night, and couldn't deny her plea for company if there was still a chance she might relive those nightmares. Even though she'd succeeded in evading them for the first time, if his presence could help her, it made the decision easy. He heard her reemerge into the bedroom, and as he turned his head, he peeled himself from the casual position instantly. Faythe was pulling subconsciously at the hem of the shirt she wore. The male's shirt, which was all that covered her, reaching to mid-thigh on her bare legs. There was a raging conflict in his mind at the sight, an irrational flare of something dark and ugly as he wondered who the garment belonged to. But even more dominating was the sensation that tensed his body when he lost the fight with his own traitorous eyes and let them trail the length of her glorious exposed skin. Gods above. She was trying to kill him. Truly. "It's Jacon's shirt," she muttered quietly, and perhaps she read the question in his hard expression. The quick flash of primal anger dissipated completely. His poise loosened. Faythe couldn't hide the flicker of sorrow at the mention of her best friend, and Raylan's gut twisted with a bout of guilt. All he gave was a nod in understanding. Faythe wandered over to the bed. Pulling back the covers, she propped herself up, but neglected to fold herself under them. The shirt rode up further, and Raylan choked on a groan as he slowly edged toward the bed and refrained from drinking in the length and poise of those smooth, enticing legs. He had a hard enough time staying focused while she trained, pushing them, strengthening them, beyond what a human should be capable of. Faythe's amber eye slid to hold his. Seconds of silence passed. "You're staring, General," she said casually, but his throat bobbed at the caress in those words.
"Are you really going to sleep in just that?"
he countered thickly. There was a twinkle of deviance in her eyes. "Would you prefer for me to change into one of the dainty pieces of silk instead?" Raylan had to breathe consciously at the memory of exactly the walking temptation she was in the nightgown she wore the night he intruded on her after returning from Fenner. Not even her robe had been enough to cover all that was exposed beneath. Faythe shuffled down until she lay on her side. She folded her hands under her head and bent her leg a fraction, tortuously slowly, for comfort. The movement exposed her to the top of her thigh, all without taking her eyes off him. He gauged the hint of challenge that sparked in her irises as he fought to keep his own gaze locked on hers. Raylan conceded, but he didn't glance down at the maddening sight of her. He looked anywhere but at Faythe in an attempt to calm every damning, raging thought that swirled within. He should leave. Before he ventured down a dangerous path there would be no backtracking from. He heard the faint rustle of material and knew the distraction of her body had been stolen by the covers as she folded herself under them. Relieved, he dropped his eyes back to her. While he remained utterly still, The teasing in her face smoothed out into a small smile, and she might have mistaken his stillness for discomfort. But that was so goddamned far from what coursed through him as he watched every flicker of movement, every flex of exposed skin that had him fighting against restraint. Faythe casually patted the empty space next to her in a silent invitation. No expectations.
"Are you sure you want me to stay?"
He asked once more, to be certain there would be no regrets on her part should any hollow rumors spread. There would certainly be none on his. "I'm not trying to seduce you." She didn't have to try. Fatigue started to cloud the gold of her irises. Reylan took a breath to calm the raging thoughts he couldn't subdue. He unbuttoned his jacket and removed his boots. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, taking a contemplative pause with his back to her. Before he could listen to the dark chants of his mind, Reylan reached back and pulled his shirt off. He heard Faythe's shallow inhale, which she tried to disguise, and he stilled, going utterly rigid. This was a mistake. He didn't move to gauge her reaction, afraid of repulsion or worse, sympathy. He couldn't bear it, not from her. He could have been holding his breath from the tenseness that coated his body. Faythe wordlessly shifted on the bed behind him. Slowly, she inched over to him, the faint embrace of her presence closing in. Her hand raised, and he felt the warmth as her touch hovered over the skin of his back, as if waiting for his permission before she laid her hand on him. Despite his fear that she would shrink away from him if she did, he turned his head just enough to let her know he understood what she was about to do. When those delicate fingers grazed his marred skin, Reylan clenched his fists tightly in his lap. Not out of fear or discomfort. As her touch traced over the lattice of raised scars, he felt his muscles loosen, his insecurities dissolve, and his mind calm. "Are these from war?" Her voice held an edge of sharp anger, quietly infused with pain. Or from him? Reylan couldn't stand her ache. It was even more heart-wrenching that Faythe's pain was for him, and the realization of that twisted something deep inside. He turned around to her fully. Their eyes locked, her amber pools glistening against the moonlight, and he saw something in them he never thought he would, didn't think he deserved. Acceptance. Faythe's gaze fell, and she scanned the markings on his chest too. Her hands raised, hesitating once again. He didn't move or speak, and she read this as permission. While they sat there knee to knee, Faythe rose to run her soothing touch along each scar carefully, purposefully, as if she were memorizing a map, as if she longed to trace and discover the story inside each one.
"Both,"
he answered in barely more than a rasp of air as he watched her thoughtful face. Beautiful. He thought he would risk hurting her, based on his response to anyone who had tried to touch him before. But all he could do was watch her face as her golden eyes searched his past. Every dark and unforgivable thing branded onto his skin. She didn't look at any of them with a hint of disgust. Rather, her eyes glistened with silver, her brow pinched with pain, and her features sharpened with a steel edge of anger. His hands wrapped around her wrists, and she seemed to snap out of whatever tunneling thoughts she'd spiraled into. Her gaze met his, and it took everything in him not to give in to the need that burned. A need to take her pain and share it. He wanted to share every piece of himself with her, and it terrified him. Her eyes flashed to her wrists he had yet to let go of. He uncurled his fingers, releasing her despite his want to draw her close.
You should get some sleep.
Faythe held his gaze for a moment longer, and for once, he wanted to ask what she was thinking. He had no idea what she pondered, what she saw. As she looked at him now, she knew everything, saw everything. Maybe he would never get to know, as she nodded before backing away from him. Faythe shuffled over the bed before folding herself under the covers once again. He hated that even the short distance across the absurdly large bed felt too far. There was a pitiful passing thought that she wanted distance after seeing his tarnished skin. He tentatively lay back. In the dark, he felt both calm with relief and rigid with fear that she might change her mind now they lay together. After a still minute, her small voice cut the silence. Are Kylie and Isaiah joining us too? He shifted his head on the pillow to look at her where she lay on her side facing him. A part of him, a large part, flared irrationally for a second at the mere thought of another male in her bed. She eyed the large space he'd left between them. You're almost hanging off the bed, Reylan. I don't bite. Her eyes fell closed, but a small, devious smile tugged at her lips. Every tense and horrible thought dissolved completely at those words, because he knew it was her acceptance of him, of his presence. It settled his mind into contentment, but rushed his body with such heat he had to stifle a groan. He paused to take a few long, deep breaths to calm his raging thoughts. Reylan shuffled closer until he felt the faint, radiating warmth of her body and relaxed in the comfort of it, at knowing she was close and safe. Chapter 22. Zayana. The fate of the quest is being decided on a game of flag runner. Tynan's bored voice sounded at her back as Zayana stood facing the fire pit while the rest of them sat splayed over the couches in their lounge area. She folded an arm across her chest to prop up the elbow that supported her chin, contemplating their thoughts on the challenge against Maverick in 5 days. She had to agree the chosen game was almost laughable, yet most of their strategic suggestions so far were too obvious, and frankly, she was growing irritable at their lack of useful ideas. She pressed her hand to her forehead instead, massaging the tension that grew. Kellius chimed in. Unlike us, there is no sure way of knowing who he'll pick for his side. It would be too much of a risk to assign one-on-one at the last minute. Tynan answered with a grumble. None of them liked to be contradicted, and it was making her head spin to listen to their petty bickering that held no resolutions. And even if we did, it would all go to shit if they have a group target approach. Aislinn weighed her opinion with Kellius. You two have found nothing on Maverick? So much for spies. Tynan scoffed. Dryya and Selene had been all but mute in the discussion. Zayana refrained from unleashing her disappointment on all of them. She couldn't be sure what it was that had set her in a sour mood for over a week, but her last discussion with the dark bastard when he intruded on her time in the baths still reeled in her mind, along with a secondary encounter with the Maya that was of her own doing, both of which had grated on her nerves more than she cared to admit. Exasperated, she whirled to her companions. All eyes pinned her, and at their slight recoil, she was sure her face was far from pleasant, or even content. Half a damned hour, and all you can come up with are novice tricks and sloppy field stations, she blazed. They were unfortunate bystanders of her wrath that wasn't really of their making.
None of you have even remotely considered the new weapon in our arsenal." While she'd let them battle it out for how best to approach the tournament on the trial ground, Zayana had been churning over her own plan. She'd hoped at least one of them would come up with what lit like a beacon in her mind. She'd left them this long as a test, to see if they really were too stuck in their own resentment and defiance to include the young dark fae, Amaya. When Zayana's eyes slid to her, the darkling stiffened in her position in the far corner, keeping a good distance from the others who were sprawled out lazily. "No offense," Tynan began, speaking to Zayana, not the young dark fae he was indeed about to offend. "But we don't exactly consider her an advantageous weapon." Amaya showed no emotion, but she didn't break Zayana's stare. Zayana tilted her head as she asked the darkling, "Do you agree with him?" Amaya's gaze drifted across the others, who pinned her with intimidating stares and challenge. She shifted in her seat, but raised her chin a fraction. "I believe I could help," she answered timidly, the poor response of a child. Zayana's chest heaved with a breath of growing impatience. She hated that she had to press, and usually wouldn't give any of the others another chance. Never assert your worth without backing it up with merit, Zayana warned. Amaya's throat bobbed, but to Zayana's surprise she stood, going around the center table to mirror her position to address the room. It was bold, and Zayana's temper cooled slightly, hoping perhaps Amaya was thinking the same thing while the others refused to acknowledge her. Perhaps her silence was her way of biding her time, so she wouldn't speak out against any of the others who were still wary of the new presence in their close circle. She locked eyes with Zayana, as if asking for silent permission to speak. Zayana gave a slight dip of her head to signal she had their attention. Amaya cleared her throat before saying, "It's obvious in appearance I'm the weakest one here." Kelly snickered, and Zayana's warning glare was nothing short of deadly. He straightened in his seat at the look, fixing his attention back on the young dark fae without so much as a twitch of amusement. Amaya, to her credit, didn't lose her small dose of confidence at the sneer. "Maverick and the others won't consider me a threat. They won't expect what I can do with a bow. I'll be their first target. I think it's quite obvious, really." Zayana allowed the slight curl of her lip as the direction of Amaya's plan was beginning to sound a lot like her own. Her group were far from impressed at the subtle jibe that their half-hour had been squandered when they'd failed to see it in their arrogance. "I have to be the runner," she said as though it were a game. "They won't pass up the opportunity to strike meek prey. If I can attract their attention one by one, they might take the bait and be distracted for long enough that one of you can take them out. Or for them to find out too late how accurately my arrows can hit." Zayana was grinning now, and at the perplexed looks of the others, she knew they too thought it a brilliant plan. Dampening her approval, she said, "Good. At least someone is accounting for the team and not just themselves." Everyone snapped their heads to her, incredulous. Zayana ignored them. "Maverick knows Amaya is within our ranks now, but he's no fool. He'll likely enlist Barrick and Jesper out of brute structure alone. They'll want to team up and target Tynan, perhaps even Kellius too. I can take them." "This isn't the time for arrogance. I don't doubt you, Tynan. In one-to-one combat, your skills could certainly outsmart them. But I won't take chances on the field. You'll cover Amaya at all times. No one goes off alone. No one allows themselves to be in a position where they are outmatched or outnumbered." She cast a subtle, deliberate glance toward Amaya, and the young dark fae winced.
Once you've got the flags and I'm free, it's just me against Maverick. He is mine. I am his. It's how it has always been, and he'll expect it too. That fight I'm more than willing to walk into.
How is the game won?
Amaya asked. She didn't balk at the attention that fell to her.
If we're not allowed to kill, that is.
I have to locate the final flag before Maverick does. It will be black and hidden within the mountain range. Your job is to gain me as much time advantage as possible for that final task. Seeing faint fear cross Amaya's eyes, Sayana did something she never thought she would do. You cannot kill out of malice. They have the right to demand your life if you do. She took a step closer to the Darkling. But if you feel it is a choice between your life or theirs, you have my protection.
Sayana!
Tynan straightened in his chair.
You can't be serious.
She cast him a bored look. Am I ever not?
You would really put your life on the line in her place.
He cast a dismissive hand toward Amaya, who had gone chalk white. What Sayana proposed meant should Amaya be forced to take a life during the battle, it would be Sayana who took the blame, not the Darkling. Yes, she answered simply.
That's absurd.
Tynan shot to his feet, and Sayana instinctively flared at the challenge. She pushed her damn dominant nature aside, in no mood to bicker with any of them. She knew it was his own inherent drive to protect her that fueled his anger, and perhaps he was right. Sayana couldn't be sure what made her extend the offer of protection. She wanted to believe it was in aid of nothing more than avoiding wasted potential, lost talent, should she be forced into a situation that would make her fatally harm a Blackfair. Sayana was confident she could avoid a death sentence as compensation, but the Masters wouldn't give a second thought to letting Maverick take a lowly young Fae's life if it kept him happy. She couldn't let that happen. I think we are done here, Sayana dismissed. It was close to midnight. Her companions rose, albeit disgruntled and far from satisfied with the night's affairs. She couldn't take on the weight of their emotions right now, so she tried to ignore them completely. They gave her a nod in parting, but their eyes were wary. They were concerned for her. Their whole existence revolved around keeping her alive. Sayana often wondered if they too were wasted potential, living to protect something so heinous and evil. Tynan was the last to leave, coming up close with his back to Amaya, as though she wouldn't hear what he had to say.
Why are you doing this?
Sayana slid her eyes to his, mere inches away. To win. He held her gaze for many ticks of the clock perched on the mantel to the side of the room. She didn't balk at his intensity, but she could see the word he wanted to voice but would never dare. Liar. As expected, Tynan broke the stare first. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned and strolled for the exit in the wall after the others. He didn't refrain from shooting a look of distaste at Amaya, who didn't falter from it. Slowly, her instinct to shrivel and cower at the slightest confrontation was lessening. She took her first step to leave. Not you, Sayana said to halt her. Her whole posture stiffened as she twisted to face her delegate respectfully. Amaya copied her stance. Standing straight, shoulders squared, hands folded behind her back. For a second, it was like looking in a mirror. For a second, Sayana felt a pang of something she wasn't used to. Something like sadness. She banished the emotion as quickly as the flash came and studied the young dark fae from head to toe. She'd yet to shift or speak. Commendable. Then she felt a sudden sense of responsibility as Amaya matched her stance. How much had the young darkling studied her to have become so in tune with her in such a short time? Sayana dropped the hold on her own wrists, arms falling to her sides. Amaya did the same. The flare of ice that shot through her had nothing to do with anger. In fact, she even dared to admit it was a flicker of dread. Watching Amaya take her lead, as if she were someone to be admired, someone to be made the image of, was a damning notion to any poor soul who believed she was anything of a role model. Sayana was the leader, the delegate, for a reason. But that reason was down to her ruthlessness alone, not any admirable traits. No, beneath the title, she was nothing. Nothing but all that was cold and wrong. "You need to learn who you are," she said, voice distant as though she were speaking to herself. "You need to figure out who you want to be in this world, and what impression you want to leave behind. You can follow orders, soldier in an army, but no one can make you who you are, not if you don't let them." Amaya's faltering confidence returned in the way she shifted on her feet. The young dark fae didn't respond. Sayana didn't need her to. "Where do you sleep?" Her green eyes lifted to Sayana's once again. "In the dorms." Sayana suppressed a wince at the memory. She'd begun in there too, in the cold, wretched halls that housed the new darklings who were yet to prove their worth. Or those too low on the chain to ever rise from the pits of the darkest level. Dorms was a civilized name for the open cave lined with sunken alcoves, 3 high, barely big enough to accommodate wings. Down there, the ability to glamour was the most envious possession. The next step up from the dorms was the common level, which was far more comfortable, with single cots and usually only 6 dark fae per room. Sayana thought Amaya would at least be there by now, given her age, though it was clear her lack of progress in the training grade and her crooked wings made her constantly tumble to the bottom of the social ladder. Her fists curled of their own accord at the dark memories that flashed from those early years she'd suffered like any other. "Not anymore," Sayana said, voice hard. Amaya opened her mouth. "You have 10 minutes to gather any things you might have and be back here. Go." Amaya stood stunned for a second. A second long enough for Sayana to need to bite back a snapping remark. Then she nodded, stumbling over her feet as she hurried from the common room. Alone, Sayana swore. What was she thinking? The darkling was not her problem. Her well-being should not be her concern. But she had made it hers the moment she allowed Amaya to join her ranks. Even if she only intended for her to be in the battle and nothing further, she was opening herself up to another responsibility she didn't want, didn't need. And yet she couldn't turn her back. "Where are we going?" Sayana didn't respond to Amaya. Not this time, nor the first time she'd asked with different words since leaving the common room. She simply charged ahead, letting the darkling trail after her while she went over the many reasons why she shouldn't be extending this special treatment in her mind. She tried to soothe her anger over what others may think if they caught wind of her mercy, over the thought of appearing weak. Amaya, in her judgment, had earned at least the decency of more comfortable accommodation, especially if she were to become known as one of her inner circle. Each one of them was tied to her reputation. Everything they did was a reflection of Sayana. Their failures were her punishment, and their triumphs were her merit. She should have simply found her a cot in the common halls. It would have been a generous comfort in comparison to the dorms. Yet Sayana couldn't stand the thought of her being exposed to other wicked darklings, both silver fair and black fair. With her outward appearance small and feeble, she would be easy prey to their taunting and malice. Amaya had a long way to go before her confidence was to Sayana's standards, and she wouldn't have anything getting in the way of her progress. She was her weapon to hone now. Only the highest ranking were given the luxury of the few private living spaces. Under the mountain was a labyrinth of spaces that had been carefully crafted over millennia to accommodate the rise of their species once again. They had succeeded in saving the Dark Fae with the help of the Black Fair transition rituals, and space was beginning to fill. Sayana felt this more than anyone. Living under obsidian rock for over 3 centuries never got easier. She'd always felt trapped, suffocated, and the numbers that crowded the cavernous halls were becoming too much for her to withstand. She spent as little time as she needed to here. If she hadn't become the delegate and didn't have the freedom to roam the towns, glamoured, at her leisure, she often wondered if she would still be alive. Physically, perhaps, though not out of choice. But she believed her mind would be the first to lose its tether on sanity. She'd seen it before. There were many in the Black Fair line, and some within her own, who seemed to have completely given over to the madness that lived within them all. No shred of humanity remained. They had turned into the most lethal and savage of them all. Sayana knew she harbored the same demons, but she wouldn't surrender to the beast within completely. Sayana halted outside a door, one of the very few dwellings with such privacy. Beyond it was her only slice of absolution. She didn't know why she'd brought Amaya here. It wasn't often she allowed any of the others into her rooms. Except one, a long time ago. She didn't give herself time to change her mind, pulling down on the handle and storming inside. She didn't invite Amaya to